Alright, good morning. Welcome to South Korea Grand Slam Tour, day 11. Another day in the life. We are close to Busan today. Hopefully things are working. I kind of just chucked everything on the bike really quick here. Hopefully things are working. Nice weather today, cold weather today, but nice. I looked at my map and it still says it's like 100 kilometers to central Busan, but I don't know how sprawling Busan is, so we can probably make it to at least the outskirts of the city today. But I still have to eat. I have not eaten yet. I also have to take my bike pump off the side here. If I get another flat, then we're a little bit in more of a sticky situation. Okay. Because I used my one spare tube. I have a patch kit, but I haven't tried to use that thing since my original cycling across Canada trip. So hopefully no more punctures. But it was kind of nice that we actually got to see what caused the puncture yesterday, because it was actually still stuck in the tire. Usually they're just gone. They just stick in, throw out, and cause the puncture and leave. But we got to see. So I need to look at a map of where we are going. Where is my route from here? Okay, we go just south of here, across the river. And if I see something tasty along the way, we might stop and grab something, hopefully quick. Or I can eat some of my stuff too. Was it the leaf? Be impressive if it was. Our ASMR leaf was not the culprit. Well, we speculate it was a staple, but it was essentially all we could see was a, half-inch long, thin metal sliver that just went straight through.
Geezer Elf just resubscribed for 34 months. Good morning, hope you feeling okay.
Geyser Elf with the 34-month resub. Thank you for that. Good morning, hope you're feeling okay. I feel good. I had a nice sleep inside. Pretty well rested. Knee is still being my knee right now. But yeah, overall I feel good. I'm looking forward to getting to Busan. There's a few things I want to do there. We're going to be switching to domestic data plans rather than international data for the decreased latency. And I'll be going to a bike shop and getting one or two spare tubes, and maybe taking it in for a quick tune-up if I can. Drone batteries charged? One's fully charged, and the other one I only swapped over this morning when I woke up, and it's probably just partially charged. But yeah, if we find a good spot to drone today, we can probably take her up for a little spin. There's something in the rubber of the tire only punctured the tube under pressure. Yeah, I could totally see that happening. Where there's just something metal pushed through the tire, but not far enough that you can feel it. But when you're there's weight on your tire and it's under pressure, when you roll over something, it would shove the piece of metal in enough to puncture the tube. Huh, I didn't think about that. Because yeah, this one was well pushed inside the tube enough where when I was running my finger along the inside, I almost cut myself on it. Because yeah, the other times that's happened, we had an entire construction staple in the tire. That one was obvious, and I had a fishing hook once. But out of the other 10 times I've had a flat, we haven't gotten to see what caused it. I like knowing. What's the best way to get down there? Seemingly down that street. I don't know how busy it's going to be going down city streets here, so just over to the next street heading south, so that way, and then that way. On Daysongill. Find new technology to fix that. I absolutely hate changing pop tires. Theoretically, good tubeless with sealant inside can self-seal, especially something that was a small pinhole like that, theoretically. Though I rode with someone in Quebec, and they joined me, and they got a puncture on something. And you could hear the pop hiss, and you could see like the sealant spraying out, but it didn't seem to do a good job, and it wouldn't hold the pressure. So at that point, you still bring a spare tube in case you got to shove it in your tubeless tire. But anyway, let's roll. It's the only country I've seen that has like these dangly things for the parking garages for like hotels. Anyway, we're gonna ride through. Hopefully it doesn't break the camera. Hold on. Go the right way. I think so. Oh, GPS reminder. Okay, let me go into the sun. Thank you. Oh, the sun feels nice. Alright, GPS should be on. Oh, that one was already on the corner, that's why I'm confused. Okay. Yeah, just turn left on this street, I think. And then if we just go straight down that way, we'll eventually connect up with the park we need to be at. Wait, dog. Wow, you are pretty or handsome. I don't know which one. Hi. Was this the place? I'm pretty sure that's the one on Google that says a bike shop. It doesn't look like there's any bike stuff in there. What? Green light. I think it's the right direction. Yeah, that seems right. Across that bridge. Feel like no, but maybe. Oh yeah, my chain is still crunchy. Well, this is a convenience store. Coffee and snack from there, really quick. Even got a nice table in the sun I can sit at. Wow, it's perfect. Okay, I'm gonna quickly grab a coffee and just something to get in my stomach, and maybe some snacks for us to eat, and then we'll sit in the sun here have a quick bite, and then we'll get some some distance down. Ooh. Kevlar tape with me on tours. Punctures like this, stick some tape on the inside of the punctured tire. Like, yeah, it makes sense that there being essentially a hole now in the tire would make it more prone to punctures from that exact spot. I don't think I've had anything like push through the exact same spot again. It totally could have. Yeah, I just always let the holes exist. Maybe incorrectly. Okay, and I'll bring my phone. I'll be right back. Wait. My guy has on an NYC sanitation jacket on. This isn't New York City. Also, I'm going to leave the mic out here. It's going to cut off. haven't seen the kimbap. Right now? This way. Phones for Blackberry especially on Central Family. We have so many Blackberries where I live on Vancouver Island. They are everywhere. But I did find the really cute chocolate milk that I thought Sarah would get. She doesn't. Wait, it's coffee. Wow. I thought it was the cute chocolate milk. Where's my other milk? Oh, I got 2 coffees. Can't hear you. Oh. Sorry, forgot the mic was over here. It's coffee, not chocolate milk. I thought it was chocolate milk. I've made a mistake. Oh well, we're having 2 coffees. How much calories? 324 for 500 mils. That's not horrible. There's like no protein in it, is there? Okay, well. Down the hatch. Oh, apparently I can't open cartons of milk anymore. Oh no. I've never butchered one so bad before. The heck? I swear this one's defective. I've opened many cartons of milk and never had one go so poorly. Oh no. Oh, it's bad. I'm gonna need to get my knife out. Can I just try the other side? Yeah, that side went normal. Alright. Put some in the coffee? I might. It's very sweet, so I could make my coffee drinkable faster. And just make it a normal, slightly sweetened coffee. Let's see. Yeah, let's do it. Oh, like a banana from the bottom. Yeah, that works. Totally. Alright, there we go. Now I have a drinkable coffee. This front tire seems to have held air overnight, so it should be good for today. Yeah, I think it was the right call comfort-wise to get a cheap hotel to fix the flat in, because my 2 other options were just pump it up and ride it to the outskirts of town and camp, and then fix it when I get out there. Or I guess I could have fixed it in the city. Anyway, I could have fixed it last night in the cold, or I could have rode it out and fixed it first thing this morning, and either would have felt very cold. Netflix boxes? No, there are Netflix boxes. It says something in Korean. It's like something X Netflix. So maybe there's like a Netflix produced Korean show or something like that, and they have some products that are using their characters. Collaboration with potato chip. Okay. Find that covered Korean street toast. I have not found that since, what was that, like the morning of day 2? No, maybe day 3? I really like that toast, and I haven't found it again. That was there's DVD seller over the past. Well, yeah, but it's not anymore, is it? I faced that a while. Although, didn't they hold on to their DVD rental mail shipping service for quite a while? I know a few people that used it, and they liked it a lot back in the day. And then for just streaming, Netflix was like the best. This was the only option. So it was a good price. And I guess the other like TV and movie producers didn't realize the value in stream content, so Netflix had all the good stuff. Other countries makes me miss Western hash browns and fried eggs. Yeah. I missed Western breakfast so much. I very much understand your position. But yeah. I don't even have Netflix now because I was on my mom's, and when Netflix decided to stop allowing sharing of your accounts, as soon as I got kicked off of it, I'm like, I could get my own Netflix, but that's exactly what Netflix is trying to do. And you can't control me. I'm just boycotting Netflix for now. But I have Disney and I have Amazon Prime.
Os4HWKS cheers 100 bits. Composing watching Thursday night football. Some might say, oh what a good ball. Taking a break, having some snacks. Support Hitch. Give him all your steps. Thankful for the bright sunny day. Be joyful always, without delay.
Balls for Hawks, thank you very much. The Daily Poetry. What team do you support? What, Hawks? Forgive my ignorance. Where are the Hawks based out of? Is that a football team? I'm Canadian. We don't watch football. Actually, a lot do. Atlanta. Okay. It is basketball. Okay. It's basketball. And I know we do have the CFL, Canadian Football League. Different rules, right? Isn't there like a different number of downs in CFL compared to NFL?
Thor E cheers 200 bits. Poetry for the win.
The weave with the 200 bits. Good to see things with the 200 bits. And yes, I love the poets. Sometimes other people tag along, but yeah, we've got our daily poetry from Oz for Hawks there. Iowa Hawkeyes. It's a college team. Okay. Three downs per possession in CFL, 4 in NFL. At least there you go. Slightly different rules. I feel like that's actually substantially different for football, isn't it? Okay, I don't actually know what these are. So I got some sour red mix something. Oh, that's good. I was coming behind you for this. Not when it's 0 out. Field goals all the place in CFL too. It's right in the middle of the end zone. Is it? What? I don't even know. I've only watched a few games in my life. But that includes NFL. I've only watched a few games.
Oxford WKS cheered 100 bits. I'm a Hawkeyes fan and some years ago did some volunteer work doing Rocktail/bird trade surveys here in Iowa.
Okay.
Fuzzy Bird 5 cheered 300 bits.
I'm getting some Oz for Hawks lore. Thanks for the bits, man. It's always good to see you. And Bunchy Bird with the 300 bits. Starting a morning hype train. Thank you.
Phantom Gamer 1 just resubscribed for 17 months.
And we got Mr. Phantom Gamer with the 17-month reset. Appreciate the 17 months. Thanks for the morning hype train, everyone. Should be a good day of riding. Beautiful sunny day. I don't think the wind will be fighting us. So, should get some good miles down. Hence my Hawks nickname. We're getting the lore. The lore behind the poet. At my mother's birthday dinner, many aunties flew in to celebrate her day. Have fun, Hitch. We'll have good times at your mother's birthday dinner. That's nice. I'm looking forward to seeing some family when I get home. I don't know when it'll be. It might be after Christmas, but anyway. They're a bit spread out. Well, they're all within the same province, but it's a big province. when your mom cut your hair. Oh my god, you remember that? It was back in 2020. Yeah. And then she tried to trim my beard. I did trim my beard. And then had the guard off to do some like edging stuff, edge work. And forgot that the guard was off and then went to trim a little small section of my cheeks and then just went ying right off. Fix the hole in your pants? No. I'm planning to do that in Busan. I have to sew my overshoes a little bit back together. I think it's this one. Yeah. This one has it's like a elastic strap holding it on the bottom. And that's like 2/3 torn off. So I want to sew that back together. And then I need to buy more, or at least a replacement tube for my bike because I used one yesterday. And I need to buy some local data plans. Too much on. We got sleeted on for 8 hours, at least in Cumberland. Did you? I'm trying to identify that plane. It's a military cargo plane, I think. Country you liked more, Japan or South Korea? Now you were in both. What country do you think is better? It's a very difficult question. Also, I've been in Japan on 3 separate trips. They've all been hitchhiking trips. I've been in Korea now 11 days, and it's all been a cycling trip. So, kind of a different experience cycling through a country than hitchhiking through it. And I feel like I need to be here more time to get a better sense for it. But I feel like they'll be in similar tiers. Because very surprisingly, it's happened twice so far where like people I meet in a restaurant just invite me to stay at their place. That usually doesn't happen very frequently on cycling trips. It's more a hitchhiking thing. I'll need to get more food, but whatever. This question's like create conflict? It's necessarily conflict, but it's a very difficult question to answer. Like it's definitely a question that could cause conflict, depending on how I respond to it. But I think it can be a legitimate question, and I really try to think it through, but I just have no idea how to answer that. But yeah, it's much more common. I'll get like, what's your favorite country? Or what's your favorite out of these countries? So I don't think it's too strange. Getting lots of hemorrhoids ads on your channel now? Well, do ya? How are your hemorrhoids? We're all curious. What's your favorite European country? See, questions like that I struggle with so much. I spent all summer in Norway. It's definitely up there. But, you know, picking one country feels like a disservice to a bunch of other countries. Night Owl Canadian, good to see you. What's up? Another day in the life. Here in, I keep saying winter, it's really late fall. It just is like winter conditions. How's it like, do you find a stretchy sports band? See, I forgot we were talking about maybe getting that. No, I haven't. But probably when I go to Busan, I'll be taking like a day off there for logistics. There's a bunch of things I have to do. I gotta go to a bike shop, get spare tubes for my bike, because I've used mine. I gotta get local SIM cards. I gotta... I already had like a list of a few more things that I've forgotten. Apparently I get a sports bandage thing for my knee. Alright, there's a couple other things. Which one had the best food? To me, the food is just different. Like, mostly at night I've been having some form of like Korean barbecue or something like that. Like cooked meat, whether that's chicken or pork. I don't think we've had beef yet. We'll have to at some point. In Japan, we were much more focused towards sushi, fish, quite often raw, ramen, and like tonkatsu, pork, right? Pork and rice. So just like the types of food we've been having have been greatly different. Although breakfasts have been comparable in that I can't find a good Western style breakfast, so I just eat what I can. How many meals do you eat today? If I had it my way, I would have a big breakfast, big hearty breakfast, lots of fats and proteins and carbs. And then I would snack throughout the day and probably drink some chocolate milk. And then I would have a big dinner and like wouldn't really do anything much for lunch, just continue carbs, sugar intake on a cycling trip. I just can't find big breakfasts here. My son's going behind a pole. What do you need inside a note? I should do that. Let's see. Note. New note. Sims. Bike. Tubes. Plus maintenance? Question mark? Knee things. What else was there? I swear there was like one or two other things. McDonald's, there was pretty standard breakfast food. Do they? They got like breakfast sandwiches and stuff? I'll have to try that. What time is breakfast served though? Does this town have a McDonald's? Do they have 2 for $4 McGriddles? Place in the Seoul and Busan that serve English breakfast. When we get to Busan, I'm getting a Western style breakfast. It's decided. Now I got like 400 milliliters of cold iced coffee to drink. No McGrills, but like egg McMuffins and such? Okay. That's good enough. That'll do the trick. I could really go for a McGriddle right now, though. 'I should have some of my nuts or something like that too. %% Koreans drink iced coffee even cold winter. Really? Well, Sarah doesn't really like hot drinks, so she'll drink iced coffee all the time, even though she doesn't like being cold. For some reason, she just doesn't like hot drinks, which I think is strange because, yeah, she always wants warmth. One time, use grill and do campfire cooking stream. I'd have to be somewhere I'm allowed to have a campfire. For step one there. Or just use my camp stove and stuff like that. And I've brought my camp stove on some trips, and we've cooked, well, pretty much just like coffee and like oatmeal and stuff like that. But what I think would have been really nice with enough time is like, apparently the fishing on the west coast of Norway is really good. Like, we ride our bike, and we've got a lot of like daylight in the summer. So you ride your bike, and at some point during the day, you find a nice river or something like that, and you just, you catch some fish, you cook it, you eat it. I think river fishing is much more regulated in Norway than coastal fishing, so maybe we'd have to do coastal fishing. Anyway, the idea of it sounds nice. The reality of it might not work out how you think. Also, I'm not a fisherman, so. But like, if I do a trip across Australia, there'll be days where I'm like, probably like 2 days ride between the next point with really anything, so I'll need to bring either just food that I can eat straight up without cooking it, or food that I can cook but bring actually camping equipment, or cooking equipment. So on that trip, maybe we'd try to bring some more stuff and have a better cookout at some point. Sleeping tent in the middle of town. No, I got a hotel last night because we got a flat tire and I wanted to not fix it in -5-degree weather. So my bike stayed in the lobby and I just carried my front wheel up into my hotel room to fix it. That is a really strange chat. I'm very confused at it's such like a weird, disjointed message with so many different topics in it. Okay, I guess we'll time it out. message. I was talking about health savings account. Yeah, some of it I'm just like, that seems reasonable enough for a chat, and then other messages were just had no logic. Ever been in China? No, I haven't. Maybe one day. Oh, and do you have a plan to go there? No immediate plan, but no plan not to either. I guess historically I was like, I have said in chat, I'm like, I don't know if I want to go to China and like live stream there because I don't think you're technically supposed to. In order to broadcast, you kind of have to like circumvent their firewall or whatever. But apparently it's not that sketchy. A lot of people stream in China now. To Twitch. Just in my head, like, you know, if they have a firewall and stuff like that, plenty of people circumvent that, go around it, VPN, whatever. But to live stream yourself essentially doing that, in my head, like in a country like China, it seems like a bad idea. But I don't know, people seem to think it's fine. Yeah, I know Jake does it. Then yeah, Water does. So I know you can. Just in my head, I'm like, that doesn't sound comfortable. I'm like, China and Canada have poor relations, and I'm like, since I do everything so publicly, I'm like, I want them to make an example out of me when everyone else has done it fine. It was like Canada arrested some like fairly high-ranking Chinese official or something like that, or I think they were like a CFO of some large Chinese company or something like that, for probably legit, I don't know. And then China was pissed, so didn't they like detain some Canadians? Anyway, I just don't want to be in the middle of that. Yeah, not really laughing at it, but, you know. I just feel like if they wanted to, they could say live streaming in their country when you seemingly have to circumvent their data rules. If they wanted to, they could do something about it. But Canada and Korea were like best buds. Apparently, so on arrival, I get 6 months visa free in Korea. And Koreans get 6 months visa free in Canada. Apparently, in Korea, Canada's the only country that gets a full 6 months. Most places get like 90 days. So, Korea and Canada, we're best buds. didn't tell you is they don't allow you to escape unless you've been the full amount of days. Oh no. There could be worse countries that I've stuck in for 6 months. In terms of 90 days free and Korean fair. See, where I wish I had 6 months is, I wish I had 6 months in Europe, in Schengen. 90 days, there's just so many Schengen countries, and I'm like, this summer, I had to do some like weird visa exemption shenanigans to not get in trouble. Because I ended up being in Schengen Europe for like a couple weeks beyond Schengen rules. And when I was flying out of Oslo, so my first flight leaving Schengen Europe to connect through Ireland, I went through customs and handed my passport, and they're like, "How long were you in Europe for?" And I'm like, X number of days. Like it was above my allowed, but I've been in Norway for this many days, and anyway. I explained like some visa exemption rules where Canadians are allowed to be in Norway exclusively outside of Schengen rules for 90 days, just Norway. So I can spend 90 days in Europe and then go to Norway and spend another 90 days. And that predates Schengen, and it's still valid. But I had to like use some weird visa rules to not get in trouble there. And the guy just listened to me spiel for like a minute. And he's just like, okay. Like stamped my passport and then waved me through. I was intimidated. I'm like, crap, I'm gonna get like banned from Europe for like 3 years or something like that. Yeah. Okay. Wait. Oh, forgot about that. I even had a sleeve. Brr. Cold. It felt so warm when the sun was fully bearing down on me. I know it's kind of behind a cloud and kind of behind a pole. And I immediately feel cold just sitting stationary. Well, there's the sun back. Hello? There you go. Warm is good. Yeah, I agree. I agree with that. The bike's crying. Maybe it's just too cold. Doesn't like it. Okay. Plug in the phone. I.
You just resubscribed for 6 months. Hitchbell hitchhike.
Pada. With the 6-month resub. Thanks for that. Okay. How does this work? Looks like there's like some weird overpassy thing up here.
Low Jack just subscribed.
Do I have to go over that? Let me go block over here. Just zip in here real quick and look at the map. So I'm not on the route right now, I just need to get back on it. So there's a lower, can I just stay lower and loop through here? So I don't think I'm supposed to go up there. I do have to cross this bridge. The bike path is off to my right somewhere. I can just go a block to the right somewhere here. And connect to that and see how the bike infrastructure is trying to get on this bridge, but I don't think I'm supposed to be on the road on it. Low Jack, thanks for the 9-month prime there. The observatory tourist spots are enjoying the sun. I'm not sure. It's kind of rare that I do like tourist kind of stuff in cities. It's not my motivational factor for why I do these trips, but sometimes we do. But I know Sarah really enjoyed all that stuff in Busan, so maybe I should. Cold, cold, cold. Cold, cold, cold. Motivation for these kind of trips? I enjoy bike touring. Or I enjoy hitchhiking. I enjoy the day-to-day lifestyle and just like the activity itself. I'm not here to do the TripAdvisor top 10 things to do in that country or that city. I just want to explore that country through a kind of different means of transportation. Somewhere in this park is the bike path. to the left on the other side of this field. If I can get to it. Oh, cold. The place, or the activity, it's about the journey, and the place definitely factors in to what it's like, the journey through that place. But yeah, it's never been that interesting or a big motivating factor for me to see all the museums and specific things that show up on things you should do when you visit this place. Guessing we can go this way. Mount route, draw the stamps, and you kind of wing it from stamp to stamp. So there's a lot of different bike routes in Korea. And once you're on one route, usually there's like signs kind of like guiding you through, taking you from point to point. But then quite often when you finish a bike route, then you're kind of on your own until you find the next official bike route. So when we get to Busan, we'll be finishing this one. Wait. When do I get my next stamp? Okay, not too long after we cross this bridge. We're not going to miss a stamp, hopefully. That's it. 1 second. I think so. I see a blue line. It's a good sign. Oh, yeah. Oh, looks about right. Bike paths after the last stamp spot are either mixed with roadways in the city. Probably ride your bike carefully until you go to the East Sea routes. Yeah, from Busan to the East Sea routes is actually quite far. It's like 200 something kilometers or something. Bike paths after the last stamp. I don't know how far into Busan or before Busan that is though. I'll have to look. Anyway, it looks like we just... Actually, I have no idea how... On this, it just shows me, like, drive right down this path to the bridge and then just go across. But I don't... That doesn't seem to exist a way to just turn right and go on the bridge. There doesn't seem to be a separate bike bridge lower, so I'm probably going to have to loop back in and somehow get on top of that bridge and probably pretty much go back where I came from. Unless there's a sneaky bridge entrance I don't see from here. Oh wait, no, there's a second one. I think. Smaller one. Blue one. It's a big... Is it a yellow one? Smaller blue one. Maybe? We'll see. Locals masking there. That's just been common here in Korea. Also, it's cold out, so it feels good to cover your face. Whether that's with a buff like what I'm wearing or just a mask. Keeps the environment around your face above 0 degrees. We have had like 2 days with bad air quality. But, oh yeah, there we go. Most days have been good. All right. Don't really necessary there. Seems a little excessive, but I guess they don't want anyone ripping through here going 30 on the bike. For the next Doctor Who phone booth. We're quite close actually. Across here, turn left, and then I think it's just in a couple kilometers. Jeez, cold wind. Bridge crossings are quite often quite cold because you're just fully exposed. Alright, there's the official bike route signs I'm looking for. Nice. To the left, to the left. Which left? So, on the road left, on a path left. It's different kinds of left. Seemingly road, because that left doesn't go anywhere. Yeah. I don't know, still seems to be a few kilometers till the next one. There's people in there. Bike path left. Oh, it's a cool place. Okay, there's a bike sign. Okay, am I just going up someone's driveway? That sign said 5% for 50 meters. This is definitely more than 5%. God, the signs are just so inaccurate. They could just have like caution hill and that would be fine. But since they put a specific percent grade, you know, I think they'd have some semblance of, oh my God, that's 5%? As if. That's 5%. Really? Does it show that? 5% for 50 meters. That is hilarious. Mine was kind of steep, but it's not really much. That's really freaking steep. See a doggo? There's a cat down there. I could pet it. I think I see the bike. Totally scared it away. 5%. 5%. Okay. All right. 5% signal got him. It doesn't say I lost network, like it didn't switch scene. What is it doing then? If we're not in the scene. We have 3000 bit rate, 4000 bit rate, 4500 bit rate, 5400 bit rate. Oh, just looked. Didn't actually switch scenes. So usually when we have signal problems, we go from like 7000 bit rate to 0 bit rate and just fully disconnects, then comes back at 7000 bit rate, then disconnects, then comes back. And that problem is our international data. That one could have just been pure network in that spot then. Do you see when that happens? Yeah. When it does the full disconnect to 0 bit rate. Well, not always, but usually. We really need to oil that chain. There's bike route left that I can do. Fresh asphalt, nice. Still going straight? Yeah. And right. Wait, not right. Up, up and over. Yeah, start of a nice bike path, seemingly. Nice. Nice. Our nice elevated dike path. I don't know if we'll have it for a while, but it's good. It's a little bumpy. It's like they just recently freshly planted over some older concrete. So it looks like it's going to be nice and smooth, and it's a little bit bumpy, but still nice to be on a path like this. Okay, not up, straight through. What is that person on about in chat? That's very strange chats today. LD Cool Girl. Good to see you. How's it going? Another bicycle. Nice. Friend. It's going good? Right on. Hi. Threw it in English hello. Apparently I look like a Westerner. Watching Rob for long enough, I think I've been addicted to bike streams. So now I'm watching Hitch. Well, yeah, I guess Rob just finished a little bike trip with Tracy, right? So I can be the consolation bike prize now that he's done his trip. There we go, left. Yeah, there's quite a few people that do some cool biking streams here on Twitch. Pre like 2020, there's barely any cycling content on Twitch, and now there's quite a few people that do it regularly. But way back in like 2018, I think, Sebedy did a bike tour in a good chunk of Korea, like what we're doing right now, like really early IRL days. So it did exist. It's definitely become more popularized. Two or 3 days in chat was really proud of her for managing that. Because she doesn't have much cycling experience prior to that, does she? Or at least no touring, right? Did she like it though? Because like when I met Sarah, Sarah was extremely uncomfortable riding bikes at all. And then just through pretty much exposure therapy, now she's on solo bike tours all over the place. Which I'm very proud of her for.
Just subscribed with Twitch Prime.
Soursop with the Prime. Thank you for that. The things that's really messed up schedule, or I missed it. Oh yeah, the European time zone's the worst for these Asian time zones. North America's not too bad. But Europe, essentially, most of the stream is the middle of the night.
Prime.
And Karsten official with the Prime as well. Thank you.
It's mad. Hi, Mum. Mum found Sarah's a new home. What? Oh my god.
And we're off. And we're back on. Those pure offline, online ones, that's our international data screwing things up. So once we go to Busan, it should be fixed. So we'll be switching to domestic data. Wait, there's two different bike paths. I feel like the other one had a... Wait, what is this? Oh my god! I did not expect that. What just happened? Was that live? I think, yeah, it was like a potato cannon, but I don't know what they were launching. It's just very unexpected. Alright. All is well. Okay, maybe I'm not going the right way. There's like 3 different bike paths going in different directions here. One says for me to take follows closer to this road. But they probably all reconnect up there. just doesn't work. Alright, this way. Sorry, this is just the international data. In specific zones, it just refuses to work properly. This is a nice stretch of path, though. Can we? Can't wait to get to Busan. Then we don't have to deal with this anymore. No more strange network issues.
Stop il video!
Stop the video. I make a documentary. Just 100 kilometers and then I'll have everything sorted. We're very close to our next town too. Anyway, stream snipe, you kind of rode the route with you for a very short amount of time. It's happened a few times. So I'm switching to new cell tower. Has nothing to do with the Korean cellular network. Has everything to do with my international SIMs that I have. So, since they're international, I have to do some strange routing. Long term, short term, I'm sure it's fun. Anyway, city with the better rear camera. If it will let me speak, since they're international data, they have to do some strange routing internationally because they have to be tracked from where they're based off of internationally. And in Korea, that creates a very, very, very high latency, like 450 milliseconds. and in most places it seems to handle it okay, and then in some places it just can't handle that latency, and the stream just goes from, 7,000 bitrate to 0 to 7,000 to 0 to 7,000 to 0 with those big latency spikes. So we're switching to domestic data, and we'll probably never have this problem again. So, nothing to do with Korea's cellular network. If I had domestic data this whole time, I probably would have only lost the stream in a couple tunnels, and that's about it. And a lot of tunnels had cellular pushed through them, but some didn't. This tire holding up. So far, so good. I don't have a replacement if I got a flat between here and Busan. I have my old tube, so I can try a patch. Dude, what the heck? What do you want? Now you're like climbing up my hill. What? Detour off of the main line route. Like there's a detour that we did that was like 75 kilometers to get like 4 stamps, and it skirt skirt. You're not really supposed to do that. But we've been having these issues for most of the trip, but where we started in Seoul, it didn't seem to happen so much. But soon enough, it will all be fixed. As long as the domestic plans I get don't have any like sneaky fair usage policies where they say they're unlimited, but they're not, which is honestly likely. Because when they say unlimited, they don't expect people to be using like 20 gigabytes a day. Is this not the cutest thing ever? And they signed their names and the date on them. They really like the peace sign, so they're like, peace sign. I'm like, okay, peace sign. It's 20 gigabytes a day. Depends on how long a stream and what average bitrate we're able to maintain.
Alright, do it again.
Okay.
Okay.
You happy with it? Fuck off. It feels pointless to talk right now.
Now, do you need salt, pepper, ketchup, hot sauce, any of it?
I might grab just a little ketchup. Okay, I have to switch things around. Probably gonna switch things around a little bit because this is once again driving me crazy. Let's just pull up here. One of those days. Every day has big chunks of the day where the data does this, even though I've got way more cellular reception than I actually need to run a basic live stream. It annoys me more than anything else. I know there's more than enough data to go around, but it just isn't working.
That's true.
And are you just driving home right now?
No, actually, I'm going to. I don't know what it's called, but it's fucking place.
I usually ride with my boyfriend. I always ride on the back, and for me, it's always fun.
I haven't spent that much time in Tokyo. Well, since 2015, I was only there for like 3 days. Well, let's go walk over there and check. Get the ferry to Newcastle, then join the EV12 from there to Bergen. Like, there's so many options. First, we have to decide if we want to continue after TwitchCon. We step one. We can still speculate on what we might want to do, but. Oh my God! The bird landed on my hand.
It's on the camera.
No, it's on you.
Wait, please stay, please stay.
Let me take you to the bridge.
It's gonna take me to the bridge. She's gonna take me to the bridge. What is Japan? Okay, let's try if that helps. Has helped a bit in the past. But, yeah. It's making it a lot harder to enjoy the trip when I have technical issues that shouldn't be happening based off of the cellular reception we get in this country. I need to put an at before a YouTube channel name. The link doesn't work. Which one? The one in chat commands or the one that you click on? Twitch link in the About section. Oh. Okay. Yeah, I'll have to do that from a desktop browser page. Right. See, we switched all our social media handles around. About. Does the one that you like click at the top panel work? Wait, subscribe. In the about page. Wait, I have Discord, tip spot, subscribe, locations, send gear, rules. And that must be the top bar ones. If I click on YouTube. / yeah, there's no ad. Oh, I thought I tested that. I think I can do that from the app. Manage social links, YouTube. At. Save. Back. Click. Wait, no, that hasn't been updated. My channel. YouTube. At hit streams. Okay, now it works, I think. Yeah. If you reload my page, it should work now. Thanks for the reminder that I added things wrong. Oh, another bike. That was a faster fix than most things are. This doesn't work for me. Did you try reloading the page? Because it won't update the link until you do a fresh reload of the page. At our current pace, we probably actually won't make it to Busan today, but we'll see. Works for me. Alright, I think, yeah, if it doesn't work, reload the page and then click on it. It should work. It just won't update until you reload the page fresh. How's the journey so far? It's been good, outside of our streaming tech issues, which will hopefully be sorted once I take a logistical day off in Busan to sort out several things, which we've been experiencing thoroughly today already. Our tech problems caused by international data that has very high latency in Korea specifically. Well, now what? Straight? This is where I need signs, unless I already passed the sign. Sometimes it's very well marked, other times it's just, nah. Well, mine says I should be over a block. Can I get over this? You're there? Did I make a wrong turn? Looks like I can get there through this way, maybe. Go straight right. Mine wants me to go out to the outer edge of this thing. But was it up on that dike? If it's on the dike, then I probably can't access it. Well, now we're just doing some exploration of some rural farms. wonder what they're growing in here. I see. What you got in there? I don't know. Oh, I think we're good. Yeah. I might supposed to be up there, but this seems to connect up there. That's great. In a way, it looks like Southern California. Doesn't feel like Southern California. I'm thinking climate. Our daytime highs are like 3 degrees Celsius right now. But I could see, you know, some of the landscape being comparable. There's my path. Wow, she's beautiful. I must have missed the turn. That's some fresh asphalt. Nice. So like right here, wants me to go left. That thing says left. Oh, here we go. Certification center, 1.1 kilometers. All right, we're almost at our next stamp. Will that be 30? Oh, that's a nice milestone. I don't even know how many stamps we have left before we get to Busan. Is it just... I think it's a couple more. I like this boardwalk. It's nice. The daily MASH combo. There is a daily MASH conversation. Which, you know what? That's fine. We can't let them just in case the title doesn't update every time. We could, yeah. Because yeah, the title sometimes lags behind if there isn't a mod here to change the title. I should just, as soon as I stamp it, log into my Twitch dashboard and pump it up one. Already have your stream titles up to date. What did we get yesterday? We just got one yesterday, didn't we? Well, technically, well, okay, not we got one and then we did one unofficial one. Must be by this bridge.
An anonymous user gifted a tier 1 sub to Ghoul Girl.
We got an anonymous gifted sub to LB Cool Girl, whoever you are, anonymous individual. Thank you very much. 100 meters. But yeah, it was technically, I think my passport said like 55 kilometers between certification centers, so they're a bit spread out in this stretch. In some stretches, it's like every like 15 kilometers, so you just feel like you're getting one every like hour kind of thing, which is cool. And then there's like that one detour that was 65 kilometers out to get one stamp, and then 65 kilometers back in. So 130 kilometers to get one. Ever try aero bars? When I'm sitting like this, I'm actually resting on aero bar forearm pads that you'd rest like this with bars. I just didn't actually use the bar parts very much, but I use the squishy pads as an upright position, just to add variety to my seating positions. All right, another one. What's this one called? Cheongdeok Hamanbo. I gotta show it every time. We haven't seen it. I got a whole passport. Korea's cross-country cycling road tour passport from the Ministry of Environment and the Ministry of the Interior and Safety. Stamps everywhere. Alright, where are we right now? This one goes out to the west coast, that's why there's only like one at the crossroads there. This one. Cheongdeok Hamanbo. And this big one is the unofficial one we got yesterday. I think it's quite beautiful though. That's why it's off to the side. Anyway, let's get it. Another one. The Four Rivers isn't as vibrant, but the rest is pretty decent. And it says about 55 kilometers to the next one, and about 35 kilometers to the next one, which should take us to Busan at that point. I guess I don't think we have any mods that change titles here, so let me try. To update it really quickly. Edit profile, not edit profile. Live, creator mode, edit stream info, 30. Save. Okay, should be 30 now. That's fast, I should just do it myself. And we cross the bridge here. So much bridge crossings in Korea. And then we follow that side of the river for maybe 10k, then we cross back to the other side, then we follow that side of the river for maybe 10k, then we cross to the other side. I just love bridges here. And you know what? I'm with them. I like bridges too. Alright. There we go. There we got. Yeah, this is mixed use, pedestrian and cycling. Ah. 55 kilometers to the next one. So, where are we at? Almost noon. Got 5.5 hours till it's dark. Should be able to get that. Doctor Who cosplay. Those certification centers remind you of Doctor Who. I've never actually seen, I don't think, any era of Doctor Who anything. Maybe I should. Ever feel desensitized to amazing views? So, this kind of got brought up sometimes in Norway. Because like, everywhere I went along the west coast of Norway was like just another amazing fjord and coastal view and just spectacular landscape. And right from the beginning, like, I'd come around a bend and just be like amazed by it. But like, I made several mental notes to be like, make sure you appreciate this. This isn't normal landscapes. Like, but it's easy too. Like, oh, it's just another nice coastal landscape. Humans are pretty adaptable. We get used to our environment, and if you get used to your objectively beautiful environment, it stops being special. But I just kind of constantly reminded myself that this is special, and you should appreciate it while you have it. Season Doctor Who, the reboot, Tennant and Smith. About taking more high quality pictures. It'd probably be good for social media. I just never think to. And in my head I'm just like, well, I'm taking 60 pictures a second. But you know, video doesn't really have the same quality if you just take a screen grab from the stream than an actual photo. All right, to the right. Sichuan, thanks for the bits. Sarah's been really good at like taking lots of little pictures and short videos as she tours around people. She has like a very entertaining Instagram reel for pretty much every day of her trip. I don't trust this. It's gonna be bumpy. Oh, it was pretty smooth. I could have kept my momentum. I see we had someone who had done this trip before in chat yesterday, and they're talking about how they had like centerline LED strips, and I see them in this section. So probably through the night. I think they're just solar powered, so I'm curious if they stay lit all through the night or just for the first few hours till they die. But anyway, that would be nice for night riding to have. Well, and they've got lamps here too, in this section at least. A little illumination. But yeah, it was kind of funny last night. We were, I pushed much further into the night riding than we usually would, because we were trying to find food, and the town we're at, when the sun set, there was one restaurant and it was closed. So we're like, oh, just go to the next town. And I think some people were looking at how far it was on the road, and it was like just a couple kilometers. So like, oh, it's like a 20-minute ride. But we had to like, the road goes through a tunnel, but we had to go through over a mountain because we couldn't go through the tunnel. I presume we go right. Anyway, it took a long time. And on the way down, I got a flat tire, and then my headlight died. There's just so many just small things in a row. All worked out in the end. It's quite an adventure last night. Yeah. In hindsight, it was like pretty fun, and then just like the compounding like things that just kept happening. It kind of made it humorous, especially in hindsight. Even the moment I can't, like, I was tired and I was hungry, but I'm just like, really? Another thing? All right, add it on. We like to say another one when we get the stamps, but last night felt like another one for minor mishaps. Getting several landscape prints made of photos he has taken. One thing that I value quite a bit, I don't really like things so much. I don't like accumulating things, but when I finished my cross Canada cycling trip, there was a local artist that streams on Twitch, and she would hang out my chat sometimes, and I commissioned her to make like a little series of paintings to kind of commemorate the cross Canada cycling trip. So now I have those 3 paintings hung up in my apartment, and I value that quite a bit. I like them. She did them on stream too, so you can watch. I wonder if she saves all the VODs, I don't know. Anyway, I can say you could watch them being made live on stream. I'd like to do that again, I think. Just find some artists on Twitch and can commission little bits of artwork to commemorate maybe different trips. She doesn't save them. Oh, you have to watch them in the moment. There's probably some people that saw that live that are still around the channel. But yeah, this was back in 2020, so we're going back a few years here. And everything feels like a blur since 2020. I'm getting at is make sure you stop to smell the roses. Yeah, it's a good idea. A lot of times I just push for distance and stuff like that, but I do enjoy just the process of traveling like this. Something about the lifestyle that I enjoy. And same for hitchhiking, just every day a new adventure, new places. Don't know where you're gonna end up. Don't know where you're gonna sleep. Don't know what you're gonna eat. Claire does Evas only for as of 1 month ago. Okay. So you can't see my paintings being made, but more recent ones you can see. These lamps are kind of funky. Especially considering the current meta of Twitch is what we're after watching TV. Yeah, I feel like I've always kind of broken a bit of the meta on Twitch. My content has always been strange for the platform. I like to think I've helped popularize cycling become more popular on Twitch. It's not like the thing on Twitch. It's not like where Twitch goes through phases where it's like the most popular content. Everyone was playing chess for a while. GTA RP was like huge with all the big streamers for a while. It's nothing like that, but I think more and more people are getting out on bikes and streaming that. Supposed to go up here next few days. Nights are still cold. I saw that, yeah, it's getting into double-digit temperatures actually, which will feel nice. I won't have to wear all my layers. But yeah, still cold at night, but I've got really good camping gear, so we'll be comfy. But yeah, I still wear a Twitch wristband I got at my first TwitchCon. It's Twitch, and then it has in real life, which is my original category. We're all just chatters now, apparently. There's something much more cool about IRL category rather than just chatting. I miss it. Let's travel outdoors. Yeah, it's a dead category though. No one uses, well, not no one, barely anyone uses it. I did when it first came out. And then the stream was like, whatever. But I had some, friends on Twitch that also stream travel content, and they privately told me to try streaming to just chatting instead, because Twitch doesn't seem to care to enforce the categories, and just chatting gets substantially more eyeballs on stream, so you'll have more viewers and more followers per day in just chatting. And yeah, it turns out when I switch to just chatting, you get like 2 to 3 times more followers per day and just more activity in general. If everyone that went outside streamed and traveled outdoors, it probably would be a fine category. But because no one did, there just really wasn't anything in that category. But I think all Twitch really wanted to do when they segmented things was they wanted to get the pools, beaches, and hot tub streams out of their big IRL category for advertisers' sake. And they didn't really care about anything else. You could choose more than one applicable category. You can add tags to your stream. I don't know how many people actually search by tags though. Search by language tag, that makes sense. Sometimes I'll still scroll through just chatting or whatever, and I'll scroll down to the people with 0 to 5 views and just see what people are doing in the depths of Twitch. And sometimes there'll be someone that's doing some music or whatever. I think they have their own category, but anyway, probably just in the wrong category. And I'll listen to a song and just be like, hey, it sounds great. Great job. And I did that once. And there was someone with like one viewer. And they were streaming, playing the guitar and singing. I tried to do the same, and then it was like, follower only chat. You have to follow this channel for like 24 hours before you can chat. I'm like, oh, that's an issue. They shouldn't have that on. It's not good for the discoverability of their channel. Because people would like to chat, obviously. And then there's their description, it's like, oh, you can donate to request a song. And I'm like, okay, well, you can interact with that, I guess. But anyway, I left that channel after trying to be like, you sound great, good job. And I scrolled through, and there were several other channels like rebroadcasting the same person doing the same thing. Essentially what they're doing is trying to bait donations, rebroadcasting someone else's potentially already pre-recorded content. And the description was like, I think it was like, I'm from Ukraine, I'm trying to save enough money to like leave the country and travel to somewhere else, kind of thing. Like that kind of pulling at your heartstrings. And I'm like, wow, that is really scummy. Oh, you don't acknowledge or say hello? Me? Or them? This guy stared at me. Fair enough. I'm a weird foreigner. Do we go up there? 8%, 37 meters. Oh, that's down. You be friendly? I think it's strange, like, I acknowledge not many people, especially in rural areas, but me randomly shifting through gears, climbing a hill, and I don't wave for one person, and apparently I'm not friendly anymore. Channels are bad for raids. There's settings to like disable follow only chat for X number of minutes after a raid comes through. But the statistics on it is you should have follower only chat, like immediate follow only chat. Let's get to disable it for raids. Maybe after because can't chat. No, I agree. Like through my chat app, we have it set so. At least I think it's in follower only mode, but when a raid comes through, it disables for X number of minutes. It's like a big factor in hill climbability compared to Norway. Wait, what does my hill climbability seem like compared to Norway? 'Cause I generally feel decent on the hills, but I'm also quite often trying to take it easy so I don't sweat. Because I need good layers for when I'm just on a normal touring kind of pace, so I don't feel too cold in the cold conditions. But then when I'm climbing, I just crank out a ton of heat, so I don't want to sweat. Try to be so friendly as they want to be, or because they're taught to be friendly. I don't know the answer. Felt faster chat since you had pip and solar trailer. Maybe, because like I feel like the bike feels lighter because the bike is lighter, so climbing isn't so bad. We have a lot less like sustained climbs in Korea, but some of the climbs we have are they're not very long, but they're very steep for that short amount of time. Oh, nice. It's fun. Find a pip here? Yeah, battery, and there's no trailer behind me to show off. I really wanted that pip camera, the second camera, on the solar stream because otherwise, like the title being solar powered cycling tour, and people are like, what do you mean solar powered? I don't see it. If we just had this camera. So to me it was very important to have essentially 100% of the time a view of the solar panel so you could just visually see what this stream is and why it's a solar powered cycling tour. But yeah, to run two different cameras required a lot more power, like a lot more power than what we're using right now. This is a fun section. Is this a speed bump or? Yes. Wait. Is this my path? Do I go down here? Or stay on the road? I feel like the blue line's still on the road here. Oops. Killed my momentum, but whatever. Kind of looks like it follows the road. I think they probably just reconnect. You stand like with panel in front, so now for second cam. Yeah, that is how the guy that sold me the solar trailer, he has a Haspino tandem bike and has the front rider seat taken off and puts a solar panel on there instead. I don't think it really matters, but for the sake of using bike infrastructure, I'll use it, but it's gonna be less efficient. Hopefully it just doesn't dead end though. Be a very run to survive a day. Like running a Bella Box stream, you can just run off of like one 100 watt hour battery for if you're not powering a ton of modems off of it for, you know, a solid 12 hours without too much issue, give or take. And then everything else requires batteries as well. So you can be fairly power intensive. I don't have that many batteries on this trip, and then Bella Boxes are still kind of picky on what power supply you use. If I plug in some of it, my batteries, they like, I don't know, it just has issues. Let's go translate on that sign in front of you. I just assess the situation. I'm like, these paths follow in parallel. It probably doesn't matter which one you take, but I'll use the bike infrastructure while it's there. I didn't care so much to translate everything. Fall cut is nice. Yeah, we actually still have some fall. And a lot of the country so far, yeah, all the trees are completely bare. But here, we actually get a bit of color. Earn money when you weren't streaming, when you were traveling before streaming Twitch. I didn't earn money while I was traveling. I just work at normal jobs when I wasn't traveling, earn money, live very frugally, and then, yeah, we just go back up here. So, that's fine. And then when I traveled, the less money I spent on a day-to-day basis, the longer I could travel. So I just traveled very, very frugally, prioritized the experience of long-distance travel via hitchhiking. And then when the money got low, I'd finish that trip, go back home, get a new job, save up money, and then repeat. At the power Bella Box setups on site, Jets and Nano still the best option? Apparently no. I forgot there's a new board, I forgot which one. It apparently uses like half the power of the Jetson Nano 2GB board, which is already pretty light on the power consumption. So apparently my Bella Box using the Jetson Nano. Wait! Oh no, it continued. What the heck? With nice infrastructure. Now I'm disappointed. There's a sign there that showed like the bike path ended. And that's why I rejoined the road, but there's a separate... Let me in! Let me over! Ah. That looks so nice. Well, this is fine too, but... Orange pie, yeah, I think that's the one. And update the signs on that path to say that they have this beautiful boardwalk there. And now I can't access it. You didn't feel like at least crowding the central line? I found it very common that cars in Korea just like do not want to give the space a lot of time, even when there's no reason for them not to. It's a very long, straight, clear, straight stretch. At some point, they gotta let me over, right? Right? There is this entrance. All right, will you give me the space? Yeah, you gave me the space. That's very nice of you. There we go. Not legal across the yellows, if I remember correctly. Oh. Even to give the space when there's no oncoming traffic? The nice board, I really like those boardwalk ones. They sound cool to ride over as well. We missed all that. We still have a nice concrete path, but it's not a nice boardwalk. Do they have a law about, like in many countries it's like minimum 1.5 meter passing distance for cyclists. So if you can't give them that amount of space, you shouldn't be passing them until you can give them that space. Is there no rule about that in Korea? I'm guessing not. That's very low. What, 1.5 meters? What's that? 4.5 feet, almost 5 feet? I do like these tree line paths though. They're nice in this area. Try to ride your bike around the globe. I think it'd be cool to try and do in one go, like a circumnavigation. Have to decide if you want it to be a proper circumnavigation where you actually do have to cross the equator or not. Big challenge is where do you go connecting Europe to like Asia, Eastern Asia. So when I hitchhiked around the world in 2015, I chose to go right across Russia because it was just one visa and I could knock it all off in, well, one visa application. Because otherwise it's a lot of countries that aren't always super easy to get visas for. And then also there's, depending on which route you go, conflicts and challenging situations. Then for streaming, you take it to the next level and like which places actually have reasonable cellular network for broadcasting on. What is left? Those don't look like the official. Wait. They didn't look like the official bike route signs. Oh, we're probably crossing this bridge. Starlink technically doesn't support. Like if you go to their map of supported, yeah, we cross this bridge, so we do go left. Well, this says we don't go left. It says we go straight and then underneath the bridge, and then up and around. But this one says we go up and over and then right. Should probably follow the local signs. But yeah, if you go to Starlink Maps or whatever it is, between Europe and Asia, there's no clean way to go. I've heard in many countries where they're not officially supported, it still technically works. You are reliant on the Starlink's inter-satellite link because there's no ground stations in countries where they're not officially supported. So you're reliant on, you know, having that work. Go straight. I just saw that bike sign there. There's the official bike sign saying turn right here. And the blue line. That's not correct. They need to update their stuff. Like, not a very busy road, so it doesn't really matter. I just don't want to cross the bridge incorrectly. Is there a separate bridge? Can't tell. Where does this road go when it goes there? Cow map. Yeah, I use it when I actually have to do navigation, but I just have the whole network loaded up on Google Maps. I'm curious what the underneath route is. Let's try that. We will see. I think it doesn't matter. Like, either way, it gets you there at this one. Ooh, that's a good gust of wind. Ooh. I think spring, summer in Korea, humidity high there. I think that summer is hot, humid. Would be uncomfortable cycling conditions for me. I'm just always surprised at all the little parks around here that seem seldom used. Got nice, you know, like maintained shrubs and like little designs. Kind of out here. There's not too much around. Alright, let's see how this connects up with the bridge. Someone's in Florida seeing hills like these. It's like some fascinating shit to me. Yeah, I toured up the east coast of Florida from Florida Keys, up the whole east coast there. And surprisingly, there was nice cycling infrastructure, but you are correct, it was quite flat. Alright, let's see what we got here. Yeah, it really didn't matter which side you took, it's all 6 in one, half dozen the other. There's a car coming, let's wait for this guy to go past. Riding bike in this weather must be cold. See, I feel really good when I'm riding. It's if I stop for more than like a minute. And then I stop creating all the heat I generate from riding. And then I get cold. Yeah, okay, there's my bike lane, kinda. These shoulders aren't always nice to ride on. Like, I can already see like chunks of broken glass on them. You can see how when they clean them, they don't really clean the shoulder. It's got debris. Good place to get a puncture. But this is kind of where I was permanently riding when I was like riding across Canada on a dusty, dirty highway shoulder. This is a kind of a rare occurrence in Korea. Problems with breathing cold air. I'm generally fine until minus 17, and that's when the snot in my nose starts freezing when I inhale. Punctured your tire last night? Yeah, it just looked like a very thin metal wire. We speculated it was from like a staple or something like that. That I ran over, it punctured through the tire and the tube, and then the top part of it just snapped off. Nice crosswind along the bridge. Not the safest, as it wants to blow me into traffic. Turn to Canada after Busan? No, I'll be going up the east coast after that. And then dirty air coming from China on the 3rd. Yeah, I'll make sure I try to cover it. We had already, it was like a day and a half of pretty bad smog, dirty air conditions earlier on this trip. It wasn't very pleasant. I believe that you would do long distance bicycle trips to watch back 5 years. No, yeah, if you told me 5 years ago when I started doing this, I'd be spending half my time doing long distance bike tours. I would question that for sure. As like when I bought a bike and rode across Canada, I hadn't really ridden a bike at all for like over a decade. For any distance, like I've probably puttered around on a bike here or there. But it's been a very long time since I've done any proper riding. Okay, completed this, then what? Looking for signs. I think we turn left here. Ooh, a bunch of broken glass. Okay, it's tempered glass. Wait, oh, there's a path down there. Okay, but this connects up anyway. Yeah, this one. Down, around, and under, and we'll just connect up here. Anyway, this all works. Nice. Looks like we got... Oh! I was going to bypass it, or I was going to not show you, but I'll show you. We do have this occasionally, where the bike infrastructure is closed. Well, this road looks pretty chill to ride down anyway, so I think we'll be fine. What about your lungs? For cold air or for the pollution? Yeah, like the smoggy days aren't that nice, and I feel like I can tell a difference in my breathing, like how it just feels. The reality is I don't spend that much time. I live on Vancouver Island, which has some really good air quality. And it's still not good for me to be around it, but I think the pollution thing is more a long-term exposure risk than a couple days here or there, short-term, and then moving on. I feel like danger-wise, full day of cycling out in smoggy conditions might be like, smoking a pack of cigarettes that day, which is bad. It's quite bad. But I'm only going to do that for a day or two, and then never smoke again. That's how they get you. I don't think I'm going to become addicted to micro dust from China. I see the bike path over there. I don't know if it's open though. It was blocked off at the start. So it's probably somewhere in the middle there, closed for construction of some sort. Still see you, path. Can I access you here, maybe? No, I don't think so. Maybe. This road. Oh, I think we get close up there. Last time there was a closed section of path, and I kept trying to rejoin it. I kept rejoining it at the wrong times, and then I'd get blocked off by like some construction along the way, and then I'd have to backtrack, get back on the road, and then I'd try again to rejoin the path a little bit later on, and it'd be like the same situation. Alright, well that scooter's on the bike path there. So I think that's the bike path. Yeah. Oh really? You're not gonna let me in? And then I'm gonna be on the wrong side of the highway. There's no access to it now. Maybe that last spot was a good way to get in there. Picking my bike up and pulling it over here is not ideal. And then this road goes onto the wrong side of the highway, which I presume is going to be awkward. Should get on bike path? That's what I'm trying to do. It was closed, and then I didn't see any other access until, well, I didn't see any other access once it was closed. There's a gap in the fence here. Can I parkour down to the path here. I don't think so. No parkour. How about down here? Well, this has been the issue in a few places here in Korea, is they block off one section and then it leads to a cascading fault of not being able to cleanly stay en route. So you go down there, and does that connect up there? I think that connects up there. All right. Yeah, that's the one. So for like Eurovale routes, generally if a pass was closed, they would put like a detour sign, be like, you can't go this way, but here's an arrow telling you what to do instead. In Korea, they generally have like the most beautiful paths I've ever seen, but when there is a path that's closed, they're just like, you're on your own, figure it out. Ah, back to our junction where I couldn't enter the path. There we go. Nice short and sweet little uphill. Is this the construction that they were closed for? I did see someone riding their scooter through here. So, must be punching through somehow. Chat GP 0.5. Kind of seems like it, doesn't it? Any bike tricks? I can do a wheelie. Wow. Please clap. Wait, what was that? Apparently that killed my stream. Wheelies are not okay. I'm warm after that hill. Bent a little. Yeah. Snacks. The stream's okay right now, right? My chat was disconnecting when the stream went offline, but I never saw whether it went back online or not, as my chat was disconnected at that moment. That's good. Okay. Been to Alaska recently. I haven't been to Alaska since 2018. Lost connection to my chat. That's not a good sign. Join connection. Wonder if the stream's dying. Parlez-vous anglais?
Yes.
Yes.
So what are you doing?
I make a live video documentary on hitchhiking. Do you know hitchhiking?
What?
We did fully cut out back there. So we're probably in another one of those sections where the stream just doesn't like working. And we're offline and online. We'll see if it continues doing that for fun for the next while. It does like to do that while we're on this international data. Yeah, I do have chat now. Like, it'll disconnect for a few seconds, and just during that time, I don't know if the stream's up or down. Likely down, because if I can't even run Twitch chat, then there's clearly grand problems. Then when I come back, sometimes it loads old chat, and other times it doesn't. Crisp weather beauty. Yeah. Oh, it's a really nice day on the bike. Coolest things you can do unless you want to just travel everywhere like this. Yeah, I'm pretty lucky to get to do this. I think a lot of people wouldn't enjoy traveling like I do, but most travel streams don't do the wild camping and all that stuff like I enjoy doing, so it's not a prerequisite. But I think there's definitely some of you that would probably like the day-to-day lifestyle of this, but a lot that wouldn't. But there's a reason most people that are all stream from cities, and that's pretty much it. And get hotels at night. Like, cities work better for silly connectivity. There's stuff in cities to do as far as like content, things to show. And then yeah, there's food and accommodation, a place to sleep, and importantly, charge your batteries. That, with how I do things, I make things more complicated by sleeping in a bush with no ability to charge. Most remote place you camped at? Like, just looking at a world map, like probably up in like Inuvik, Northwest Territories in the winter. I just slept behind the Northmart grocery store in minus 32 Celsius. I definitely did some wild camping out in the outback of Australia, but that was like, you know, someone picked me up hitchhiking and they drove through the day, and then at night they stopped to sleep in their car or whatever for the night, and then I'd get out, set up my tent, and camp outside the car until the morning, and then they'd drive me further. Middle of Siberia. It was definitely out there. I did a lot of wild camping in Russia while I hitchhiked across there. It wasn't Siberia, it was it before across the Ural Mountains? Might have been, yeah, I think it was before across the Ural Mountains. I got dropped off at some junction by a couple of Russian guys that gave me an apple. Very nice one. Anyway, they left, and I just wandered into some woods there at that junction, set up my tent to sleep, and as I was setting up my tent, it was kind of like lowish overcast. All of a sudden it was like, and you could see just like flashes on the, bouncing off the low clouds and stuff like that. Apparently I was near an artillery testing grounds, and they were doing nighttime artillery bombardment testing. So that's what I got to fall asleep to. It's not like they did that for that long, but it was a startling thing to be doing in the woods and have happen. See the Northern Lights? Yes. The best Northern Lights I saw were when I was in Dawson City, Yukon. They were quite bright for like just seeing with the naked eye. To the point where like it looked like there was even like some like pink in with the green that you know usually see. It's really nice. Lights on stream? No, and it would be really hard to capture on stream with normal streaming camera equipment, because like the pictures you see of the Northern Lights are like long exposure photos, so they you know, take in the image for a long time, so it looks very, very bright and vivid. But even though they look quite legible to your eyes, I think it'd be really hard for either like a, well, definitely an action camera, and for sure cell phone stream to capture. Potentially if you hooked up a nice full 1-inch sensor DSLR camera or something like that, it might look kind of cool. But still, it's challenging conditions for video capture. And like usually the videos you see of Northern Lights are also the long exposure photos in a time lapse to watch the northern lights kind of dance around the skies. So actual live video of the northern lights probably wouldn't show that well. We'll skip this upcoming bridge and cross the next bridge. Okay, I'll look again. Oh. I was supposed to cross at that last bridge? That's what my map says. Can I cross on this bridge? Am I allowed? This upcoming bridge is the one you want to cross. Oh, okay. My map must be outdated. It wanted me to cross that last one. Probably got a nice windy crosswind on this bridge as well. We actually do have a, I'm not supposed to admit this, but a favorable wind today in the direction I'm traveling along the river. As a cyclist, I'm only supposed to admit to a headwind or a crosswind or no wind. Tailwinds don't exist. Which is why I'm actually feeling quite warm, because when you're riding with a tailwind, it feels like you're riding with no wind. So it doesn't, even though it's a cold wind, I don't really feel it, as I'm just riding with the speed of it. Finished all that pork last night. All the cut pieces, there were still some pieces of like pig's toes and stuff like that with like some fat on them that apparently you can gnaw off. You bite, but and I did a little bit of that, but there's inevitably still a good chunk of that left. Okay. Oh, is it directional? So I'm supposed to go under and then around. That says don't go that way. Okay. Right? Let's see. That's a pretty low bridge. Alright. It's pretty steep. Okay, started in the lowest gear. Hi. We made it. Change your front tire tube. Find the leaking patch. We just swapped tubes. I kept the old tube. I do have a very old patch kit. So the old tube looked pretty patchable. It was like a small pinhole puncture in it. So in case we get another one, because I don't have another like new tube to swap to. We got a puncture between here and Busan. River crossing day, 4th already. Has it been 4? Yeah, actually no, we've crossed several times. How'd the drone go? Saw clip. Not to tune in. Now I've been busy. Generally pretty good. So we use like the DJI Fly app has RTMP live streaming in it, but it's very like simplistic and outdated tech on its live streaming capabilities. So the actual quality of the video feed and the stability of it, it leaves a lot to be desired. There's another way we can do it, which would still use DJI's native RTMP live streaming, but we'd use RTMP over a local connection, so we wouldn't rely on it trying to navigate to actually broadcast it off the cellular network. We'd have it essentially just broadcast to my Bello box locally, and then my Bello box would do the actual network side, so it should look better that way. But on this strip, I wouldn't be able to run 2 cameras for that scene. We'd have to cut it to 1 camera. Big bridge. But the follow mode on the drone is very cool. I did say on like a day off I want to learn how to use a few different features a bit better. And I was considering it last night, but I was way too tired. So we find a spot to fly today. It'll still be with, you know, the amount of knowledge I had from last time. Awesome lifestyle. Looks like a good addition. Yeah, no, I think it's really cool. The follow feature is just so neat. Alright, looks like we got off here. This looks like a beautiful path. Alright. We made it. Looks like from Busan, first stamp checkpoint on the East Coast. Yeah, it's the current plan. I think it's over 200 kilometers from Busan to the first stamp checkpoint on the East Coast. So I think some people take a bus, but we'll probably ride it. Mind where you're stopping to eat tonight? Like, it'd be nice to make it to Busan, but it was like 100 kilometers to central Busan from where we started, and with not the earliest start, that seems unlikely. We got 4 hours.
Imo921 tip $3.33. Thank you. It's nice to see you travel even in the cold weather. Have a good trip in Korea.
Thanks for the 333. Nice to see you travel even in the cold weather. Yeah, I really wanted to try a bike tour in the winter. I've hitchhiked in the winter, plenty. But I've never bike toured, so I thought it'd be fun to try. Thanks for the donation. Thanks for the 333. Just eating some chocolate. If I had a Norwegian amount of daylight, we'd for sure go for Busan today, but I don't know if we'll make it. I guess it would work to go like, whatever, a normal amount of distance. Then we have like a 30-kilometer day into Busan tomorrow, and then enough time to like check out a few things. And then I find a place to stay, do all the logistical things I have to do on the next day. And then we can get back to it and start heading up the East Coast. Over to Jeju, down Busan. No, we're going up the East Coast. And then I'll kind of be at a dead end at the northeastern tip there. So at that point I'll kind of like have to take a bus because there's no real good places to go. No bike infrastructure heading anywhere from that point. And ship the bike? Yeah, the bike comes with me. It flies with me when I go on bike trips. It's just $50 with Air Canada to take a bike with you. Close to North Korea you get. On the East Coast, we get very close, within a couple kilometers, I think. The bike route doesn't let you get right to the DMZ, but I think on that road, technically you're not allowed to go up there unless you go with like a tour, I think. So I don't know if we'll actually get to go right there. East Coast scene is really nice. Yeah, I've heard it's quite hilly, so we have to test my Norwegian climbing capabilities are still intact. Sorry, I gotta purge. Ooh, the flaps in the way. Oh, super nice trail. Yeah, this is like pristine. Beautifully segmented directional cycling lanes and completely separate pedestrian zone. Couldn't ask for a nicer bike path. This is also wider than almost every single Norwegian road. Yeah, there was 2 cars up here. No, there's none. Ooh, what's that? Is that a coyote? Where am I going? And we're back. That is a international sim issue, which we're fixing in Busan, so let's get to Busan. any human or animal. You know, I see lots of birds. The only other like animal I've seen, I don't think there's a hawk up there. That's cool. Is water deer. Never heard of a water deer. Never seen a water deer before. And then there was randomly just one on the road. I didn't see it until it got startled and like started sprinting away. And it looked like a giant rabbit thing, deer crossover. And yeah. Anyway, water deer are a real thing and they exist. Seen a lot of military infrastructure. I think I've ridden past like one air base, and then I see a lot of helicopters and like military helicopters and planes and stuff flying up and down. And then on certain roads you'll see some military trucks, supply trucks and stuff.
Nate_Lid_182 just subscribed with Twitch Prime.
We got Nate live with the 17-month timer sub. Thank you for that. Appreciate it, Nate. Doing services on your bike, changing brake pads, chain, etc. I just fix flats, that's all I do. Oh, and oil my chain. Although I'm neglected that. Needs it in oil. Pretty much everything else I take it somewhere to do. There, apparently we go right. Off this path, wait, that one says straight, that one says right. Which one is correct? This path's so beautiful though. I think they'll just reconnect up here. I'd rather just stay up on the nice new one. I think that this one just goes straight and then turns right. That one goes like down, left, right, and then they reconnect back up. I'm enjoying my smooth asphalt. My butt is so happy right now. The entire path of the blue line? No, the blue line is very like sporadic and can't always be trusted. Blue line also led us to a dead end at a Buddhist temple yesterday. So we can't always trust the blue lane.
With 724
hey,
views.
Las Vegas VP. Thank you very much for the raid. Everyone, welcome to Hitch. Welcome to South Korea. We are like 70 kilometers from Busan, city in southeastern South Korea. Heading that way. Probably won't get there till tomorrow, based off of, you know, the amount of hours we have left in the day, being 4 until the sun sets. 4 more hours. But hope you had a good stream, Las Vegas VP. Hopefully you did you come out ahead today? There's like IRL Las Vegas gambling streams. Anyway, he taught me how to gamble in Vegas. And when I gambled with him, I actually came out ahead. And then I gambled with someone else the next day. And I lost all my gambling budget money in like 30 minutes. Nope, VP had a bad night. Sad. Yeah, he taught me a little bit how to play craps, which looks, I feel like that's just with a small bankroll, small budget, like a fun game to play if you can find a table that has low minimum bet sizes. Where are we at? We are on the main bike trail connecting Seoul or Incheon to Busan, and we're quite close to Busan now. Alright, this is where the two trails reconnect, I think. Sorry, we just had some navigational decisions to make right before that raid. Now we're seeing how they play out. There we go. But yeah, if you haven't been here on this trip, we're doing what's called the Grand Slam tour of South Korea, which involves kind of touring all over South Korea. And there's an entire bicycle passport. It looks like a legitimate like national passport, but instead it's like a bicycle passport. And they have all these certification centers, or bicycle certification centers, which look like red phone booths, and you go inside of those and you stamp your passport at those locations. And if you fill out the entire passport, go to every single certification center, then you win a gold medal and you've completed the Grand Slam bike tour of Korea, which is what we're going for. We're going for gold. Every time I say that, people are like, I hope it's made of actual gold. It is not made of actual gold. It will be some kind of base metal award, plated in gold, but probably not even plated in real gold. It's gold colored, okay? But I don't think I've ever actually won an award with like a medal before. So I'm going to, as long as I finish this tour and get that award, I'm gonna really appreciate that moment. I don't really win many things. It's not like this is a race. I could do this over like many years and eventually fill out the bike passport and get the award. But you know what? It'll be satisfying. There's no hitching medals? Unfortunately, no. Am I supposed to go right or straight? I think both. Okay. Sometimes the signs are very useful, sometimes they don't exist. I think straight. Go this way. I think this gets us up to one of those elevated dike bike paths. Right? Well, I'm going to see what straight is. Toilet here if anyone needs to go. See, this looks right. Well, I went up on the wrong side, but anyway, it looks right. Oh, beautiful. Smooth asphalt. Lovely. You're on track now. All right, we did it. Looks like we're gonna be a little crosswindy for a while up here. Maybe the other one would have been better because we would have been partially sheltered from it. Anyway, it's fine. This would be the bike path near Seoul and countryside. I like the area near Seoul better, same. The bike paths, like on the official route through Seoul, were like beautiful. They're really, really nice, in great shape, and there's lots of people out using them, which was nice to see. Out in the rural parts here, they're still usually beautiful. This is an especially nice section because it's this fresh asphalt that's really smooth. So there's a few sections that are under construction and you have to go on the road here and there. None in Seoul, but in the rural parts, occasionally it's a work in progress. I'd say like 95+% of the time it's a really good bit of infrastructure. So I've been very, very impressed essentially the entire time I've been in Korea with how nice the paths have been. But I'd say like in Seoul it's just reliably a bit nicer. I think plain water adds some electrolytes in. On this winter trip, just straight up water. I'm not sweating too much outside of some steeper or extended climbs. So with me not sweating too much, I don't have to replace the electrolytes that much. Just with cold weather, it's easier to maintain a temperature that you're comfortable cycling in without overheating. If it's hot out, I'm going to be sweating no matter what, and I need to replace those liquids and electrolytes that I sweat out. On this trip, hydration-wise, it's pretty simple. Water does the trick. We'll go grab some snacks. Be right back, hit your chat. See us at Karsten. We'll provide some good snacks. I need to cycle through my snacks too. So, my biggest complaint about Korea is I can't find satiating, filling breakfasts. When I rode my bike across Canada, I'd go to like these greasy truck stop diners and get just a huge, huge breakfast of all your protein, fats, and carbs that a Western style breakfast can entail. They don't really do that here. But the dinners in Korea, oh, oh, they're good. I like the snacks though. Those three have good to-go stuff. Well, like all the candy snacks and chocolates and stuff like that are totally fine and comparable to what I get in other places. I liked in Japan they had a lot of those like in convenience stores. They'd have refrigerated meals that you just put it in the microwave for like a minute, and then you have like an impromptu fast meal that you can do without actually having to go into a restaurant, and they're pretty cheap and usually pretty tasty. Korea doesn't seem to have that so much. I guess it's not really a snack, that's like a convenience store meal at that point. To me, they're a snack though. So that's what I feel like I'm missing compared to like when I was in Japan, at least. Was stopping at a convenience store and getting a quick thing of just like a random rice or noodle dish that's hot, which would be nice in the cold conditions here. Oh, and a lack of vending machines too. There are some. Most of them don't have hot drinks though. Never consider coming back. A few decades of Sarah alone. Oh, in the spring or summer, yeah. I think the spring would be awesome with the trees in bloom, especially in areas with cherry trees and stuff like that. Get the cherry blossoms. I think that would be very nice. Nice cherry. We just passed. Yeah, in seemingly random spots, there'll just be chairs. Quite often underneath bridges too, there's just like a chair, like a computer chair, just chilling there. So someone just sometimes goes under the bridge and sits in a chair, and that's just their chair. Windy. That's a gaming rig. Even better for that in the strip. A lot of like hotels in Korea here have like PCs in the room. And I think some of them are gaming PCs, which is foreign to me. Whew. You play Animal Crossing on a gaming rig. I haven't used any PCs at the places I've been staying, especially when I've been wild camping because there's a lack of them in the bushes. I played Animal Crossing on stream. And then I learned I'm not a gaming streamer. Not very good at video games. Hadn't played since like 2012. And I'm not good at like staying engaged with chat and social while playing a video game because the game requires 100% of my attention because I am not very good at playing it. People comment, they're just like, because that was like a pandemic thing. I'm like, all right, well, I can't travel, so let's do what Twitch has been for a long time and do some gaming streams. So I bought all the hardware to do it, and then did a few of them, and people would comment, and they're like, you just look depressed, you just look sad, sitting inside at a computer streaming, which was kind of accurate. I'm guessing, what was it, RuneScape? Well, I played some Jedi, what was it called? It's like a Star Wars game, Jedi Fallen Order or something like that, and Red Dead Redemption 2. Watch as much since the first trip across Canada, which was fun to watch. Yeah, those are the days. My first bike tour. Very different stream setup, but it's good times most of the time. Dedicated road for bicycles. Multi-use. So this is this lane of bicycles. This is for the opposite lane, and this is dedicated towards pedestrians. So everyone has their place on this road. Now right now, it doesn't really matter. There's no one on this path. I don't think I've passed anyone on this path, even though it's beautiful and so well maintained. But still, everything has a place here. But kind of had the hail. I remember that, and the snake moment. What was the snake moment? I feel like I'd remember that. Pine cones tried to murder him. Oh, that was in Victoria. That was really early on, wasn't it? You almost ran over a snake. Oh, yeah, I would. Where was that? I'm trying to remember. Find a laptop on the side of the road? Yeah. When I was getting into our final destination across Canada, into St. John's, Newfoundland, we found a fairly new MacBook Pro on the side of the highway. I rode past it and I thought that's what it was. It was like upside down on the side of the road. And I like put the brakes on, pulled over, reversed, went back. I'm like, is this what I think it is? And it was. It's a MacBook Pro. It actually booted up, but like the light turned on, but the screen wasn't working because we were trying to see if we could return it to its owner, because, you know, those are expensive. But anyway, the screen wouldn't turn on. I even called Apple support, and I'm like, you know, this is probably registered to someone. Is there a way to get it back to them? And they wouldn't help, which is honestly fair enough, because that would be private information, data privacy, all that. I think we just ride on this road now. And it might turn, I think it turns into a bike lane again on the other side of this bridge. So I just need to look at a map. But anyway, there's a viewer in town there that said he'd see if he could figure out who it belonged to and get it back to them. So we gave it to them, and because I was flying back, I was done the trip. And apparently it worked, just the screen was broken. So he plugged it in via USB-C to HDMI to hook it up to an external monitor, and it booted up. And the nice thing was the login page was the person's full name. And they checked like white pages, like person search. And in St. John's, Newfoundland, there's only 2 people with that name. And they called them, and one person did have their MacBook Pro stolen, like, I think they said a couple months prior. But anyway, they got the MacBook Pro back to the original owner. This is not my lane. I'm gonna ride on it though. I should say we. Our viewer did. They did a great job of figuring out the puzzle. So, pretty cool moment. There's the crosswind again. When was the wine bottle opening? In Kosovo? No, in Canada we used my camp stove to open a wine bottle too. Which wine bottle opening? We've opened wine bottles in strange ways in a few different places around the world. This is a really nice stretch here though. Nice view to the right. We had to stop because yeah, that was in Kosovo. Ooh, that was a good gust. Yeah, I'd prefer to be right in the middle, because if we got a good gust like that and it blows me over there, that's a steep descent down there. So let's try not to do that. But yeah, that wine bottle was, yeah, put wine bottle in boot, smash boot with bottle in it against tree, and the pressure from the impact of hitting it into the tree kind of slowly forces the cork out, and pop she went, and it was a very satisfying way to open up a bottle of wine. Drone time? Not with these trees here. These trees the drone will love to crash into. It struggles to see the thin, bare tree branches. Person who can't speak Korean at all can travel. He's only going to translate. What's the experience like? Well, I'm doing it, so absolutely. Is it always like clean communication when I talk to people? No. Do we get by well enough to make it an enjoyable experience still? Yeah. You're seeing that exact situation through this stream because I know essentially zero Korean. Gloves back on. Well, they were on, they just were folded open. So we're gonna make a left turn for a short amount of time here, which will be into the headwind. Is anyone also watching Sarah's stream? A few people watch our streams kind of at the same time. They're both doing bike tours right now. Curious how her day's going. Any other countries over this stamp tour? Not that I know of. People have said that for the what's the pilgrimage in like Portugal, Spain? Ooh, what type of bird are you? It's more a hiking thing, but you can bike it as well. They have some kind of stamp system for it. Santiago. No. Is it? What's the one I'm thinking? Camino. Got rain on a bit earlier. Yeah, we were talking on the phone briefly last night, and yeah, she said it's like looked variable. All day kind of had a percentage chance of rain, like 40. But it's okay for now. All right, that's good. Let me give the Sarah update. Turning into the wind. Shop helps her oil the chain too. Nice. Cause yeah, Sarah's been very lucky. Well, no, she hasn't. One time in Australia, the wheel fell off. Riding down a hill. Partially fell off. Which I was actually really pissed off about. Not for the bike's sake, but for her sake. And because, like, the day before she took it to a bike shop in Sydney where she landed, because she put the bike back together, but she wanted to, you know, some actual bike mechanics to look at the bike to make sure it was put together properly and safe to ride. So they charged her like $70 to look at the bike, and our trainer said, yeah, she's good to ride. And then the next day the front wheel falls off. Well, essentially the through axle came loose and pulled out of one side of the front fork. So the wheel was like while she was going down a hill. Anyway, outside of that, which was close to a very bad situation, and she's never had a flat. She's had pretty easy going on the maintenance front. I was about to go up on the phone and call this bike shop and give them a piece of my mind, which is something I never do. I very much just let things go and move on with my life. But at that point I was pissed. In Spain. There's been a few moments where I'm mad. When I crashed in that flooded road in Spain and killed a camera and a battery, I was pissed. That was totally my fault. Oh, and we had that guy in Portugal that followed me into the bushes and sexually assaulted me and then was following me around in their vehicle. I was pissed, not because they, followed me into the bushes and tried to hook up with me and took several times of me telling them no for them to give it up, but because they followed me in their car for an hour afterwards. I don't remember a time I've been more mad than that, actually. Windy. So I think we go up this way for a while, then we cross this river on the right, and then we backtrack the other way. Right now we're riding into the wind, a bit slower going. Once we turn around, it'll be very favorable. Far too many good experiences to think about less than nice ones. Oh yeah, by and large it's that. I don't try not to let, individual bad experiences rule it. But for stuff like that, when that happened, that thing in Portugal, I was really pissed off at that guy. But I was just mad. But I had tons of people in chat telling me how I should feel. People were like, that's sexual assault, you should feel, essentially telling me I should feel traumatized or something like that. And that pissed me off a ton. Don't tell me how I should respond to some kind of negative situation. I will deal with it myself. And for that reason, when Sarah had her not so good experience in Japan for similar reasons, people in chat were trying to get some aggressive comment from me to say a bunch of, I don't know, just stuff about how bad that was and stuff like that. And it was. But I essentially just said that I've talked to Sarah but I'm just not going to comment that much on it because it's not my place to say anything on it. I hated having people tell me how I should feel. So me and Sarah talked privately, and that's all. Ooh, she's windy. But yeah, people were getting mad at me for not saying more about it when that happened to Sarah. Oh, yeah, I'm just getting so sniffly from the headwind. When it's blowing in my face, sometimes it's hard to get rid of it and not like have it just blow back onto me. Someone called the comedian and you're like, sorry, yeah. I remember that immediately. Is the drone ready? This is the worst spot to fly at. These trees it's going to crash right into. They're like overhanging the whole path. The battery is charged though. But yeah, the convenience store guy did like chase after me out there, and I'm like, what do you want? I've left. Alright. Especially with the headwind now. Which we won't have that much longer. I think we crossed that bridge up there. So let me check. Yes, I think. Yes. New emote idea, Star Rocket. How would that emote look? How should we do it? I actually do have emote space, so have you got some bright ideas on new emotes we should have? Let her rip. Like that, but green. Yeah, we could. That would be kind of funny. It's honestly the best way to do it. Like, you're just constantly pulling 100 tissues out of your jacket. Looking from New Brunswick, Hitch. I remember when you came through and you're trying to cross Canada during COVID. Yeah, back in 2020 on my bike trip. New Brunswick is nice to ride through. Actually, yeah, for the most part, Atlantic Canada was quite nice. Ontario took forever. Then Quebec was good. I know it's not Atlantic Canada, but Quebec was nice for riding. New Brunswick, Nova Scotia were good. And then when I came back, because Newfoundland wouldn't let me in 2020, I had to come back in 2021 to finish it properly. We did PEI, Nova Scotia again, and Newfoundland. PEI was great. It was mostly like rail trails, which were quite enjoyable. The network in PEI was horrible though. Longest trip you biked on? Across Canada for sure. I think in total it was 8,000 kilometers. It was 6,000 for part one from Vancouver Island to Halifax, Nova Scotia. And then they wouldn't let me into Newfoundland for COVID rules. So I had to fly home from Halifax, which I was kind of pissed about. And then we came back to finish it the next year when I was allowed to.
Wow, guys, wow.
There you go.
Hard to read from over there.
It is hard to read. You can carry it. Bring it over here.
I don't want to hold it.
And we're online. Always when I'm answering something. But yeah, I don't know if I've heard it, most of it, but yeah, it's Canada. It's the biggest trip. Nice little steep section here. Is this right? Seems different than what my map says, but this is what the sign said. Looks like it reconnects up. Should be fine. It's steep here though. Spring season this way, good. I think spring would be beautiful through here. I just wanted to try doing a winter tour, and Korea winter seems like very manageable conditions, and has been so far. Cold but dry. I guess cool. It's not like, you know, Winnipeg, Canada cold. I traveled the whole west coast of where NA, like British Columbia down Washington, Oregon, California. It's a pretty famous cycling route. Isn't really cycling infrastructure, you just ride on the side of the Highway 1 and then Highway 1. But it would be cool. Once the coastal route switches to Highway 1 in California, there's like no cellular network though. So streaming it would be a challenge. Starlink potentially an option. Although any road that, oh, okay. I'm just gonna roll with this and hope for the best. Oh, Pan America, like down to South America? Some of it would be interesting, some of it would probably be less. You can't ride, you have to alternative means of transportation through the Darien Gap connecting Panama to Colombia. That's a very strange 50-meter section of undeveloped infrastructure and then back to beautiful asphalt. Why is that one section not done at all? It must be on the list. We'll probably do it eventually. Because now look at the path. Maybe we got washed out? Yeah, that could be it. Alright. That bridge in the distance there, well, a few hundred meters. We'll be taking that and then we'll be going back along this valley. For all this wonderful infrastructure, I haven't seen another bike for a long time. Also, it smells bad here. Why does it smell bad here? It's just farms. Tune in for this trip. Doing some amazing bike infrastructure. Well done. Yeah, well done, Korea. Most of the infrastructure is amazing. It's really impressive. And we were saying yesterday how
Totally Unbound cheered 510 bits. Jesus loves you, bro. John 3:16.
Totally Unbound, thanks for the 510 bits. I appreciate it. Very kind. Talking about how I feel like in the bike touring world, Korea doesn't really get talked about, but has great infrastructure developed. It's got the fun like stamping system, and you can get certificates for shorter trips, or you can get medals for bigger trips. I know most people aren't motivated by medals, but I think it's fun. And other countries haven't developed something like that, so I feel like it should be like a bigger thing. Most people are recreational bikers who travel for work. I feel like most people are leisure cycling that I see. Well, definitely some are just getting around. On the trails I'll see a lot of like, if I could stereotype it, like older men. And like where I got coffee yesterday, near where I camped. It was, well, no, there's one younger guy. It was like a group of older guys out for just a bike ride together. Okay, which side do I cross on? He's confused. So this makes it look like, wait, do I go straight then turn right? Or do I turn right? I don't think it goes straight then right onto the verge. A temple yet? No, I haven't. Alright, well, let's see when we get up here what we got for a bridge. There's ride on the bridge? I think so. Maybe? I don't mean, yeah, there's no path separate. I was just thinking there's a separate bridge. Sometimes there's just a completely separate bridge, which is cool. But I don't think so. So we just ride the bridge over and then turn right. Stamp 30 at Cheongdeok Hamambo. That sounds familiar, but I'm pretty bad at Korean, so it could be different. Under? Really? We can look, but I don't think so. There's no alternative, I don't think. There's this bridge. Oh, wait, no, there's a smaller one. All right, thank you. I didn't see it on GPS, on satellite view. Because, yeah, that bridge would have been fine to ride across on the road, but if there's a separate bit of bike infrastructure, I'd prefer to use that. Me reading this sign, it looks like, it didn't say turn right, it was kind of like straight and then right, which made me look like, well, this one. Just go straight and then turn right onto the road. Don't think it would have been the end of the world if we took that bridge, but this is of course better. See, most of the time if it wants you to turn right, it just has a straight up right. That one was like angle. Anyway, this looks much nicer. Okay, we're back to the caution sign. Don't ride your bicycle into the river. But this one I can see. There's not much barrier. It would be easy to ride your bicycle into the river here. Ah, bike infrastructure. Nice. And can you do grandslam without wild camping? There's lots of small towns with motels everywhere. Towns are usually not very spread out. I think it'd be one of the easiest places to do a big bike tour without wild camping. At least on this route so far from Incheon to Busan. Maybe there's some sections where it'd be harder. Eddie, how's it going? Alright, back up on the elevated dike kind of path system, which is very common here in Korea. These are very nice. This is no exception. Restaurant for Canadian style grandslam breakfast. I've been told like Seoul and Busan both have like some places where you can find a Western style breakfast, but I'm curious if they actually get anywhere close. Me and Sarah went to Brian. You froze my text-to-speech. He can't comprehend. Well, I'll read it then. The new Van Dybe with the 69. Nice donation. Thank you very much for that. Pedal, 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 pedal. I got you. That I can do. Why is it? I think Brian might be protesting that it's the same word over and over again. He's like, I don't want to do it. Why isn't... Come on, man. It's not that bad. It's not that many pedals. It's got like 10, 12 pedals, something like that. It's not bad. Anyway, thank you very much for the $69. It's very nice of you. I appreciate it. I can eat so much food tonight thanks to that. Welcome. No, it's it goes a long way here. Wait, oh shit, it's my girlfriend. Don't tell her I spent $69 on a cyclist. Well, okay, everyone be quiet now. But thank you. Five meals? Yeah, we could eat for 5 people. So far the most we've done is we've eaten for 3 people. A lot of restaurants, if you haven't watched the other days on this trip, is you'll go in and their main menus are like for 2 people minimum.
Neon Trail just
see, now Brian will talk.
39 months.
Neon Trail, thanks for the 39-month resub. Let me try and replay the donation. Let's see if it makes an attempt. Okay. The event is replaying. All right, I'm ready. Brian just refuses.
New Vandib just subscribed. Thank you.
It'll say your name on the sub. Thank you very much for the sub there. It refuses to read out your donation though. That's interesting. What have you done?
Yu Gray cheered 100 bits.
And Ryu Gray with the 100 bits. Thank you very much. Starting a hype train. Thank you very much for that. Nutrition is vital. I agree, especially on a bike trip. When I'm hitchhiking, yeah, I need to eat, but I can afford to be a little light on the calories because I'm not, working as hard.
New Vandib just gifted 20 subs to the community.
Oh my lord. The $69 donation, the sub, and then the 20 gifted subs. Sorry, let me catch up here. Thank you for the 20 gifted subs, New Van Dybe. That's extremely generous. Now 20 people get the sub benefits in the channel. Notably, no ads. It's a big one. It's very kind of you to gift those 20 subs. I really do appreciate it. Single-handedly took the hype train from level 1 to level 4 as well. Wait, so Chloe is the is your girl, as you said?
New Van Dybe gifted 6 months of tier 1 to
Whoa.
Chloe Hartman.
6 months?
They gifted 26 months in the channel.
A 6-month gifted sub. Chloe. It's your lucky day. 6 months of gifted sub. Well, you got half a year here. I haven't seen the multi-month gifted subs pop up too frequently. So, that's a rare alert. It's here for a TwitchCon hitchhike. That was dope. Yeah, those are some of my favorite trips. I love the cycling. You know, this all started with hitchhiking. But the hitchhiking TwitchCon trips, which I've done pretty much every TwitchCon except for Amsterdam 2020, where I rode a tandem bike there. It's always a hitchhiking to TwitchCon trip.
New Van Dybe gifted a tier 1 sub to Madani E. They have given 27 gift subs in the channel.
And another one, New Van Dybe. I really do appreciate it. That's pretty crazy. And $69 donation and in total 27 gifted subs, including the 6-month. How many miles have gone on this trip so far? We're at like 800 some odd kilometers, so 500 something miles. By the time we finish it, it'll be in the, it might get up to like close to 3,000 range kilometers, so 1,800 miles. As Vegas was my first hitchhiking, now it's my first biking trip. Yeah, this trip, or this channel used to be straight up hitchhiking only. Pandemic caused me to search for alternative means of traveling I could do when you're not supposed to be as social, and I found bike touring. Rode my bike across Canada, and now I kind of switch it up. The trend does seem to go biking, hitchhiking, biking, hitchhiking, biking, hitchhiking. So it's one of the silver linings of pandemic time for me, is I found another method of traveling that I enjoy. The nice thing about cycling is it's like, it turns out doing cardiovascular exercise all day makes you feel pretty healthy. So that's nice. Most pedal boats and pedal to Japan. Yeah, just casually get a pedal boat across the Sea of Japan. What could go wrong? Australia hitchhiking in the spring, their fall. I've done kind of the east coast. Well, I've done Melbourne to Brisbane, and then up to Harvey Bay, and then to Fraser Island with Shook.
New Vandip just gifted 5 subs to the community.
And another 5 gifted subs. Holy. That brings it up to like 32 total gifted subs, plus a $69 donation. That's very kind. That is a ton. On these chill cycling trips, quite often I don't, like an entire day, I don't get anywhere near that amount of subs in an entire day. So in all of less than 10 minutes, that's an entire day of subs. So I appreciate that. Deserve it, man. Well, thank you. I'm really enjoying the ride today. It's been good. The infrastructure has been spectacular. And the sun is out, which just makes it feel so much nicer than when it's gloomy. Ooh, this truck looks interesting. What do you have for a flat? I just swap out the tube. I have a patch kit as well, but we actually had a flat last night. And we just swapped the tube out and we're good to go. But now I don't have any spare tubes, so if I get another flat between here and Busan before I replace and get some new ones, we'll have to break out the patch kit. What do you pack with you on the way? Survival getting back on the road. Like, I have a pretty good camping setup. On this route in Korea, you're never really too far from civilization, so I think you'd struggle to be in too much of a survival situation because you're always so close to civilization. But I got good camping gear for the conditions. Of note, like my sleeping quilt is rated to minus 12 Celsius, 10 Fahrenheit.
New van guide tip
speaking America.
$30. Thank you. Bike tube money.
Oh, it could read that. It could read that donation. It didn't like the pedal. Is there anything in the word pedal that would get censored? That's a very expensive bike tube. Thanks for the $30. Bike tubes are usually like $5. I can get 6 bike tubes now. Yeah, maybe it might be PED. Anyway, I really do appreciate it. That's $99.30 or 32 gifted subs, plus just your own sub. It's a huge amount of support. Thank you. Can we cross this bridge? Let's see. That was good timing for the car to come. That was a pretty narrow road. That was a long bridge. Ooh, what's this bike sign for? Ultra mountain bike course. Huh? Miryang to Yangsang, 67-kilometer mountain bike course. Oh. If we came with like a bike packing setup, it'd be cool to do some like mountain bike trails with a lightweight touring setup. Ooh, that's a hole. T-Money. That's what people call me these days. Alright, bike signs. Where do I go now? Am I supposed to go straight? Do I go up this bridge? No, I guess I don't. Where did I get a map? Let this car go by. Oh, no, we don't cross that bridge. We just fall along this side for a long time. Okay. Bad network today. Video skips a lot. We had a lot of issues earlier. It hasn't been disconnecting, as far as I can see, recently. But we have had a lot of network issues in Korea due to specific SIM cards that I'm using. But we're swapping them out in Busan, so it should get better. Because the Korean Cellular network is famously good. So we shouldn't have had the problems that I've been having. Hype train completed. Thank you very much for that. It was level 6. That would be the bike route. This is a cool section. Mixture of like narrow local roads and separate bike infrastructure. Kind of fun to switch it up like that. That'd be like pretty much the whole way along here we've been following river valleys, so big rivers. Oh, these murals are nice. Oh, look at this bike. Oh my, it's even, it's like my solar trailer. It's even got a separate wheel out back. Now just imagine the wood planks on the back there. That's a solar panel. That's essentially what I rode across from Belgium to the Arctic of Norway with. And you can like angle the wood panels left or right to capture the sun. Instagram picture time, maybe. You sit on it? Yeah, I think I could. I might. A bit rusty. It's painted purple. There's a bit of rust on it, but it's not too bad. Harsh lighting though. On the bike. Where's the pedals? You actually got a spot to stand. Very wide handlebars though. Perfect. Post it in Discord. Alright. I think it's uploaded. Yeah. Cool. Okay, I need to snack a little bit. Seems like a nice spot to do it. Oh, wow. That pannier is half off. Oh, this wants to fall. Still wants to fall. Now you're on. Quick snacks, because that's all I get until dinner time. There. Snacks and a nap. This could be a nice bench to nap on, actually. And where we are right now, we're actually sheltered from the wind for the most part, so it feels really warm. I don't know what the actual base temperature is. It feels nice though. Some nuts, some snacks. We won't be stopped for too long. Just a quick one. Oh, cool. Nice. What's our distance so far today? I don't think we've gone that far, but just curious. We got 2 hours, 45 minutes to the sun sets. No, 54 is not bad. Plan thoughts on this adventure. Yeah, I don't know what we're going to do next. I usually don't know until, like, right before the trip. So, I don't plan things much in advance. And that's been a thing for me my whole traveling career for like 10 plus years. And just wing it. Said you were gonna get snacks. Have to make katsu curry instead. Back with food at least. You know, that sounds good. I'm jealous. I'd go for some curry. But I got snacks instead. We've switched positions. I have misophonia. What does that mean? How are you sitting like that? What do you mean? With my leg crossed? Do you not like that? Breathing, yawning, chewing. Fight or flight response that triggers anger and a desire to escape. Oh! I didn't know there was a word for that. Makes sense that there is. But yeah, I eat. And it can be heard through the mic. Different, the colors blended like a twister. Oh. Oh, okay. Just an optical thing. I'm like, yeah, some people will never cross their legs, but I don't think it's that weird to cross your legs. Crazy how long you've been traveling. My husband picked you up in Oregon when you hitchhiked. Oregon? It must have been 2018. Like a long time ago. But yeah, so in 2018, I'd already been hitchhiking for 4 years without a camera prior to that. And then yeah, it's been 5.5 years since I started. Like that would have been a week or two into me ever broadcasting on Twitch, and now it's been 5.5 years. It also wasn't my job to do this at that point in Oregon. I hadn't really earned any money from streaming, nor was it necessarily my plan to when I started doing it. I had like 3 months of travel expenses saved at the start of that trip. It's really funny, or like interesting that you bring up that era. Yeah, just a few months of travel expenses saved. My plan was to just hitchhike from northern Washington State, down Highway 101, West Coast, to Washington, Oregon, and I was going to hitchhike down to California and then just see what I felt like doing. I didn't have grand ideas about, random trash. You know what? It's a piece of styrofoam. I'm going to strap that to my panniers. That bothers me. It's just gonna blow into the river. This. Okay. You just go like that for now. But yeah, that was just a very early on era where I had no plans or intentions, and I still don't have long-term plans or intentions with it. I just have been able to finance traveling, like the stream pays for the traveling, and I still like doing it, so I keep doing it. Comments like that bring me down memory lane. I've been lucky enough to do a lot of things since April 2018, the era that we're talking about there. And it's thanks to decision to start live streaming hitchhiking 5.5 years ago. thank y'all for being here. You make this possible. This. Alright. Should be able to get back on the bike and go. Just a small snack. Campsite rest. Just a quick snack. Just hungry. Alright. Come with me, styrofoam container of some sort. It was just blowing down the path. And just having that just blow into the river bothered my brain. So, I'm going to find a place to strap this down. Actually, yep. Just mixed nuts and some peach rings. Not fuzzy peaches, pink peach rings. They're very similar, but different. Yeah. Will you strap down without just disintegrating? Styrofoam like this just likes to fracture and break. I suppose I could break it in half and then it would... Let's see. Yep, folded okay. Oh no, it's not the styrofoam screaming sound. Alright, that seems good. Should make it to a garbage bin. Adventure depiction of your bike pulling the solar panel. That's what I interpreted it as. Because we got the bike, but then we got this wooden platform with a single wheel at the back. And this is the solar panel. If I could just lean this left or right, it's exactly. It's even connected at 2 points at the through axle of the bike there. It's exactly like my solar panel trailer. So I stopped here. I'm like, it's not just a bike. That is my solar panel. But purple. Probably slightly heavier. And the solar panel is made of wood. Okay. But I took a picture and posted on Discord if you want to see. Drives 35 minutes till sunset, according to Google. Yeah, that sounds about right. It's about 5:15 that it sets. Oh my, holy bike. Are you okay? That was dramatic, holy. I think the bike wants to take a little bit more of a break before we go. What do you think? Should we let it rest? Anyway, let's see. Should be able to see it fully now. I don't know, maybe you could see it fully when we were stopped. But anyway. Okay, still a little screaming. Look at these happy people using this bike path. Hitching out of Busan today. Where I started to get to like the middle of Busan, it was like 100 kilometers, which we weren't going to do by the time I started. We just don't have enough daylight hours. If we had a Norwegian summer amount of daylight hours, easy. But yeah, if we get to like 80-ish kilometers, well, we probably still won't be in the outskirts of Busan. But I think it might work out okay that way anyway. If we get within like 30 kilometers of Busan camp, because we're not in the city yet, then tomorrow we can ride into the city, get there pretty early on, and like, I don't know, maybe check out the city a little bit. Because the next day I'm going to have to take time to figure out some logistical things within the city before we continue on the bike tour. So, if we got there here today, we'd be getting there like late. If we get there tomorrow, we'll get there early. How far are we to our next stamp? It was 50 something kilometers from our last one. Well, not too far now. But yeah, our first stamp was pretty early into our distance for the day. I think it's interesting that they have these like mobile toilet trailers dotted along this path too. They're already very frequented, the toilets. The fact that they decided to add these mobile ones seems like nice for sure. Alright, but yeah, for the next, well, good amount of time we just follow this river valley on this side of the river. That's nice. That was a really nice place to stop and take a break because it was in the sun, it felt warm, and we were at least partially sheltered from the wind. So a lot of places that I stopped, I feel fine when I stop, but as soon as you like stop moving, I stop creating heat, and I just get chilled, like just a very uncomfortable to the bone kind of chill, which is like, it's so motivating to just never stop because of that when I'm outside. Because that's how I stay comfortable, is movement. What did you do this ride is the longest cycleway in the world? Can you rephrase that? My friend created not anything but the internet, Twitch, or trends, and one day do with all the gear just whizzing past you. But I think most people, if they don't know what live streaming is really, they're not going to see the setup and, you know, think it's all like some live stream and connected and I'm talking to people around the world live as it happens. They'll probably see the camera, and they'll probably see lots of local people riding around with cameras, like a GoPro. Probably not on a pole like this, But outside of the pole being the mount of the camera, it probably doesn't look that strange. If you were able to accurately describe exactly what you're doing, it would probably be quite a surprising level of connectivity. It looks the same every day, but Korea. Like, we follow river valleys, but there's still a lot of variety along the way. But like this kind of path, like being on this kind of elevated dike with a town or a city or civilization on one side and the river on the other side, is a very common type of landscape that we're dealing with while riding through here. Zipping up a little bit now that we're back out in the wind. Oh yeah, there it is. There's the wind. Where's my mic? It's on the jacket. Okay. Okay, so the mountain bike route goes that way, but does mine stay straight? I think mine just stays straight. Or not. It's probably a 6 in one, half dozen the other kind of situation. Yeah, it's all the same. There's a sign that says the for the mountain bike route, which apparently is a mountain bike route through here. That said go that way. Maybe we should go down there. We'll be sheltered a little bit from the wind. Good. Ooh. Go dry there. Why is the grass brown? Well, it's winter, so a lot is just in winter mode for plant life. But it is dry here in the winter. So, like I think it was for Seoul, they get like 2-point-something days of precipitation in the month of December. First time in this part of the world. Korea, yes. I've been to Japan 3 times. And then within Asia, I've been Singapore, Malaysia. Then not on stream, I've been to Hong Kong and Vietnam. So I've been to a few places in Asia, but not too many. But yeah, I do think just natural beauty-wise, the spring would be an amazing time to be here. The winter, we're missing like the life from nature, like all the grass is growing, all the trees are in bloom, that kind of thing. But yeah, I really want to do a winter tour. And I thought Korea would be a good place to do it. And I'm happy with my choice. But yeah, because of that, it'd be cool to do another trip here at some point in the future during like the spring. Eastern Russia as well. Yeah, it's true. That's Asia. Just my head, it feels like separate from that, but that is absolutely correct. How does it compare? Korea to the rest of Asia? Like, I feel like I haven't been in Korea long enough to really give a thorough analysis of what the country is like. And I'm also traveling here in a very specific way. That's missing many things, but seeing certain things more thoroughly than other people might experience as well. There's going to be pros and cons to different types of travel as far as what you experience and don't. Because for all 3 Japan hitchhiking, or all 3 Japan trips were all hitchhiking trips, which is definitely different than these cycling trips. But like, yeah, it's tough to say how it compares in a broad sense. But I've very much enjoyed my time here in Korea so far, and I think I'll continue to. People have been friendly, food has been amazing. So I don't have anything bad to say about it. Traffic Busan today. I think I've decided it'd be better to get there anyway because I can get there early tomorrow and we'll have time to like check something out while live. So just get within like 30 kilometers today, maybe 20 or something like that, depending on how much time we have. And then tomorrow get up at a decent time and ride in and can check some stuff out. If we got there today, I'd have to push into the night. And then we'd get there and it would be, well, nighttime and we wouldn't really see anything. And then the goal in Busan is to get there and I have a bunch of logistical things to sort out for the stream. Yeah. Down here. So, I think it's better to get there earlier tomorrow. Book of a ride that went the full length of the Iron Curtain from north to south on a 3-speed East German bike. 3-speed, nice. Wait, didn't I? So I met someone that I think they were like trying to prove that you could kind of tour on any bike. You don't need anything fancy, which is an admirable thing to be doing. But I think it was a fixie. So a fixie or a single-speed bike, and they tried to take that thing over like the Rocky Mountains in Canada. I think they took Crow's Nest Pass, and how miserable that was. So yeah, gears make touring so much easier. You need a drone view. Oh yeah, this spot right here wouldn't be too bad, but I don't know if it's going to stick around like this. So I can't have too many trees that are bare with like their branches overhanging the trail because the drone will just smash into those. The obstacle avoidance struggles to see like those bare twiggy trees because they're very thin and it's hard to use the senses to pick those up. But like this section would be fine. But I don't want to take it all out and set it up if we got like 200 meters and then it just closes in on us, you know? Because I have to be kind of careful with it. Some people have toured Fix actually, did a gravel bike riding trip from Daegu to Busan. One of the guys rode Fix. I can't even, like, some of those here in Korea, generally it's not that bad, but it's quite flat because we follow river valleys, but there's absolutely many hills that I don't think would be possible on a fixie. I think you'd be pushing a lot. Unless they have like superhuman strength. But if I had like next to no gear on the bike, then you can kind of on the short, steeper climbs muscle your way up there a little bit more. Train. In the mountains and rough access roads, he's pushing quite a bit. I would think so. I would regret that decision very quickly, riding a bike like that in mountainous terrain. What's that movie where, what's his name, like Gordon Joseph Levitt or Joseph Gordon Levitt? He's like a bike courier on a fixie in New York City, and he ends up in like all these like chases on his bike. Anyway, just makes me think of that when I think of fixie. Premium Rush, that's the one. Anyway, spends a lot of time like pedaling so fast because you have like there's no gears, so like you can't just like change your cadence with your gears to make it a comfortable ride all the time. Just those legs are ripping. Your average speed? You should be able to see my speed going. Like I like to say on like flat, normal cycling terrain, I average around 20 while touring. But you guys could tell me otherwise because I can't actually see what's overlaid to you guys unless I pull up my stream and watch my own video feed. And normal, how's it going? 20 right now? Okay. Yeah, you're 20-ish? Yeah. That's, yeah, seems pretty typical. On a much rougher road, it'll be a bit slower. Any kind of inclement wind conditions, absolutely slower. And if I'm feeling especially hungry or slow, then slower as well. If we have a little push from the wind, then we'll probably average a few kilometers an hour faster. But yeah, give or take 20. Seemingly left. Oh, and hills. Of course, we'll go much slower. Well, on the uphill, and much faster on the downhill. Oh, this looks like a nice section. Looks like a nice ride. I was gonna be like drone, but we're about to go through a very thick, bushy area. Maybe after that, this might be a good chance to pull it out. Or watch like a Garmin. I don't. Could be interesting to get some stats from that. I don't think we get them live overlaid on stream, but you know, at the end of the day, I could upload them or just verbally say what it says. I do have power meter pedals that I'd like to integrate into the stream. I just need to find the right bit of software to take the live power readings and get it overlaid on the stream. And then the heart rate monitor would be cool as well. I think there's such a thing as too much stats, but I think there's some cool things you could do, especially with watts. Essentially, see, the drone would struggle in here. Oh, it looks very cool though. If I know my watts, my average watts, and the amount of time I average those watts, then we could calculate how many calories I'm burning. So we could calculate how many calories I need to eat. What pedals to use? They are Garmin Rally XC, I think. SPD. Oh, can I do it here? There's some overhang. There's like this big tree that's overhanging. Oh, it'd be a really cool spot. I'm just if the drone effed up, there's 0% chance I could retrieve it. The drone would be gone. Like these trees, I'd have to kind of stop and like guide it around to make sure it didn't whack it. Has Sarah do the heart rate? Heart rate's not that hard to implement. We could implement heart rate without too much issue. There's like I actually implemented it for gaming streamers, you know, like playing horror games and stuff like that, or just like, you know, to see how excited you are in the moment. You're about to win your battle royale and your heart rate cranks up. There's a lot of overhang here. Like if we had it tracking me from that side looking in, it wouldn't be too bad. But then we're missing the whole river valley view. How's he go one shoot? Any targets? Generally no. It's worked out to like 70 to 90 something kilometers a day in Korea on this trip. The goal is generally to just like utilize the daylight hours. So I try to not like sit inside and eat for a long time midday because we don't have too many hours of daylight. I really like this path though. It's awesome. Because this is a parallel mode where it follows you on the side. But I don't even know how to pick what side. It really doesn't say left or right or anything like that. It's just chooses a side and goes parallel. So I'd like choose parallel and it would just be like, I'm going to go into that tree. You want to try flying high, like 80 meters at least? It can't track me at that distance. The whole thing about like, drone's cool in itself, but what makes it quite interesting, I think, for cycling is that I can ride my bike and it follows me. Boardwalk's ending though. Oh, that looks a little rough. Yeah, it's kind of rough. Honestly, aim for a day. There's no set target, but it ends up being 70 to 95, it seems to be. And that's based off of mostly how much daylight hours we get. Sun's only up for 10 hours. And then by the time the stream started and we're riding, I've already lost, 3 of them a long time. Tracks your GPS location, follows you based on that. Litchi. Does it allow the drone to have obstacle avoidance? Object avoidance. Optical avoidance? Yeah, that's not the word. Because if the drone's at 80 meters, I can barely see it. And usually at 80 meters there wouldn't be too many obstacles. Trees don't really go up that high. But still, I can't really follow it that well. Because, yeah, the DJI Fly app, it follows me based off of, like, it tracking me as a visual object. This spot doesn't look too bad, but now we're off the really nice coast. How are you, bro? Doing good. It's a beautiful sunny day here in South Korea. Crisp and cool, but sunny. Feels good. We're almost at Busan, and then at that point I'll need a day or two to sort out some logistical things. But then we're starting to head north up the east coast as far as, well, close to the DMZ. I don't know how far the entire east coast route will be, but it'll be quite a ways heading north up the east coast. DMZ is the border with North Korea? Yeah, so we're going within a few kilometers of it is the final bicycle certification checkpoint on the east coast bike route that we'll be going up. It's a lovely bit of bike route here. I like it. thought you meant now. Oh yeah, no, we're very far away. We're almost at the southern tip of I don't know if that's the right word, but anyway, we're in the south of South Korea. We're many hundreds of kilometers away from the DMZ. Town after next town has Burger King and some Western fast food. I've been told McDonald's in Korea actually has like breakfast sandwiches and stuff like that, which if there were lots of McDonald's on the route, I would stop at McDonald's every single morning and get like 2 breakfast sandwiches for breakfast. I would hit the spot so nicely. Brief walk. It's important. Get off the bike, get off the saddle, stretch your legs. And when you do that, it's important to leave your mic behind. What's our uptime? It must be right around mic switch time. Yeah, it's actually red. I might switch the mics out just since we're stopped. Because we'll have to stop in probably next... Well, actually, I don't know how long. Happens between 5 and 6 hours. So we gotta swap them all around. Five and a half hours, yeah. Probably will die any minute now, so I'm gonna switch these over. Audio will probably sound strange for a while. I'm gonna try and have the wind away from the mic because the mic will be unprotected for a second here. Yeah, should be a fresh mic. And if that mic's still on, it should turn off in a couple seconds once it's closed in its case. Would you consider hitchhiking through Korea? Yeah, initially that's what I planned to do. I've actually wanted to hitchhike through Korea for a little while now. But then I saw how developed the bike infrastructure was, and like with the fun passport system, I decided to bike tour here instead. But I think it'd be interesting to come back and do a hitchhiking trip. I also think it'll be interesting. I've done 3 trips in Japan. They've all been hitchhiking trips. I'd like to go back to Japan and cycle through there and see how my experience differs. I think it'd be fun to do a full like northern Hokkaido to southern Kyushu, or vice versa, length of Japan. That's like 3,000 kilometers, I think. You can just go, your bike was lost at the airport, get it back. It was this summer. I did get it back. It's right here. Air Canada lost my bike flying from Canada to Brussels this summer, but I got it back like 3 days later. They also lost it flying back from Norway. Well, actually, that was SAS at that point. Well, actually, no, it wasn't. It was Air Canada, because Air Canada lost it on the final transfer from Vancouver to Victoria. So on one trip, Air Canada lost my bike 2 times in a row. No hitchhiking culture create public transportation everywhere. Say the same thing about Japan. Yeah, hitchhiking works wonderfully there. When is the flight ticket reserved for? What do you mean? On my flight home? I don't have one. Speaking of public transportation, apparently Japan, I want to bike a lot more next time I come. Awesome to see you bike that. Yep, I'd like to do a full length of it if I can. I don't think all of it has good cycling infrastructure, but that's okay. Maybe a Trans-Siberian road trip would be amazing. Couldn't right now. At least Russian Siberia. But yeah, I hitchhiked through there 2015, but that was pre this kind of streaming. I don't think the network would have been able to handle that either. Network seemed to be okay enough for voice translate. For text translate, you've been able to download languages for text for a while, but definitely for voice translate would not work unless we had a bit of data connectivity. But I think the idea of going across Siberia is more exciting than the reality when you get to Siberia and it's a vast open tundra with a landscape that doesn't vary too much. There are some cool spots here and there, but like, well, you can say the same thing about parts of Canada. Duck. Streaming the train then. Trans-Siberian Railway. Could be interesting. I forget how long it takes. There was a moment where I considered taking the train instead of hitchhiking. I was on a hitchhiking around the world trip in 2015 when I did it. And I had like months leading up to hitchhiking across Russia where everyone I told my plan to eventually hitchhike across Russia told me it was a stupid plan. Anyway, I persisted and did it, and it was fine. But there was a time where I was like, maybe this is a bad idea. And objectively, maybe it was a bad idea. But it all worked out in the end. It's our distance now. We're making good time when we are riding. There's a lot today. We've had favorable wind conditions. So 10 days across Russian from west to east by train. Okay. And then, isn't there different routes you can do? Trans-Siberian. One would go like right across Russia. Does it go all the way to Vladivostok? I think one of the common routes, rather, though, is to, it eventually dips down south and finishes in like Beijing, isn't it? It's like a very old clip from probably like a podcast that they turned into like a YouTube video for fun. But whenever I think Trans-Siberian Railway, there's like some comedy bit someone does about them being on the Trans-Siberian Railway, and people on the train ended up calling them the Machine. That's what I think of now when I think of the Trans-Siberian Railway. The Orient Express, is that the one that goes to Beijing? Yeah, so it just involves a lot of drinking and Russians calling them the Machine through the language barrier. Well, the Russian street hitchhikers? Well, they treated me very kindly. I hitchhiked quite efficiently across Russia. It was like 9,900 kilometers the route I did. I did it in about 3 weeks. The hitchhiking was pretty easy. People stopped pretty simply. Language barrier is huge, but it's 2015, but I had technology as a crutch to help me. I even had this one guy who actually spoke a bit of English. I only met 2 people while going across Russia that could speak English. They were both doctors. Anyway, the first one I met, he heard what I was trying to do, and we were only, I think, like a couple hundred kilometers east of Moscow, so pretty early on, maybe 1,000 kilometers into the whole trip. And he had a CB radio in his car. A lot of Russians did, actually, in more rural bits. But anyway, he went on like the general channel on his CB, and like in Russian was just like, hey, I have this Canadian guy that's trying to hitchhike to Vladivostok. At that point, it's like 9,000 kilometers away. Is anyone heading out in that direction? And some people radio back, and they're like, we're going to Novosibirsk, which is like smack dab in the middle of Russia. But we did like a kind of comical like roadside exchange where before that doctor even got to his final destination, they coordinated with the guy that responded saying he'd take me to Novosibirsk at a little roadside pullout, and I just like shuffled into their car and then rode with that guy for 3 days. For 3 days. Alright, they were in a convoy of 3 separate guys driving 3 separate cars, shuttling cars from Western Russia and I think other countries in Europe too. They'd pick them up and driving them to Novosibirsk, dropping them off, and then flying back over, picking up another car and driving back. So they drove in a convoy with CB radios and radar detectors, and they just cruised throughout the day talking on the CB radios amongst themselves, splitting a motel every night, getting very drunk every night, essentially partying every night, and then continuing on the next day and repeating that cycle. Anyway, I got to be a part of that for 3 days. It's amazing how alcohol can loosen up the conversation when there's a language barrier. You don't mind the cold? Not so much, no, I don't mind the cold. I'll definitely be at cold at times, and you'll see me look uncomfortably cold, because I will be at times, but by and large, I don't mind it. Great stream content. This is 2015. I never even thought about streaming. Bert Creature the Machine. Is that the video I was talking about? That's the one. Anyway, I don't think I've seen that in probably like 5 years or something like that, but it still sticks in my head. Orient Express is London to Istanbul. Okay, so not that one. He made a movie about it? A whole movie? I didn't know. I feel like I just watched like a YouTube retelling of his story. Yeah, it wasn't good. Oh. Alright. Now I'm curious if I'd still like it. It's been a long time. I'm sure I can find whatever on YouTube. Not the movie, but whatever the original story was. Now the train, you see it? It'll be right next to me, but now we're pulling away. Ever read a book about your travels or traveling in general? Potentially, I'm a very poor writer. Not to say that, you know, I couldn't improve. Like anything, if you train a skill, you can improve in it. So so I could get help, or I could, you know, learn a new skill. But beyond that, I don't know what it would be about. And I know you'd be like, well, obviously about like hitchhiking or traveling or whatever, but like, to what end? What is the actual purpose of it? What is the message it's trying to present? Because like, when I started streaming hitchhiking, it was just, I want to show hitchhiking, and live streaming it is the most authentic way I can show it, because there's no editing, no filtering. I think early on I was a bit more like idealistic about it, and be like, hitchhiking isn't so bad. But my opinion is more like, I'm not promoting it. It's not something I tell people to do, but I like doing it, so here's what it is to me. Feed all VODs in the chat GP and write it. You know, I bet we're not too far off, but it is like 10,000 hours of stream content. Shadow is there, I think. That's what I meant by help with it. You can have someone essentially write it for you. But still, like, there'd be a big conversation with input and my storytelling. But still, they'd want to know what I want to say about it. Consumed into Canada, Ireland, Wales, England, Scotland, Norway, Sweden, Denmark, the Netherlands, Belgium, Luxembourg, France, Switzerland, Liechtenstein, Austria, Slovenia, Croatia, Poland, Lithuania, Latvia, Russia, Japan, Australia, United States of America, Portugal, Spain, Andorra, Monaco, San Marino, Bosnia, Montenegro, Albania, Kosovo, Fiji, Singapore, Malaysia. I'm probably missing a few. Oh, I guess since we're not including all stream trips, missing like Vietnam, Hong Kong. Is there anything else in Asia I went to without the stream? Anyway, that's most of them. No Ukraine? No, not yet. My family's from Ukraine, many generations back. I still have my Ukrainian surname, but haven't been there. Next country? I don't have a plan yet. Not sure. No, Thailand. I know, it's actually, there's a few places in Asia that I even find it strange that I haven't been. Thailand's one of them. But Asia's tough for me because it's really warm and I don't handle heat that well. I handle cold, okay. Hence the winter trip in Korea here. But high heat and humidity kills me. Like when I did that Malaysia trip, I flew into Singapore and I crossed pretty much on foot into Malaysia, and that's when I started hitchhiking. Anyway, the plan was to hitchhike through Malaysia, into Thailand, through Cambodia, to Vietnam. I had to tap out at Kuala Lumpur in Malaysia. I was just so hot and uncomfortable. Still South America, that's true. India, I've not been. Like you can travel your whole life, and people have technically been to like every country, but like it depends what you count as being in a country, spending time there to feel like you've traveled through it. Because like my country list includes lots of places that you're just like zipping through and you technically have been through, especially like smaller countries in Europe. Like Liechtenstein. I always forget how to pronounce it correctly. Yeah, I went through there. Not on stream, it's pre-streaming. Or have I been there on stream? I don't think I have. I don't think so. Maybe we have. All of India is hot and humid. Yeah, no, I'm curious if I was like in northern India, if that would be more manageable. But the other thing I'm curious about, India is developing very quickly. Even a few years ago, I know some people, well, in this case, Awkward Child, they tried to stream there and they couldn't get the stream working off of 4 networks bonded together with a live view. And now a bunch of people are going to stream there, so India is very much a country you can live stream in now. But when I've talked to people about it, it's very much like in the city, in the quite developed parts. But once you get rural, it's less so. But since it's developing so quickly, you know, even now maybe it's decent enough that you could stream in rural areas. Because like, isn't Jay Streesy doing like they have like a little RV thing and they're traveling in that. Are they streaming while they're driving down the road in their RV thing? Chef truck. Chef truck. I'm hungry. It's closed. Dang you, chef truck. Russian city you've been to? Can I remember a lot of them? The first day I made it to Moscow, and then what cities? Nizhny Novgorod or something. I remember several people who picked me up in Russia warned me to not stop in Chita. I don't know how to pronounce or how to spell it. They said there's bandits in Chita. That's what the translator translated to, bandits. Said like, say if you're driving your car and you sleep on this, like you park to sleep and rest and continue the next day, the bandits will stop, you know, rob you, steal all your stuff, take your car and leave you with nothing on the side of the road. Irkutsk, Khabarovsk, Vladivostok at the end. Names can I remember from my trip across? I've been to Romania, no. Reception's pretty bad most of the time. Oh, okay, when they're going. All right. It's kind of what I figured in India. So that'd be something where like we'd have to do a very encumbering and still kind of difficult to tie together Starlink kind of thing, potentially. How about Nepal? I've not been to Nepal. We do have like a list, so if you're curious if I've been somewhere, there is a list you can read through. Not that I mind answering questions like that. It's very easy to answer a yes or no question. Busan tonight. How? I must be close to the next checkpoint. The answer is probably, well, essentially certainly no Busan tonight. Oh, we're very close to the next checkpoint. That's fun. Oh, but we are quite close, realistically. Yeah, we're going to get an hour and a half to the sunset. So no. But it won't be far. So we'll get closest to Busan tonight, and then we'll be able to ride in quite quickly tomorrow. Like I'll camp tonight. We'll ride in quickly tomorrow, and actually be able to spend some time checking some stuff out, theoretically. Then when tomorrow's stream finishes, I'll probably have a day or two off trying to figure out local data cards, local SIM cards, so I can switch from my international data. There's having problems with those. And a few other things, bike tubes, stuff for my knee. So 1 kilometer so far. Gold pace today, yeah, good pace. We have a bit of a wind assist. Not all day, but I'd say most of the day. The prevailing winds have been favorable. of a toll type deal with bandits. If we're talking about like a toll type deal, that's the Russian police. So, like, I had several of the drivers that picked me up get pulled in for a random inspection by the police while crossing in Russia. A lot of the small towns, like, the highway like slows down and rolls through them, and quite often there'll just be a random police officer stopped at said police checkpoint in that town, and they'll just point at a random car, and that means you've been randomly selected for an inspection. And it seems like essentially if you get pulled in for a random inspection, they're going to find something wrong. So it's like essentially considered, oh, bad luck today, you got to pay the road tax. And how it seemed when it happened a couple times, they just put like the equivalent of $5 or $10 in rubles in with their paperwork. The officer would like take the paperwork, take the rubles out, hand the paperwork back and wave them along. Or if you don't do that, then they're gonna spend a long time there, they're gonna find a ticket, something to ticket you with, and then you're gonna have to pay more anyway and take more time anyway, so you might as well just pay the road tax. Which right from the get-go with Russia, even before I went to Russia, getting my visa for Russia was a taste of the Russia has strict rules, but if you pay people money, then the rules go away. So to get my visa, as a Canadian at the time in 2015, the rules were you had to apply within, I think it was 90 days of when you arrive in Russia. My issue was I had left Canada more than 90 days before when I planned on arriving in Russia. So I'm like, okay, well, I'll apply abroad. But then another rule was you have to apply for your Russian visa from a country where you have at least temporary residency in. So since I was now in Europe, I don't have temporary residency in anywhere other than Canada. I'm like, well, okay, according to the rules, I can't get a visa. But I was in Munich, Germany at the time, and I did some Googling, and I found a Russian travel agency, essentially like right next door to the Russian consulate in Munich. And I just walked in there and essentially told them, I want to travel through Russia. I don't want to have like a list of places I'm supposed to stay every night, because when you did apply for the Russian visa, you had to be like, what day are you arriving, where are you staying that night, what are you doing? The next day, what are you doing, where are you staying that night? The next day, what are you doing, where are you staying that night? I'm like, I just want to travel through Russia, and I don't want to like have to specifically do a certain thing every day and stay at a certain place every night. And they're like, okay, we can do that. It'll take about 10 days, and it will cost 200 euros. So I gave them my passport, I gave them 200 euros, and prayed that I wasn't getting scammed. And 10 days later, I got my passport back with a full page Russian visa in there. 200 euros poorer, but with a Russian visa that technically I wasn't allowed to get. Scared the shit out of me. Alright. Was not expecting a horn. A full jump scare. Ooh, another one of these. Love these boardwalk bridges. I'm like, am I in the way of someone? How could it? How could I be in the way? I'm on a bike trail. Anyway, all is well. Is there like a road crossing there that the train crosses and has to signal for? Ooh, how long do we get this one for? We could drone it. This one doesn't have as many overhanging trees. These still scare me because if the drone decides to fly off in either direction and, you know, have a tumble, it's gone forever. There's no retrieving. Ooh, I see it's time for the certification center. 500 meters. Okay, we're already almost at our next stamp, so we won't get the drone for 500 meters max. They're so cool. Yeah, they're really nice. Looks like it finishes up here anyway. Cause yeah, this one would have been cool for the drone, but yeah, just a few hundred meters and then we reconnect up with. Ooh, do we actually go on the road here? Cause yeah, I don't fly it anywhere if I'm actually connected to a road, and I'd have to at least stop it for a bit for this section, because it would get scared here. Sign said 100 meters to our certification center rather, so it must just be up here. All right, another one. We think 31 down. Oh, they're about to pull out of here. Almost close to percent. Yeah, we're very close now. It's out. Another one in our passport here. What are we on here? Oh, this one. One more. This one. So this should be our Yangsan Water Culture Center. And then just one more and that will put us in the greater Busan area. Apparently 35 kilometers between the two. So I think, yeah, we'll get quite close to Busan today, but not to the actual city. And that'll give us lots of time to check it out tomorrow. I think this will work out well. Okay. Oh, there's like a ton of stamp pads, but this is one of the self-inking ones, so I don't think we needed a stamp pad. I just want to do a test stamp on something. I have some paper in here. Make sure the stamp's working properly before I do a bad looking stamp. Some of my stamps are pretty faded because some of the stamping spots have dried up ink. That's not what I want. Yeah, it'll be fine. YOLO. Ten years ago, I remember camping near the train station during my bicycle tour, right by the spot we're at now. Really? Wonder where? Was like down there, maybe? Can I give her? Alright, hopefully this stamp works. Wait, but I don't know what direction it's facing. Yeah, I do need to do a test stamp. Okay, I have paper in here somewhere. Bike stamp, passport, Grand Slam, Korea, the first one to do this? Always chasing? I think the whole Grand Slam, like on Twitch, sure, yeah. In the world, no. I'm sure plenty of people have done it. It'd be cool to know the specs, the statistics on how many people have done the whole thing. But I don't think they released that data. I'm sure, you know, the Ministry of Environment and the government agencies that put this together know. But, okay. Nearly dropped the stamp. I don't know if they released that information to the public. Okay, these gloves are just especially floppy right now. Yeah, that's upside down. This is why we use this. Yeah, it's kind of faded. Alright, there's a bunch of ink pads here, so let's try to pump up the jam. Now try this. Yeah, now we're talking. Okay. Alright. We've had crisper ones, but still decent. This one left a little square around there as well. Because those, the type of stamp ones they have, they should be self-inking, so you shouldn't have to like dip it in the ink like that, but by doing that you kind of get a ring of ink around the edge of it as well. Just one more to complete this whole route and to complete this page on the book. Another one. I don't know what we have for mods here, so I'll probably just update the title myself because it is quite simple to change the title from 30 to 31. Let's get the glove back on though. Complete the stamp, you'll receive a medal. Seems people are saying that. Yes. If you go to every one of these certification centers in Korea, or every official one, you qualify for a medal. That's what we're doing. Already did? Oh, thanks, man. I appreciate it. Sweet. So, what do we got? Hour 20 till the sun sets. So we can probably, yeah, we can do a good chunk of the way. So we'll be close to Busan tomorrow, which will be nice because if we're outside the city, where it's easy to camp, but close enough that we can ride in quite easily tomorrow. I think that's a good mixture of things. Alright, carrying on. Oh, there's a little garbage bag here. They hang these garbage bags off the at these little rest stops frequently. I can put my styrofoam away and some of my trash. Just wants to fall. Scream! Yeah, there you go. camping site within 5 kilometers called Hangsan Camping Site. Was it one of the paid ones? The paid camping sites currently don't make sense to me because they include like essentially no facilities, like a toilet, but not even showers or anything like that. And then you gotta pay to be there. Where there's toilets all over the pass. And then I can just wild camp anywhere. I still haven't really figured out the whole camping thing here in Korea, like the campsites. I'm sure some have facilities. But it seems many don't. And that confuses me. Like it makes sense for if you're like car camping or caravan or something like that to actually have a spot to park your car or caravan. But just like here? This is the first freight train I've seen. Cheongdeok. They have McDonald's for breakfast, like 10 kilometers away. So, oh, that would be good for breakfast. Not for dinner. Breakfast, though. I want a breakfast sandwich. Real bad. Campsites give you shower electricity access to. I feel like not all of them have showers. Electricity would be nice. Some of the ones I've been past have been so minimal, like there's just a spot to park, and that's about it. Electricity, though, I could see. Anyway, like, I just feel like my money isn't really well utilized for, 15,000 won. With barely anything there. So potentially near the McDonald's would be a good place to finish. 10 kilometers we can finish in not too long. We actually finished before sunset today. Makes up for yesterday where we pushed well after sunset due to circumstances that we didn't realize we were getting ourselves into. It all worked out. This is a very active train line here. Canada, very slower train. Yeah, I'd say in general the trains in Canada are pretty slow. I'd say in general the freight trains in Canada are much longer. When they pass you, it takes a long time. In country city cycled so far. What have we done? Canada, US, Spain, Portugal, France, Belgium, Netherlands, Germany, Denmark, Sweden, Norway. Then just Korea, right? How many is that? Pig soup was worth it, I hope? Yeah, no, that was a really enjoyable meal. I got to try something new I've never had before, and that's one of my favorite things to do. Hi. Love trying new things, and I got to try something new yesterday. Oh, the sun's gone. Oh, now it's immediately just it feels like it's 10 degrees colder in an instant. All right, gotta zip up now. What's that place? Oh, let's not hit those pylons. I got distracted by something that looks like they had food. Does the McDonald's get the last breakfast sandwich? No, this is for tomorrow. Unless they're camping out and they're going to buy out all the breakfast sandwiches. Which they might. Let's go. What kind of dogs are those? Ooh, I don't trust you. I almost hit a dog once when I was driving Sarah's car, actually. was picking up pizza for us before she sold it, and I was just driving down a residential road, and this dog just came ripping out, and I like locked up the brakes and came to a standstill, and the dog was essentially just like under the tire but not hit by the tire. And when I came to a stop, I thought I like bonked it, I thought I hit it, and I'm just like, oh. I felt horrible. I got out and the dog was just walking around the car, and I'm like, thank God, jeez. Oh. I was going so slow too. Big park here. I could just go to the back of a park like this and camp. Wouldn't be too much of a problem. Yeah. The truck lab at night that any lights or reflectors, so I'll say several times. Yeah. Like, yeah, at the end of the day, it was, well, you know, the dog just ran in front of the car in a spot where you don't expect a dog just run out of a driveway in front of a car. It would be the owner's fault, realistically. But still, that would be... Anyway, it felt very bad. A little dog park. I think that's what that is. Is this it? Yeah, this seems right. Any language besides English? Just Canadian. Canadian English. That's it. Oh, a little taste of sunshine before it goes away. Drink it in. Might not get it again today. We'll see. You can spin them right. Super. Or like if you could do this, yeah. Here to McDonald's. Just stream offline. Stream back online. That is a international sim disconnect. Around here is deer. Yeah, same on Vancouver Island, like where I grew up. There's so many deer. They love to jump in front of cars. They'll hang out on the side of the roads. Apparently they, like in the summer, for example, the roads are warmed up during the day, and then the roads kind of hold on to residual heat for a few hours after the sun sets. And something about that, the deers like that radiant heat from the road, so they're like hanging out by the roadside. Then a car drives up, and then they get startled by the car driving up, and they decide, in fear, they should jump in front of the car. Which is a sign, as you said, of their intelligence. If they went like fainting goat approach and just froze and didn't move and maybe fell over, they'd be fine. But they do the exact wrong thing to do. That's jump in front of the car. Humans do this too, though. Yeah, probably right. What's the saying with like the park ranger in like Rocky Mountain National Park when they were designing bear-proof garbage cans, and like how difficult it was to design them, saying there was a significant overlap between the smartest bears and the dumbest tourists. So bears can be pretty smart and they can work their way into a garbage can that tourists might not be able to figure out how to open themselves. Times Square Hotel in town, 40 USD a night. Should need it. Well, I'll be inside for probably a couple nights in Busan while I sort out some tech stuff and bike stuff and other stuff. So if at all possible, I want to camp tonight, which I think would be fairly easy in this area. Seems a lot of park around here. But yeah, since I wasn't supposed to stay inside last night, but I did because we had a puncture. It was nighttime already. I wanted to fix the puncture in not negative degree temperature. So definitely want to be camping tonight. Oh, Nancy, that's like quite the sequence of events. And on the same trip, a dog and a deer? The same week, okay. Yeah, that is a lot in a short amount of time. I see like tall buildings in the distance. I think we're getting closer to populated areas. Probably gonna want to finish soon for distance. Any punctures on this? Just one so far. Assume no the infrastructure. Yeah, honestly, I was surprised they got one on so far. Because yeah, with the infrastructure in general, it feels pretty like I'm not riding over a bunch of like broken glass and debris all the time like I was cycling across Canada and in the United States, stuff like that. So I wouldn't think punctures would be frequent, but we did get one, and it's like ballpark similar to what we got through Europe last year, like one every 1,000 kilometers. We made it to like over 800 and then we got one puncture, so that's, you know, within what would make sense for what I'm used to historically. It's a sign about what you shouldn't do there. Are they fixing it or just replace it? The tube, I just swap them. The first time I had a puncture, second time, like really early on, I patched it, but the patch didn't hold, and then ever since then, like, tubes are cheap, and you pretty much have to do the same things anyway. Like, take the wheel off, take the tire off the wheel, find the hole, like take the tube out, find the puncture in the tube. At that point, it's just easier to take it out, find the puncture in the tube still, so you can see what kind of puncture it was, and then run your hand along the inside of the tire to see if there's still whatever caused the puncture is still stuck in the tire, which we did have yesterday. There's like a staple still stuck in there that would have immediately punctured our replacement if we didn't do that. So that was good. But yeah, I just find it easier to swap the two. Mountain bike group, mountain bike in Florida. There's a lack of mountains, but there's still like apparently some good trails. I liked cycling in Florida. It was like a surprisingly good bike infrastructure for a state that, well, it's just, you know, kind of a conservative state. So I'm like, they wouldn't spend money on bike infrastructure, right? Just looking at my map here for a second. Yeah, this is right. Let's see if we still have like parky space. I don't know if we're going to be in a city for a long time. City for a while, but then there is parks. And not too far. I don't know if that's past the McDonald's. Maybe I should see where the McDonald's is. Not for tonight, for tomorrow morning. I want a breakfast sandwich. I've been having like pretty much just snacks for breakfast every day, and I want not just snacks for breakfast for once. Okay, well, we have the sun right here, so stop. Stop and get some food for dinner. Yeah, it's still just easier to find a place to camp while it's light out. So, order of operations in the evening is usually when it gets late in the day, like we are here. We scout out a place to camp while it's light out, and then we find food, and then we come back out and camp in the spot we've already scouted out. How much further is that? Will Google search work for McDonald's? Okay, seemingly where parky stuff kind of is. There's McDonald's just in from there, and then there's one a little bit further down from there. Wait, is that McDonald's or is that fast food restaurant? It's all in Korean characters, but isn't it? Yeah, no, pictures are McDonald's. Is that like in a mall or something like that? Oh no, it's out. Okay. Again, don't worry. We're not going there for dinner. We'll find something better. It's breakfast. Okay, so yeah, we can continue riding a little bit further and scout out a place closer to our breakfast. Any newer bike you recommend for touring or for what? Realistically, I haven't tried enough bikes to like be able to be like, oh, I recommend this bike from this manufacturer. I can recommend a Kona Sutra for touring. I've used it. It's a good bike. I trust it. But people will be like, would you recommend that bike or, you know, a different touring specific bike? Well, I haven't tried them, so I don't know. Maybe those bikes are better. I just haven't tried them to figure out. So Kona comes out with a new model of Kona Sutra every year. They don't change much each year. They change the color and probably some very small technical details, but it's essentially the same bike every year. Yeah, touring bikes usually aren't on the cutting edge of tech. They're kind of old school. What's a breakfast sandwich? Like a egg McMuffin? I like a bacon and egg or sausage and egg McMuffin. Don't you have breakfast sandwiches in Australia, or what do you call them? Now I'm trying to remember my time in Australia. I'm like, I swore I must have had some of those there. McGriddle. Yeah, no, I'll take a McGriddle over like a normal McMuffin. Love me a McGriddle. Hard to find internationally outside of Canada and America, though. Any other places have McGriddles? McVegemite, nice.
Z4x4R raided my stream with 24 views.
Z4x4 with the raid, thank you very much. Everyone, welcome to Hitch and welcome to South Korea, where we are kind of just outside Busan in southeastern Korea. Close to finishing up for the day. So we're kind of riding on this official route, and I'm gonna keep my eye open for a spot I can set up my tent tonight. Then we're gonna get some food, and then we'll come back to a spot to tent after that. For the plainness of a McMuffin. Those are fighting words in this chat. We like McGriddles in this chat. How dare you prefer something else? On one of my hitchhiking trips through the US, there's like which way? It says both ways. When there's an official bike sign, it's just like, both. How am I supposed to know which one? Maybe they just reconnect up. Mine says the right one. But yeah, they just reconnect up in a second. Anyway. This one seems more scenic. Go left, faster. Well, I'm not in a rush too much right now. I like that the only people that responded which direction, they both said left and I went right. Oh, even more lefts. I'm also, you know, it's probably sooner than I'd like to be camping, but I'm just keeping an eye out. Or I don't like being told what to do, and I'm just doing the opposite. Because yeah, we could push and get into Busan tonight, but then we'd get there tonight, and then once I'm there, I just have logistical things I need to sort out. I think it'd be more fun to get there at a good time tomorrow and have some daylight to actually check out the city a bit. Ooh. We wanted you to go right, so we wrote left. Ah, yes. Wait, there's little like tent things on those former bridge pillars. People go and like fish off of them. It seems funky fresh. I gotta check again, so I don't know if this is still the way. Is that horse poop? Field of horses? Wait. Could I have crossed those bridges? My thing has me crossing one of those earlier bridges. What bridges can I cross? Looks like I can cross this one. At least they have pedestrian sides. No, I'm just confused. That's the train bridge, can't cross that. And that one, I can't tell if it does. You took a wrong turn. Was there any signs? The heck? I didn't see any. should have gone left. Apparently, I split a little. It loomed like one went to the bridge. Well, there's a split, but the route said go either way. I think I can cross this bridge, but then I'd have to get back over onto the route, which, does that look easy? I can't tell. Maybe. But if I went up here, I'd be on the wrong side of the bridge. I need to be on the right side of the bridge. Also, before the bridge, there's supposed to be a left. What was there, though? Maybe we have to backtrack. I guess we said we're not in a rush. So, not this bridge that we're staring at first, but right behind that is another car bridge. And apparently that's my bridge. See it now? That one? That takes us up to the train bridge. We need this one. This one that we're going under right now. I feel misled. Oh, I could probably camp in those bushes. Those look nice. Oh no. Are we sure? There should be a right. At that bridge, there was none. The split's back there. Let's just go back to the split. And then I can complain about how the thing that said we can go either way was a lie. Lies. Deceptions. From McDonald's. And we're already close to McDonald's, so even though I camped right here, we could just ride, you know, within 5 kilometers and get breakfast at that point. Okay. The official bike route is straight or right, and then I want to look at this freaking sign. This sign. This. What does it mean? Oh, I'm on the path. There's the bike icon on the left. That's just the official symbol. It's on the top left of every sign. If you had to like follow where the bike symbol was, like that little icon, you'd be turning left every time. Wait, turn left is Busan, right is going to Seoul? Oh, so it's the actual Korean written on the directions that's screwing me up? That's confusing. I can't read Korean. There's a good camp spot, I think, over there, though, if I need it. But that's confusing, right? For a foreigner, most of the signs are pretty clear. But if the official sign says go either way, but one is, you know, Busan, and the other is the complete opposite way, written only in Korean, I feel like that's confusing. Bring your bike to these places, I just fly with it. Put it in a cardboard box that I get from a bike shop, and then the fee you pay depends on the airline. Most airlines will take a bike. I'll just have a separate fee category for taking a bicycle. For Air Canada, it's just $50. Tubes. What type of tubes are those? What do those transport? Any tube experts? So close to Busan now? Yeah. We'll be camping nearish here tonight. And we'll get to Busan pretty early tomorrow. Okay, I didn't ask you to take out a mortgage for that. Yeah, I thought they charged more. But yeah, when I'm flying with my bike, I like to fly with Air Canada. Well, I did until the summer. They lost my bike for 3 days when I flew to Europe. I eventually found it and got it to me, but it took them 3 days. And they also lost it on my way home from Europe that same trip. So my trust has been broken a little bit, but at least they got the bike back. They didn't like fully lose it. They just misplaced it. An Airbnb experience will teach you the Korean alphabet in 2 hours for like $30. Friends take them, spend the rest of their trip reading every word out loud like a baby learning words. Yeah, I'm even worse than a baby right now. Could be pretty valuable. I think we're going left. I did say left. Inspecting bushes now. As you do. Okay, we're around at 5K from the end of the route. Like 5K before the final stamp on this route, you mean? Must be very noisy. Is it in an urban area? Probably. Quite sure somewhere in like this park I could find a nice little tucked away place. If I was right next to this path, since we're in a more populated area, it would probably get pretty busy pretty early. And I just don't want to bother people. If this isn't a rural area on the bike path like this, there's like barely anyone on it, especially this time of the year. Well, private campsites nearby. Why am I not leading issues camping? I guess I did camp like pretty much in Seoul, just off a path kind of like this. It's fine that night. What happened to this poor bike? It's not to say I wouldn't have a problem. another nice international sim disconnect. I wonder how easy, like, we're on the route here, but then coming up further a bit here, I just want to see really quickly, like, when we have these separate things jutting out here, is it all super exposed or can I tuck away? This is for pedestrians, so if I'm riding, I shouldn't ride fast. You know, there, but that's just so exposed. Ooh, what about this? What about on this side of this little park? That could be nice. That's beautiful. It's like idyllic. If there's a flat spot on the other side of this little mound, that would tuck me away. We're just scouting right now. We're gonna go eat after this, but might be too much of an angle. Actually, you know what? There's actually trails going out to the edge there. One moment. Yeah, I think we could, my tent's pretty small. Oh yeah, that'd be nice. Nice waterfront. Okay. People have like hung out there. You can see people like have left like a bit of trash, like cigarette carton or whatever there. But probably not in the winter. They're gonna be hanging out there in the cold. I'm just gonna pin this location. Save. Start places. Done. Ah. Wait, how far are we to like the McDonald's zone now? Although we're not trying to go to McDonald's. No, there'll be food around here. What do we got? What you got? Said washroom. Washroom is American for toilet. More Park Valley meat teppanyaki. Normally 30 to 40 minutes waiting required. Just busy. Oh no. We get closer to cities and then my international sims start to freak out. Too much latency. So I'm just looking at what we got for options here. Our issue will be all the food is on the other side of these train tracks, so we can only cross at very certain points. So as we progress down here at a highway, as we go down here, I guess we can just ride down until we see an exit off of this greenway route, and then just find food whenever we can. Yeah, McDonald's is just for breakfast. I want a breakfast sandwich because I want a breakfast sandwich. That's it. That's all. And then
Jules EE just resubscribed for 60 months. So many awesome people to meet and new sights to see. Thanks for sharing your travels.
Look at that. 5 years. Five things for 5 years. Julesy, thank you very much. Thanks for joining along with the travels. I do appreciate it. That's a nice milestone right there. Five years of subbing. Been on a lot of trips with me. 5 years ago was UK Christmas. Yeah. My first, well, outside of North America trip was Iceland, and then to UK and Ireland. I was in Ireland, like Republic of Ireland, actually on Christmas Day, hitchhiking that year. Few nostalgia moments today. We had some of the chat come in and be like, my husband picked you up in Oregon. Good to see you, like, still, you know, traveling. And I'm like, Oregon? The only time I've hitchhiked through Oregon was in 2018, like right as I started my live stream. Like, I probably had like 10 people watching at that point. And yeah, that was the case. Anyway, it just made me think back. Hitchhike the UK. What areas did you go to? In the UK, like initially, yeah, we flew into Bristol, right? Then we went to like Land's End, Cornwall, and then from there I hitchhiked to John O'Groats, like northeastern Scotland. Can we go over at this point for food? It does go under. Hold up. Might be my entrance into the city. Went to some nice places like the Lake District and stuff like that. What What you want? Through there. Where does this go, though? I don't actually know where that route goes. Looks like we're kind of between busy places for food. I'll go a little further. Did you come to my neck of the woods? I'm in the lake this year. Oh, what a beautiful spot to be in. Yes, I did. Very nice there. Ultimate goal, hitchhiking cycling to North Korea? No, because, like, you couldn't, and if I could, it would be under some kind of, like, tourist agency where it's all guided and you see what they want you to see. But they wouldn't, because they don't want you to see the countryside of North Korea for North Korea dictatorship reasons. The only way you can go there is if you do a tour to Pyongyang and see exactly what they want to show you, which I have no interest in seeing. A little bit of theater of what they want you to imagine North Korea to be like. Very beautiful after 20 years. It kind of gets dull. Like that's a very common sentiment. Like, I'm from Vancouver Island, it's a beautiful spot, but if you grew up there and it's all you know, then you're like, well, it's boring. And it'll be the same for people that, you know, live on the coast of Norway in the fjords, and like, you get used to what you're surrounded with all the time, so you don't like necessarily appreciate it because it's just what you're used to. Go. Cool. Probably go through there and get some food on that side. Who nature boo. Oh, the sun feels wonderful. But yeah, there's lots of food places through here. This takes us to Cheongdeok metro station, seemingly. I'm sure we could hopefully potentially get our bike past that. And there's just like lines of restaurants. Let's see if we can go through there. Straight? For what? I'm just looking for food now. I've already scouted out a place I can camp. Nice spot to stop. Amazing picture, buildings, railway, and sunset. It is quite nice. Lighting's really nice right now. Straight until you reach the soccer field. But why? There's so much food right next to me. And I want to camp near here because there's McDonald's close by. I see this sports complex. Do you just think there'd be better camping there? It's a fine place for food. Yeah, there's a ton of food. Oh, we got multiple levels of the train. There's the upper metro, and then there's the lower one where you got freight. Wait, Korean McDonald's menu, it looks like they do have the McGriddle. Oh, if you're right. Oh, I'm gonna destroy some McGriddles tomorrow. Let's see, this side's mostly industrial, lots of people working in garages and such. Yeah, but I just want to eat and then camp, most likely where I already scouted the place. So, in fact, getting into the city this way looks kind of neat actually. Let's see. We're gonna go really slow because The pedestrian could be right around this corner. Oh. Eat at McDonald's anyway. Eat at a different place. This is for breakfast tomorrow. When you travel to Korea, you can choose what you want to eat. Korean breakfasts are very underwhelming. So, I only can fault someone for wanting to eat at McDonald's for breakfast in Korea. Because they don't really have interesting foods. For breakfast, at least. Other times, it's very different. Okay, so now we're at... I don't know where to go from here. So we got this busy road. I gotta get into like where these taller buildings are, but it's like on an elevated platform. That doesn't look fun for riding. Okay. There's a pedestrian bridge at the metro station, but that's probably hard to get up to. This road connects there. There's eventually a maybe crosswalk. How do I get across this road? Might just be the metro station, that's it. Cold wheat noodles and pork broth soup. I don't want cold wheat noodles. I want warm. It's cold out. Give me warmth. Is that a crosswalk? I can't even tell. Maybe. I think so. Is it back that way? Alright. Can I even get back that way? Way down there's another crosswalk. And then you'd be across there, and yeah, we're back just on the other side of the metro. There's a crosswalk. Can I go that way? Friday and finish work hour. Yeah, probably food's busy then too. Ooh, these grates are scary for, like, they're the perfect size to fit your bike tire in. I think mine are just wide enough to not, but... Okay, let's just push this. Just push it through here to the other side. No bikes. Very clear. No bikes, no motorcycles sign. What the heck, Busan? I just want to get some food. The path going this way looks like you can actually go down it. This one doesn't really look super passable. Up to the station and past the overpass. I can't take my bike in there. They very explicitly tell you not to. We can go around and then there's an actual passable crosswalk along this road. Go to the back. There's a convenience store. I know, but I want more than a convenience store for dinner. Yeah, we can go this way. And eventually there's a crosswalk. The crosswalk's closer going that way, but
subscribe for 10 months.
we can't really get through there. Salicylic with the 10-month reset, thank you. And the bike path heads south for like 15 minutes. Maybe at this point. This doesn't look that bad. Yeah, does this count as, outskirts of Busan? Anyway, we're getting pretty much into the city tomorrow. All of a sudden my knee is unhappy with me. He wants camping here with McDonald's. Such a funny, just but accurate assessment of the situation. Why is he trying to do this? Well, he wants to camp near here so he can get McDonald's tomorrow morning. Just camping. The McDonald's, yeah, the one I clicked on said it was 24 hours. Is it this one with the crosswalk? Not sure. Yeah, as soon as we get across here, there's seemingly lots of food. As soon as we get a block in there. So most pedestrians that try to get over here would just take the pedestrian bridge to the metro rather than the route we're taking. Oh yeah, there's the crosswalk. Alright, that was fine. But yeah, we're not trying to find McDonald's tonight. It's a tomorrow morning thing. Oh. You're good. We're crossing here. Thank you though, sir. This one I have to push, right? I assume so. Because this one's probably not automatic. I can't read Korean. I don't like pushing red buttons if I don't know what they say. There's no other thing it could be for, though. I pushed the red button. Feeling dangerous. Buttons for a deaf person? Oh. I just wasn't sure because this doesn't seem like a busy spot where they have an automatic light cycle. They we had one where the light will not change unless you push the button. Nice. Oh, this one probably will change for the people turning left from over there. It didn't make any sounds though. Alright, first thing that looks tasty in here is dinner. Hey, a convenience store. Dinner! Pedal, 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 pedal. There won't be a restaurant there? There's so many around here. What are you talking about? But actually, let me just go into the sidewalk here and Trevor, coming from a fully paralyzed guy, I would never be able to go there. Thank you for sharing this natural beauty. Thanks for coming along with me. It is really nice, isn't it? Good. We're gonna drive. Alright, let's go there. I don't know what we're gonna do for the stream though. Yeah, my internet's completely disconnected from internet for a while. That's nice. But yeah, just down here a little bit, there's many, many, many options. The small town. Small towns have restaurants. I got Lee Pro Chicken. Okay, it's flashing yellow. Don't hit me with your car. That's good. Whoa, that was a strange feeling moment on my chain. That's some kind of restaurant there. I don't want McDonald's yet. Tomorrow. For breakfast. Because I feel like I never eat breakfast here. I just snack. Oh, that doesn't. Okay. Oh, yeah. It's another pig place. That could be good. Okay, let's just pull over for a second here. Tucked away. What about this place? Got a very happy looking pig out front. What is that? These little rolly bits look fun. Can I eat those? This is pork belly. Meat. There's delicious. Delicious is good. Lean pork barbecue. Thinly sliced pork belly. We had thickly sliced pork belly. We could get thinly sliced now. Let's do it. Where can I park my bike? Maybe in front of this car, kind of leaning up on that wall. Or maybe I could lean it just on this fence. Since it's the city, I can walk it to this fence. Cars still have enough room to use these parking spots, right? Yeah. It's okay, it's worth eating. That's enough for me. Perfect. It's a pork belly restaurant. That sounds wonderful. That sounds really good. Pork belly, pork feet, the whole thing. Just, we're gonna go somewhere and I'm so hungry, the entire pork in one sitting. right where you can see it. Yeah, I'm right by the window here where I should be able to see it. I'm gonna lock it to the metal grate here, because people do say there's bike theft in Korea. It hasn't felt like the vibe in smaller towns, like places where they would, but if it was gonna happen, Busan and Seoul would be the places that would make sense for me, or to me. The food is good for high blood pressure. I don't know if I have that. Maybe with all the salty things I eat. Maybe I do. When I was younger, I had vasovagal I had low blood pressure, to the point where if I stood up quickly, I would pass out. Well, if I did it quickly without thinking about it. So lock your bike, we will be. It's not a super sturdy lock, but it's a lock nonetheless. In small towns, I haven't felt like I needed to. Maybe I should have been, but I haven't been. I'll still charge batteries, so we never know what's going to happen for tomorrow. What you want? Eat rice and soybean paste stew with barbecue pork. That sounds lovely. Yeah, I had a soybean paste stew. Last time we had pork belly actually, but it's like really thick cut pork belly last time. So, have to eat fried rice? Yes. You guys have to teach me how to eat. What to ask for. Okay, that, grab my backpack, and then we should be good. Oh, I'll lock my bike, as we discussed, which is the other one. What you want? Now, well, okay. Ow is inaccurate. This is why we wear a helmet. I love spicy food. I enjoy spicy food, but I have a Canadian's tolerance for spicy food. Okay, let's just take this pannier off to do this. I haven't used my bike lock in actually quite a while, so it's buried. From pork barbecued fried rice. So like where you cook the pork, you use that grilling surface to cook the rice. We did that on the second day was it second or third? When I got that, went to that really good chicken restaurant. And they used all the nice tasty bits on the cooking surface to make fried rice, and it was very good. It was really good fried rice. Oh, so good. Okay, got the lockout. Just a bit of a process. Okay, lock goes in my chest pocket of this wind shell. Me saying it verbally helps me remember, and then also now I have Twitch to help me remember things because I can be forgetful. I feel like streaming makes me especially forgetful because there's always like several things going on at once. Now I feel like I'm just making excuses for being forgetful in general, but anyway. It's usually a lot of things I'm trying to keep track of at one time. No alcohol? They don't serve alcohol? It's a dry restaurant? That's interesting. Oh well. We can go one night without drinking, maybe. Probably for the best. All grill restaurants serve alcohol, they wouldn't survive. I'd be surprised if there wasn't alcohol. But I don't know enough about Korean restaurants to like, if someone tells me there's no alcohol, to be like, no, you're wrong. Okay. I gotta ask for things. Oh, coming right after people. My translate out. We don't need something saying, where do I put my bicycle? Oops. Will they let me do one person? Probably. Maybe. I don't care about charging that much, so I'm just going to ask if it's okay to film myself while I eat here. I feel like I don't want to do a 6-person table though. Maybe in the corner there. That one there. Is it okay if I film myself while I eat here?
여기서 식사하면서 촬영해도
Hey. Is it? Yeah, okay. Just let me that. Can I go to the corner? Yeah. If we can't, oh, there's an outlet right there. Nice to sit where you can see the bike. I can see the edge of it from here. Okay, lock up the bike. The bike is locked. Don't worry. Or choose to worry. One of the two. All is fine. It's gonna be good. Yeah. I gotta sit you guys down for a second. Sorry. Like us to order for you in Korean? I can use help, but you know I should still try and do stuff partially on my own. Nice leg, thank you. Do you like this? Oh, jeez. Why would you guys tear my pants like that? he's translating the menu for me. Oh, nice guy. I have to switch the mic over. I need a couple minutes to think. Thank you. Nice.
아니 오늘은 남동하고 내 아침에 안 되면 니한테 전화가 야 나오라 샀다 이게 생각하다가 몰랐지 그럼 이 돈이 지금 나와가지고 너를 갖다가 나는 그래서 수승하고 그래서 이거 운동하고 이거 무슨 회의하고 나는 많이 올라와야 되거든 니는 왔다 갔다 해야 돼.
See that plate? I want that. It's just full of thinly sliced pieces of pork. Can I get that? I'll have what they're having? What's that called? Wait, thank you is kamsamnida? What have I been saying? Kamsamnida? Okay, I'm gonna quickly take a picture of the menu. Okay. We've got assorted food today. Is that 900 grams? That's a lot. Raw pork belly, pork neck, thin slices, preferable slices of seafood. Ooh, that's a lot. Pork skin, raw pork belly, domestic. Beef shavings. Oh, could we do like pork and beef shavings? Hot, spicy hot thin slices, made in Jeju, made in Korea. Homemade sausage. Meals, they do like ramen and stuff like that. Mainstream, drinks, we'll have to figure out that. Air rice, fried rice. Ooh, we'll definitely get fried rice. Okay, but this is what we need to order from. I feel like I could get a few of these. Or like, wait. Jeju black pork. What's domestic plainer? A plated domestic plainer, it sounds cannibalistic. Probably. Just trust the chat in order. I've just been looking at this. What has chat been saying? What should we get? Top one is a mix of everything, 900 grams of meat, 2 pounds. Could we do 2 pounds of meat? I wonder what they got. Is that 2 pounds of meat? There's 3 of them eating it though. Get the mix or try one at a time. Like 40,000 won for 900 grams? Think you can do it? I'm pretty hungry. Meat, you can order from 5 servings. Do we do the big boy? I need more than 100 grams. I'm just like, do I need 900 grams? Probably. 100 grams times 3? How much was our pork that we had? 2 pounds of meat. What? Bad network for a second. Have big days so you can do 900 grams. We also had someone donate $69. 900 uncooked, so we cook it and some of it goes away, right? Big. Okay, we'll do it. Let's do it. Big. We go big. Oh, what do I want to drink? Mainstream. Soju, beer, makgeolli, Mount Hanwha, and drink. I like that one just translated to drink for 2,000 won. Pigskin today. These are thinly sliced, mostly pork, but there's also some beef in here. Now it'll be 700 grams. That's easy. I can throw down 700 grams of meat all day. What should okay. Give me a drink pairing between soju, beer, makgeolli, Mount Hanwha. I don't know that translated well. Or drink. Probably soju, beer, makgeolli. Want soju? Soju is good for cutting the fattiness. Alright, soju it is. The button has been pushed. They're gonna be like, no, that's too much. Okay, I want this big. So this one? Yeah, first. Is that okay? And then soju. Pursue.
What kind of?
Oh,
개선 좋은데
your recommendation. Yeah? Okay. When's the meat? Please bring here. Okay, okay. I'll send it up. He's gonna bring me something. He was just telling me I bring my own side dishes here, so I have to go get my side dishes. So I guess we'll go on a quest for that now. He can speak English? Yeah, he probably can just fine. But still, I should... Am I saying thank you wrong? Kamsamida? He'll probably bring Daeseon if it's the local one. I need to connect to my other network too because this is not... My bitrate drops down to like 400 frequently here. Okay. And I'm going to change the camera position here. You're saying good taste says thank you? Crap. Teach me how to say this better. I've been saying this for 10 days like that. It is good taste. Like, I want this food, good taste. Oh wait, no, because the sorry. That'll work. Daesion soju is available only in Busan. Then we should get that. I need rose fit. I don't think so. There's an outlet right there. I need to get some of my own sides. I don't know what to grab, but I guess I'll just grab a bunch. Oh, that's probably too much now. How's the day been? Oh, good. That was a really nice day, sunny day. Riding was nice. I had a good time. How will the phone translators work? Generally very good. They'll make some critical errors. I don't think it does it anymore. I'll try just out of curiosity. Have you ever hitchhiked before? Have you ever hitchhiked before? No, it doesn't do it anymore. This phrase through a translator, have you ever hitchhiked before? Google would very frequently be like, have you ever had sex before? It doesn't do it anymore. They fixed it. Maybe they watched my stream. Which has ended me in some very awkward situations. Because it comes up frequently when I'm hitchhiking. They'll start talking about hitchhiking, and like I'll ask them if they ever picked anyone up, and then if they're more familiar with it, I'll be like, maybe you've done it. Have you ever hitchhiked? And then Google's like, no. Have you ever had sex? That's what you want to know. Almost possible city. Yeah, cities are generally really bad for hitchhiking in general. I'd like to come back and do a hitchhiking trip here just to see. If I wait a long time, then I wait a long time. It's part of hitchhiking. Sides. I'll go quickly look and see what we can find. It's arrived. There, I got my little plates of things. It's a whole. Yeah.
Are you a YouTuber?
A YouTuber and like live video. Twitch. Oh.
Can you key in your...
Yeah. Can you switch the keyboard?
Sorry.
No worries. Thank you. I'm actually live streaming on YouTube right now too, so that's good. And then that's the live video. It's mostly on another website, but anyway. Yeah. Thank you. Look at this stack of meat. There's so much depth to it. I know, my YouTube has like no following, but anyway, it's fine. Is this on? It is. Is it supposed to be angled? No, it's not. No, it is. Okay. Guess we just start putting stuff on. +1 viewer. The meat is big. Not the first time I've heard that. Okay, let me put the meat over here. Oh, down? Maybe. That might be a good idea.
Voice louder.
It's good. Oh, let's try it. Ooh. Too small, I think. Maybe we can go. Too small. Thank you, though. I did think it was a good idea, but it doesn't quite fit. Now he's like setting my scene for me.
How about this? Here.
We could do this here.
Yes.
And then there. Yeah.
How about here?
Oh, you want on your table?
That's okay.
It's okay? Alright, let me see. Canada.
Canada.
And then I do a bike tour all over Korea. Alright. That was good. It's a great view. Thank you very much. Alright. This works. Yeah. Okay. Let's begin. We got soju. Meat. Okay. These are about to fall off. Let's just start. Here we go. Oh god, nearly lost a piece. Oh, they're like frozen. Oh, you know what I should do? You guys over there. Need to get chat on the phone here, otherwise it's too far. The seafood too? Yeah, we got like prawns. I even got like a hot dog, like a sausage. Oh, some thicker pieces here too. Get some of those on. What's this? Is that beef? It's like a shrimp. I'm kind of like, they're at all different stages of cooking because I'm just like, oh, they're so thin. How long do I need? I don't need to cook these for long when they're super, super thin. Place for cooked food? I need another plate for cooked food. Okay. Or I can, no, we can use the leaf strategy. Right? We can put a little leaf on there and have it put the cooked bits on there, right? I need cutlery. Is this a drawer? Yeah. Eat and leaf and wrap it, ball it, eat it. Yeah, I do that as well. We will do that for sure. I feel like these ones are so thin and not rolled up that they'll just like, they should be good now. Beer looks lonely. It's not beer, it's soju. But they're overdone? Okay, well. Ow. That hurt. Okay, you just go there. I'm sure they'll be great. What else? The little circles I think require a little bit more because, you know, not all of them are on the cooking surface because they're in a circle. Crave Western food later, this Domino's. I don't think tonight we'll be craving Western food, but tomorrow I just wanted breakfast. Alright? That's not what we're done. Let's go. Ooh. What's that remind me of? I don't even know. But can't I put like a... Okay, you guys will probably yell at me. Maybe not this one. This is probably the wrong leaf. But you put that on the grill, and then you can put the cooked things on there, so it keeps it kind of hot, but without cooking them more. I think some of these are done. I'm probably going to have a different system by the time we finish, but we're just trying things out. The sauce is self-serve? Yes, everything's self-serve outside of them bringing the meat. Oops. So, yeah, I think I need to get more sides, but I'm going to finish up this cooking thing before I walk away from my table so I don't leave cooking food here. But I have some of the sauce. I have that the soybean paste sauce that we've had at several places. Sorry, it's very good. This one's gonna be fun. There's so much cooking to do. This will take a while. Tongue through raw only. Yeah, that makes sense. Don't cross it. You guys are right. But still, when I'm flipping, I can still use the tongs, right? So when they're finished, just grab them with this. Oh, this is so good. All right, I'm very excited for this meal. Okay, our thin little pork slices, those are done. Thicker one probably doesn't need much more. I feel like it's probably fine. It's thicker, but I don't know how to tell when a shrimp is done. What do you guys think? Throw the ribs on? I want to go get more some stuff. I just want to clear the grill, and then I'm going to go back to the appetizer bar thing. Eat how you want? Well, I know, but like, there's probably some interesting ways to try things that I might not think of myself. So I appreciate people's input. Don't touch raw with chopsticks. Have I been touching raw with chopsticks? Can you eat raw shrimp? Okay, then it's probably done. Okay, I just want to grab a couple more things. 1 second. Okay. Dips. Okay, I need to get Chad up on this phone here. It's a lot of pork belly. You must have been hungry. Yes. I have been hungry. Okay, I don't know what these dips are, but we're just gonna go for it. On a few things. Let's try this one. We got like 4 different ones. Like a sweeter soy sauce? Sure. Get more cookie. Yeah, we got 900 grams of mostly pork meat. Yeah, it's 40,000 won, so in USD that would be like, what, 34 bucks or something? Don't touch with my chopsticks. What else? Another one of these. These cook fast. This? Freaking hot dog? Right on, let's get it on there. Yeah. Now we continue consuming the cooked meat. How about this dip now? I'll make some yeah. Thank you.
It's okay.
It was too hot. Oh, it's very hot, yeah. These are cooking fast. Subway saying, no, it's my neighbor that helps me with the framing. He's helping me with this. Anyway, come by. Korean barbecue kin? Every day. What is this sauce? It came out very slow and I'm like, is it super spicy? Oh yeah, I want this. Okay, you're probably done. It cooks very fast. It also heated up quite a bit, so. Wait, I'm using this with tongue, sorry. We just talked about this. If I get food poisoning, it's my fault. Free kimchi refill? Yeah. Yeah. And then, do I put...
Yeah.
Yes, okay, okay.
Sorry.
Right. I'm learning. See, that's what I said. No one else agreed with me. Alright, now we can consume. Wow. We did this at another place, but go to Busan. I'm gonna eat Korean barbecue by EXBC. He said he'd be down to meet me. So maybe I could get an education. I'm very much learning. I need to make some parachutes though. Okay. Very good. So we had very thick pork belly a few days ago, and now we're having very thin pork belly. Are we burning the dog to crit? What? Oh yeah. The leaf system. Yeah, I have little wipes here. Oh, they're cooking like tofu and stuff too? Sorry, I'm screen peeking. Is it still too high, the heat? Still smoking a little bit. You trash under the table? Oh, there is. You guys know so much. Okay. Nope. Yeah. That looks pretty good. Yeah, I think you're good. Oh god. Oh god. This one's a hard one to grab. Oh no. There you go. Stay. Wait, I can put it on the leaf thing. I don't need to do this. Let's stab it. Yeah, okay. Yeah, let's start eating some of this. There's so much to eat. I don't know what to do with myself. Oh no, okay, we wanted to do the frickin' lettuce wraps. I think it's still too hot. How do I go lower? Okay. Get some of these. Oh yeah, some of this dip. Some pork. And some kimchi? Sure, why not? Try another leaf? Wait, like you don't like this leaf? What do you have against this leaf? This is a small one. I'll see grilled kimchi. You can do that? I guess so. I need to take a jacket off. Sleeping in hotels tonight? No, I already scouted out a potential place to camp in a park near here in my tent. Okay. This? Do this in a parachute. Yes. I changed my hair. Alright, you go in there. Are you drinking? This is soju. What kind of soju do we get? Is this the one you guys said was local? Or I need to look. I can't read it. Probably someone recognizes it. I don't know how I'm supposed to eat this hot dog. How do I eat this hot dog? You just eat it? In a leaf? Can we wrap it in a leaf and make a little leaf hot dog? What do I do with it? A little stick on one end? No, it's just a hot dog. Wrap the dog up with a leaf. That's a small leaf. Wrap it in more meat. We could wrap it. Wait, let's get this out of the way. I'm just gonna try it straight up, but we're gonna grab it in a leaf. Perfect. Tapping those scissors. I forgot about the scissors. We could use the scissors. Dip it in the sauce. I mean, I can double dip because I'm the only one here. Perfect. It's a good hot dog. Then I'm gonna try it in this sauce. I'm gonna try this sauce. I'm gonna try this sauce. Let's go. Yeah. Sorry if that was offensive. Let me just keep this shrimp warm. Okay, napkins, yeah. In the drawer. Meat on the grill is steady up. It's on top of lettuce to stop it from overcooking. It keeps it hot but not overcooked. It's all part of the plan, I think. I don't actually have much of a plan. We're just winging it. See? Moisture in the leaf steams it. I didn't think about that, but that sounds about right. I know the shrimp is done. I'm just putting it on there because it had sat in here for a while, so it probably could use a little heat. Try another grass? Yeah, we could try another. We got perilla leaf, and then I don't know what this one is. Is this just normal lettuce? Go for it. Little kimchi, pork. I also don't know how to eat shrimp well when they're like still have all their bits on them. What do I do with it? Small paper is fine. Cut off the head with scissors? Or tear off the head? Tear off the legs if they have any. Tear off the head. Very hot. Okay, now I need to cool it down again. It's fine, don't worry about it. You can wrap your veggies in meat. Wrap my veggies in meat. Yeah, I probably need to get more vegetables. Also, I got little sprouts here. I think I can cook those. Let's chuck them on. Little bundle of sprouts. Drink can't help but notice lots of odd advices just as your gut. But one of the fun things about this is trying many different ways of eating, many different combinations. So I like the advice because I'm not always super creative with how I'm eating. But you guys give me ideas so I can continue to be creative. Grilled and pork fat, mushrooms, kimchi, garlic. Mushroom? Oh, you have garlic. Ooh, there is garlic there. I need to get more sides. More sides. I'll be right back.
있는 사람이 이거 따로 있으니까 이거 영어 그리고 우리 다음에는 콜레다 뭐 있잖아. 내가 바꾸려고
Vegetables.
아니 그렇게는 많이 하죠. 아니 여기가 나 이렇게
Okay. So let's try putting some of these on here. For cooking, I can use these tongs. Got some onion. Got some of these seasoned sprout things. I think. Sprouts, maybe. Yeah, I'll get some kimchi in there. Get some garlic. More garlic. More. And even some freaking tofu. Because we can. While it's cooking, we can push things around with this. I feel like that works good. Get that out. Just get some more meat on here. Oh, I still have to eat that shrimp. After a shot of shrimp. Tear up the head. Nice. Tear up. Shell. No. I had the head part. Everything else is all falling apart. It's not going well. No need to eat that shrimp. No, I want to eat the shrimp. Let me eat the shrimp. I just gotta get the stuff off. I'm gonna have to clean my hands thoroughly after this. Okay. I have processed one shrimp. I'm dipping in this sauce. Garlic, kimchi. I feel like you're probably done. You don't need to be flipped. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. In the pork fat. Nice. Yep. These cut sides. Yeah, that looks great. Need more sauce on the cooking station? Do I put sauce on the cooking stuff? You would grilled meat? I know, I still have... Actually, no, I have barely any grilled meat. Alright, more meat. The meat cooks quickly, so we'll be good. Make some space. Definitely should have put more onions on. Pick one of these. Meat roasts are better with fat. What do you mean better with fat? Are you calling me too skinny? Ain't you happy with the meat platter? They were all meat. But yes, I'm happy I got the big one, because I can eat all this very easily. I still don't know when the cross-contamination changes. Because, like, the meat needs to be flipped, and I feel like it's still fine to be, you know, using the tongs for that. Because it's still being cooked. Because if I use my chopsticks then, it's still raw. I've already screwed it up. If any of this had something in it, I'm already going to get sick. So we can just probably YOLO it. It's just you eating, there's no crust? No, from using my my tongs to put raw meat on. If I use my tongs to take cooked meat off, then I'm touching cooked meat with raw meat utensils. And that seems wrong. Raw meat won't hurt you? Well, it can. The guy doesn't need any more. And it cooks quickly. Whoa, we're throwing things. Yeah. Alright. Now we're ready to consume. I just want to sample some of this. I feel like the garlic could use like more time. It's still hard. Make a parachute with the vegetables. This is what we need to do. Yes. Okay. Try this. Sauce. Always sauce. We'll get one of my roasted garlics. We'll get some of the grilled kimchi. And then we'll try some meat. We've got lots of different things to try. Just some of our thin sliced pork. Yeah, okay. Oh. Yeah. No, there's no chicken here. Just pork and beef and shrimp. A very small amount of beef, mostly pork. Oh. Now we're talking. More kimchi. Raw kimchi? Okay. Cooked kimchi is better. More. Next wrap. Okay, we'll have some these sprouts. Ooh, you know what? One of these tofus. Yes, a tofu. Another garlic, because garlic is bomb. I love garlic. Alright. If I can pick it up. Okay. This is taking all my skills. Alright. And some pork. But since we have tofu, just a small amount of pork. Oh, forgot about you. It's okay. I'm telling you, that roasted kimchi in the pork fat, oh, it's good. That one was missing something, I think it was the kimchi. Also, tofu on its own, well, cooked in pork fat, still pretty good. Okay, so verdict of this. We need more of these on here for finished things. I just drooled onto my lap. I'm still roasted kimchi. Some of this onion. Just general veggie, little leaf, a veggie leaf. It's perfect. Tofu. Garlic can still cook. That's fine. Oh, that one's a little roasted. That's fine. I wouldn't say quite burnt, but she's roasted. Getting there. I'm gonna have to get more kimchi. Oh, and this. This is done. Definitely done. Definitely done. We'll get more veggies out here, and then we'll cook some more meat, and life will be good. I think we can mix the kimchi with the sprouts, that's fine. With this one. You guys are doing good. And spread you guys out. Are you getting burnt or anything? Nah, you're still good. Garlic's still roasting. You guys can roast too. Okay. Get all the veggies over here as we attack that. And this is probably more than enough. Meat is what we need now. So let's just when you grill kimchi. I'm realizing that today for the first time in my life. I've had kimchi before, but never grilled in like pork fat. Okay, we're gonna try this. Is this our beef piece? Anyway, that goes in. More. I think I'll just cook all the shrimp at the end and we'll have like a shrimp course. They're kind of mixing the veggies, I think that's fine. place has really picked up since we got here. I can definitely vibe with this. I think it's not beef, it's pork shoulder. Thank you for filling me in. I think there was one beef dish here. I just assumed that is the really thin strips. This one, is that beef? That's like the most red. Pork shoulder. Shoulder's tougher, isn't it? Anyway, parachute time. This one needs to be retired. Neck meat, not shoulder. Okay. Speaking of which, let's give it a flip. Oh yeah. Neck meat or skinless collar. Alright, well I'm excited to try it. That'll be good. Alright, this one will have more of the kimchi because it's delicious. And then we'll have this piece of the thin bright red one. Wow, it's a good chunk. And some more garlic. Cool. Oh, that was a good one. Grilled kimchi. It's my new thing. Raw? It's fine. It's whatever. Grilled? That shit's amazing. Yeah. There. More kimchi and some of these sprouts and some of the thin pork and a piece of garlic because yes. This one already has a hole in it, so I'm just going to fold it and go for it. Now I need more, the Corolla leaves I'll have to have in a little bit. I need more leaves. More leaves. Wait, this one's probably done. Let's try to pick this one up and slice it. Wait, how do I pick it up? But with tongs. You don't like that leaf? I like this leaf only with other leaves. You don't have to cook everything, but it's fun to try. Yeah. Oh, this. It's okay because it touched raw meat. Oh, you. Yeah. Okay. Cut like that. Okay. Cross-contamination is not a worry. We're using the utensil for everything. I was trying to use this as my raw meat. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. If I get sick, it's all for this. My tongs. Tong. Okay, I need to. That table's leaving. I need to not have my camera on their table. That's rude. The Tong song, yeah, exactly. Tongs play hot meat and kill anything. Okay, it's fine. I just like my Western sensibilities is just like you don't pick something up raw and then pick it up with the same utensil cooked. Next video is low fat and tender. Speaking of that, if we're all in on this, then we just can move our neck meat over. Low and fat and tender. It's all done. It's all done. Don't overcook the neck meat. I need to get more parachutes. I'm going all in on just using. Oh yeah. Out of everything. All right. You're right. Grill again shouldn't have any bacteria. Oh, I see. Because we picked it up to cut it, and then we're still grilling it after. Yeah. Go.
Pamira. In this season.
You did.
Yes.
All Korea? Or here to Incheon?
From Tashkent to Pamira.
Oh.
Yes.
Yeah.
You going to Pamira?
I do. All Korea. I do. Korea cross country cycling road tour.
Ah, yeah.
And you do the stamps.
Ah.
I do all.
Here is the Pamira Highway.
Pamira Highway.
Yes.
Where is that?
Tajikistan.
Tajikistan.
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
That's so cool.
You going to Pamira?
There?
Yes.
No.
Pamira.
That's so cool. Oh, Tashkent. I've bike toured in Canada, Europe, America, but never there.
Never there. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's a cool setup.
My bicycle.
Yeah.
Yes.
Did you see mine outside? Yeah.
I see the
Yeah.
yes.
What's your name?
Gu Sunbo.
Gu Sungpo?
Yes.
Trevor.
That's it.
Trevor.
Trevor.
Yeah. Nice to meet you.
Yes.
Thanks for the help. He rode his bike out to Tajikistan? That's so cool. Alright. I don't think I haven't met anyone in person that's done that. Okay, I need to... All these vegetables are done. Over there. I need more parachutes, so we're gonna get these vegetables to stop them from burning. I have this absolute mass of food over here on these leaves that I need to eat, but I need more parachutes to eat them off of. I think parachutes is the official name. I need more. This is my leaf plate. Okay. More. Okay. I need to eat some here. Hamir Plateau, the road connecting east and west. Yeah, I'm curious how big or like how far he was going in there. Like, I don't think he rode from here to Tajikistan. Also, that'd be complicated visa-wise. I still have food here. Okay, let's just have some of this. Before I remembered that you could use leaves. Okay, we need some of these veggies, just straight up, all of them. And a garlic. Ah. Another soju beer and another platter. I barely touched my soju, speaking of which I need to drink more soju. Are you doing coke? This has been the most involved like Korean barbecue where I actually have to like cook a lot of stuff. Some places cook it for me. I have to kind of cook some of this stuff in some places, but yeah, this is so much to cook, like, and it's a lot of fun to eat. I guess we can chuck another. Let's just put the rest of the meat on. We'll put it on a leaf, and then we'll just have the shrimp left, and we can just keep mixing all this stuff. There's still lots of veggies that are done and ready to eat. So yeah, let's give her. Let's start with the way to go. Add Korean miso, barbecue, and kimchi. Yeah. So now I've got like roasted kimchi, garlic, onions, sprouts, and then just mix them all together in like those lettuce wraps, and it's so good. I love it so much. Alright. There's no rice and soup. We might finish with, I'll order like some soup after or something. Oh, fried rice. You can order fried rice after too. Said ready you a couple hundred a few minutes ago. Oh, Sarah, sorry. Thank you very much. My alerts aren't working on this thing for some reason. I don't know why. Sarah, thank you very much for the raid. I hope you had a great day cycling. I heard you got rained on a little bit. Hopefully not too much. Yeah, thank you. Sorry for missing that. My bad. What? I gotta flip these around so they don't burn. Garlic. Oh, love me some garlic. You know, I think I've taught Sarah an appreciation for garlic too. She's never complained about my breath when we make really garlicky dishes. Flip. Some Koreans are sniping your stream? What do you mean? Are sniping? They're gonna come say hi? Alright. That's fine. Maybe they can teach me how to do this correctly. I was gonna say, there's probably no wrong way. There probably is wrong ways to do it, but like, I feel like you can add some creativity to how you eat this food, which makes it fun. You need to leave some meat to cook fried rice. You must remember this. Wait, uncooked meat or cooked meat to cook fried rice? Do I ask? Okay, I need to eat some. When do we do the fried rice? Okay, alright, we got lots of veggies, just like a mass of mixed kimchi with sprouts and all that goodness. Veggies. Ooh, and we haven't had any of the pork neck. So, we're into that neck meat now. So that's good, and some garlic. Because garlic is wonderful. Order a small portion of beef or pork. Was that not like a thin piece of meat, or beef rather? Oh. Let's go. Doing room and Tony, we got 80%? 50. I still feel actually quite hungry, I'm surprised. Found a place to camp. Yeah, I've already scouted out a place to camp. It looks nice. It's waterfront property. Very premium. One more platter? We could. Excuse me. Your giant to share for 4 people platter? Can I have one more of those? There's garlic. Cooked enough. Put this on our leaf. I have so much stuff on my leaves now. We can just, you know, get one more. And pick these up. Put them on there. You cook? Probably. Yeah. Some restaurants have unlimited refills for meat. These are the places I need to be going to. I didn't know that. I know, like, your sides are always free and always unlimited. But the meat? I already finished eating at the table next to me and went home. You did? You're my next door neighbor? Okay. More parachutes. Unlimited set amount of time. Yeah. I'm very slow to eat. Koreans eat real fast. I'll sit here, I'll be the first one in a restaurant, and people will come in, and I'll be the last one in the restaurant. Like, there's a rush. I'm there for the rush. I'm there before the rush. I'm there for the rush. I'm there after the rush. And whatever. I guess I'm a slow eater. But streaming makes it a lot slower, though, I think. What else do I want? Just general vegetables. I need to move some of this meat away so I can get at my veggies. I might need more veggies too. More kimchi maybe. Eat for multiple people, it's not slow. I guess. I just like talk a lot, and then when I'm talking it's hard to eat at the same time. Pork belly on top of sliced radish. Is this sliced radish? I forgot about this. Is this that? I want more kimchi. Just that. That's pickled radish. Okay. In a parachute or on its own? Just the two of them. Okay. We'll do that. I just want more kimchi. Oh, the fried rice. How could I forget the fried rice? Now we're talking. This meat is done. And I think we can start doing the shrimp. I just left them for last because I have no idea how to eat them right. So anyway, shrimp, 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 shrimp. Could have some nice fried rice with shrimp and kimchi. I like that idea. Parachutes time. I have so much stuff that's cooked that needs to be consumed. I just need to focus on consuming. Consuming. Oh yeah, there's nice roasted garlic here. I got lots of it right now. That. There's some kimchi in here, I think. Oh, there's even some tofu in here that I forgot about. There's the kimchi. Oh, this is a a thickly stacked one. Alright, that's fine. I've never had kimchi like grilled like this. It's lovely. Hi, it's What a Dinner. This has been really good. And a lot of fun too. Some meat in the other sauces. Yeah, I have 4 sauces here. Wait, I can just dip my parachute in the sauce before I bomb it. Like, it's in the parachute, ready to drop, dip it in the sauce, then drop it. And isn't that soju hard? I feel like it's best when I consume it with my meal. I still got lots of meal to eat. We've got a quarter, a third left. I think I'm eating at a proportionate level. You drink soju first and then food? I like drinking with my food. Wait, hold up. The pickled radish, just with the meat, or let's try both. Let's just try pickled radish with the pork on its own. Just YOLO style. I like that. That's good. I think that would go good in parachutes too. I'm good for that. Yes, yes. Now we pickled radish, a little bit of sauce, and some roasted garlic in there. Let's try this piece of pork. I don't know what it is. We're gonna eat it. Do you have any more? I need to mix my kimchi around. Yeah, I'm mostly out of veggies, but we've got some kimchi on order here, so that's fine. We got the radish. Flip the shrimp. Now let's do that. Thank you. Oh, I forgot to dip the sauce. Okay. How do you eat the shrimp? With great difficulty. I don't know how to say it. Other than with great difficulty, we eat the shrimp. Yes. Okay. Tear the head off, crack the shell, pull the meat out. You see, people explain it so simply, and then I'll like rip the head off, and then I'm trying to get the shell off, and it just doesn't come off cleanly. So I peel it, but I'm fumbling around with it for like a minute to peel one shrimp. So we get there eventually. It just is very clumsy until that point. Okay. The sauce. Okay, we're gonna dip this one. Is the plan. Garlic. Double garlic. And then just an assortment of pork. Oh, this needs to go more on the leaf. Sure, you in there too. Let's get some of this kimchi in here. More. A little more. Not that much more. A little more. Yeah. And then we'll dip it and go. Then we dip the parachute. Yeah. I'm telling you that you take the kimchi, once you grill it like this, it brings it to the next level. I think that's good. And so I'll just have a kimchi leaf. Yeah, someone's saying I went to a Japanese place like this in Victoria the other day. It was $23 per small plate of meat. This is value. Yeah, this was $40 Canadian. It's close to 1,000 won being 1 Canadian dollar, so 40,000 won, close to 40 Canadian dollars. And it was a ton of meat, big variety of meat, and then like, oh, so good. So some of the best food you've had on a trip to other countries. Definitely good entertainment to watch. I've had tons of good meals in other countries. What's really fun about the Korean food and like Korean barbecue like this is like you get the main meat component, but with all the sides and all the different ways to eat it, there's so much variety, and I love variety. So like I'm just having a ton of fun having the same pork, but in a million different ways. I feel like these shrimp are probably close to done. So like the quality of food is comparable to other countries, like good food that you get, but the variety makes it so much fun. Let's have another radish. Why not? Some kimchi. We've completed a nice batch of kimchi here. Yeah, that's a good amount. Oops, sorry. Get back there. We have some pork. And a little bit more. How about that too? Then we'll dip this one as well. And this makes me so hungry. The lettuce wraps too. Parachute gang, yeah. I love these. Also, some of this stuff's really freaking hot, but if you like wrap it in some cool lettuce, it's like, I don't know, by the time you bite through the lettuce and stuff, it's not that hot. I don't think my alerts are working. That guy, Tavi, with the $5 donation. Thank you very much. Was there a message with that? Sorry. I have to get it. Let me do it. Oh, fried rice, yes. Thank you guys. I need to do that. By the end of this trip, you shall become a master Korean chef. There was a message. By the end of this trip, you'll become the master Korean chef. Maybe. Hopefully. My alerts aren't on here, so I can't replay it. Thank you for the $5. I'm learning. I need to take these shrimp off. Another leaf. Yeah, more leaves. That was a big one. This is a big one. So we can do big amounts of stuff in there, right? That's how it works. Garlic. Pork neck. Double pork neck. Kimchi. And just a little more pork. Soak in fried rice before meat is gone. How do I ask? My server kind of speaks English. It's off. It's off. Yeah. You need soju? Right here. Right there. No, I got a button. I push the button. We do fried rice. Fried rice? I don't know if she understood. Said fried rice. They were very young, so I just assumed they spoke English, maybe incorrectly of me. They're bringing something. 70 by 20 more plates and bowls to serve all the pickles separately. Sarah loves pickles, which I understand. Like, pickles are great. So, yeah, what if we get another 40,000 won platter of meat? I could get a good way. I might be able to finish it, if I'm being honest. All the little meats have been very small. They're very thin, right? And I've got my cyclist appetite, little tofu, pork, kimchi. Let's do one of these thicker pieces. Thicker kimchi and a little thinner kimchi. Ah, coming up. We got rice. Does this just get dumped on here? Oh. There's like seaweed underneath. We dump it? I assume we like break it in. Need oil. She's coming? Fuck. Nothing happened. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. This is for raw stuff, but eventually this will get cooked anyway. It's fine. She went back to serve someone else and didn't bring oil. I don't think she's coming with oil. I think you guys are full of crap. This seaweed's gonna burn if I don't take it off, so let's just get the seaweed off here. Got rice and not fried rice? That's sticky rice. We don't fry this rice? She just heard rice and didn't hear fried. You know what? Rice is good for you. I haven't had any carbs tonight. It is sticky. stir fry it. It's sticky though. Add to parachute. Yes, now we're talking. I need more leaves. I'm out of leaves. It's top 10 worst foods for you? Rice? Man, Asian countries must be, quaking in their boots. They've just learned rice is bad for you. The basis of their entire diets for centuries has been debunked. Currently, top 10 worst foods for you. Mix it with meat, other vegetables, and kimchi and stir fry it on the grill. Is this the right rice though? I need more lettuce anyway. I'm gonna be right back. Ask the staff for help? Sure, but now I've just got this rice. Learn how to ask a waiter for help. There's a bit of a language barrier. It does exist. I'm still hungry, I just want to eat some. Then when the grill, mix it. But apparently this is not fried rice, this is just sticky rice to eat. Is this where the people telling me it's wrong? Don't know how to cook fried rice, so there's no additional charge and no tip. That's the rice that is fried. And why did everyone say I was doing it wrong when I put it on the thing? Green sticky rice is used for fried rice. No, it's right? Then why was everyone saying it's wrong? They're just saying nonsense? Okay, then we can try this again. Then what do I do? Don't put sticky rice in the heat without oil. Oh, they said they were going to come with oil. How do I get oil? They cook fried rice for you, do they? Yeah, no, it's dry here now. Okay, I can try and ask them to tell me how to do the fried rice. Now I have a hidden bed of seaweed. Let me just eat something because I'm still hungry. Pork, garlic, kimchi. How do I fry the rice?
밥은 어떻게 볶나요?
Yeah? That'll work? We can try. How do it? This and then no oil? Oil? No? Yes? Just dump her. Alright.
Kimchi.
With kimchi?
Yeah.
Okay, okay, alright. Just dump her. With kimchi? Like my fried kimchi? Can I like push it down? This is pork oil, but it's dried out kind of. I feel like I need to do this right after I cooked it. Use spatula. Flatten it out till it's, you know, fried. Leave it for a second. Put kimchi in it. Alright. Oh, that works. Kimchi. And my others, and pork. Oh, not the whole leaf. Man, these leaves on the cooker are like, yeah. Someone said the champions in chat there. I agree. Now what? My shrimp are in the way here. Shrimp out of there. Just mix it now. Mix it up. I feel like, doesn't the rice have to like... Okay. We're just gonna mix it. We're just gonna YOLO it. This is gonna be the best fried rice you guys have ever seen in your life. Kappa. It's actually, well, by my standards, it's gonna be freaking good. I'm just trying to wipe up some of these oils that we have around here. Give me that flavor, the pork. I want it. Splash of tamari? Fuck it, I don't know what the sauce is, we're just gonna put a little splash. That sizzle. Perfect. I'm sure it's great. It sounded good when I did it. Let's do a little splash more. We only got one. Oh yeah. Just a splash. Just a little. Oh yeah. Steam. It's a good combo. And then we place in a leaf. I can do that. We've got a whole like army of leaves here. Ready. Mix it. All right, I can do that. So on leaf now? Like, I don't think we're like really like getting the rice nice and like crisp or anything like that. But like, you know what? That's fine. We'll be alright. Bit of soju? Why not? A little alcohol? Don't stop and keep mixing. Fried rice, something you're supposed to mix all the time? Big blob in the leaf, it'll be perfect. Alright. Let's just get a fresh leaf. You know what? Fresh leaf. 'll get one more. Too many instructions. I'm getting conflicting instructions. I'm confused. Apparently I got the wrong rice, but then I got the right rice. Then I need oil, but then I don't need oil. I'm scared and confused, but it's going to be delicious anyway. All right. All right. My probably incorrectly made fried rice has been probably incorrectly fried. Oh, thank you very much for the 5 gifted subs. It might not be perfect fried rice, but it's my fried rice. Paul, thank you very much. If you give the sub, welcome to the Switch Bikers. It's very kind of you. Come back. I just like this work. No, it's not good. Like, can I just like put one of those leaves into this bowl? Probably turn the grill off. Yeah, I think we're done. I think that's off. Back riding tomorrow, dessert day off. Tomorrow we do the final ride into Busan, like Busan, and then we might check a few things out. The next day after tomorrow is logistics. I need to get local data plans, and I need to get go to a bike shop for some stuff. There's a few things I have to do offline. That's not tomorrow, that's the next day. Put it in a bowl. I don't know how to... Nope. Nope. Who said that?
200 bits. Yum.
Yum. We put the fried rice. Let's hit the pork and shrimp. Alright. Cadence guy. Dinner content is fire. Keep it, my friend. Thank you very much. And Oi Tiger with the 200 bits. Thank you. Spoon? Spoon? We can try spoon. It's so hot though. Nope. I keep trying to get it out so it's not so hot. So I can eat it. I can't do it. I don't have the skill. It's hot. And I forgot to try and plug in my batteries. Oops. But tomorrow we'll just be, yeah, one day we should be okay. Should we parachute? We can try parachuting it. Bob Stay be available later? Yeah. We just have to activate the VOD. If you want it right now, YouTube isn't so restrictive with their VOD, so you can go to my YouTube live stream and you can scroll back to see anything right now very easily. One of the benefits of the YouTube players is just slicker like that. And I need to eat all these shrimp. Shrimp. Pepperoni. Stuffed it in the cheese bread. It's a very good idea getting the largest size portion of food here because I needed it. I very much needed this much food. This spoon you're gonna burn your mouth? You're totally right. Spoon is hot now. Thank you. Wait, that's the raw one. My alert's still working. There it is.
Date Guy TV tipped $5. Thank you. When I say sucky, you say.
When I say sucky, you say. This isn't sucky. It's soju. What am I supposed to say? Sake bomb? What's that from? You're gonna insult all the Koreans by doing a sake joke when we're having soju. They're gonna get mad at me. Hot. Soju bomb. Wait, what's a sake bomb? What do you have that with? Ow, I bit my tongue. Empty bowls on big empty meat platter to make more room if needed. I do have a lot of empty plates right now. That's it. Sake with Sapporo. Okay. Some alcohol plus soju plus beer. What do you call it in Korea though? People did say they do drop shots with soju and beer. What do you call that here though? Clearly not a sake bomb, because that would be wrong. Get in here. No. Yep. Bomb drink is the translation of what they call it. Okay.
Date Guy TV tipped $5. Thank you. Here's for a C. Love you gesture.
Now I need to turn the volume up so I can hear this. Someone repeat what that said. It's loud. In the restaurant, it's loud. That guy Tavi, or how did I decide to say it? Tavi, thank you so much for all the donations today. I do appreciate it. I can hear the speaker fine, but I'm like trying to make out what's being said over the all the noises.
Tepperby Sages cheered 1,101 bits. Enjoy the stream.
Pervy Sages with the 1,101 bits. Enjoy the stream. Thank you very much. That's a lot of bits. I appreciate the generosity in sharing all those. Hey, why aren't you cutting? Maybe I overcooked it. Excuse me. Scissors. Cut. Excuse me, the scissors aren't cutting. I need a new pair. Oh, okay, they kind of did. You know what? That's fine. We can eat it like that. It's a lot of bits. I do appreciate it. Scissors won't cut you using the left hand, only for your right hand? Really? I'm using scissors the wrong way. I didn't realize like ergonomics makes sense to have it only work with one hand. But straight up not cutting? Try it? Now I have to try it. What is this witchcraft? My whole life, I didn't know they would only cut one direction. That cut so cleanly. Huh. The more the more you know. Okay. Alright.
Platanium tipped $5. Thank you. Please get yourself a nice cold beer, hitch beer.
Platanium with the fiber. Ice cold beer. I'm almost finished a whole bottle of soju. I do have to ride my bike after. With all this food, I'll be fine, but have another beer on top of that. We'll see. We'll see. Regardless, it can be used for a beer. It just might not be used tonight. You're just trying to get me drunk. I use tongs because I use them for all the raw meat, and my brain doesn't. It feels wrong. Right. For the shrimp, remove the head, pinch the end of the tails, and the meat will push out where you remove the head. I will try that. Soju is light alcohol. No! Soju's too strong. How many grams of meat did you order? 900. Yeah. The menu's right there. Not that you can see it, I just had to reconfirm it in my head. Victoria's losing all the good Korean restaurants to who? Go to Vancouver, inside, miss Korean food in the future. So I've been to, I think like 2 Korean restaurants in Victoria, and I would just get like a normal like Canadian where like they bring you a dish of food and you eat that. They don't, okay, there might be somewhere in Victoria where you have like the barbecue aspect. But not the places I've been to. They just serve Korean dishes on a plate, served to your table. You should try the spicy food Sarah tried. It's like instant noodles. Why would I have instant noodles when I can have this? Only the shrimp to go. What a meal this has been. Oh, wonderful. Head off. And then just squeeze the end and it's supposed to come up. It's not doing it, I just pulled the tail off. Now I gotta peel all the shell off. Which I can, I'm horrible at doing. Pull the legs off, I guess, and try to get the shell off. Rip it by the legs and unpeel it. I've done this several times in my life, and I've never, people explain it so simply, and then I try to de-shell a shrimp, and I just can't do it. Recommend ramen? Ramen is Japanese. We're in Korea. McDonald's after? Our next meal will be at McDonald's because Korea's... Okay. Let me preface this. Korea has wonderful food. This is an amazing meal that I've loved dearly. Korean breakfast, very underwhelming. Did you have breakfast for so far? Soup and rice and like a fish soup, rice. My favorite thing has been like these Korean toasts. They got meat, they've got like a fried cabbage patty thing. Wait, ramen? Ramen originated from China? I didn't know that. I just thought it was Japanese. That's how much I know. And there's certain burgers you can only try at McDonald's in Korea. We can try that. Ramyeon, all the same roots. Yeah. No, we had one chatter in here before saying there's not a single place in Korea that you can get fresh ramen in. It's like it's not worth getting ramen in Korea because there's no such thing as like fresh noodles in Korea. Like that sounds like a bold statement. Even if it's not a Korean dish, there's not like a single place that would make noodles themselves and serve them.
이래 내가 안 꺾고 먹는 거를 내가 오래간만에 봤어. 나도 꺾질 않는데 안 시키더라고 사람들이.
Part is the one Korea one time and said that. No, like I definitely retorted. I'm like, you think in the entire country of Korea, not a single restaurant exists with fresh ramen noodles? Not a single one. None? Zero? Zip? Yeah. I'm so bad at this. I think these ones, the ones that were sitting on the leaf were like still getting kind of cooked. So they're like a little overcooked. It still tastes good, but just a little over toasted. Which just makes sense. It's just a predictable outcome. But still. Come here. Come here. Nope, still a bit more. Okay, just go on. I started that if I was picking the shelf. I had so much food before then. If I started with the shrimp, I would have been freaking out trying to get those shells off. But we finished there, so that's fine.
Turned Dog cheered 100 bits.
Turn Dog, thanks for the 100 bits. Appreciate it. What a meal this was. How satisfying was that? That was wonderful. All right. Freaking dinners here in Korea are like, they're so good. Just get this leaf off of here. Hey. Leaf, get over there. Okay, let me stack up some of these. Meal fit for a god? Do I do dessert? I feel like Korea is not big on the whole dessert thing. At like restaurants, like most of them just don't have a dessert. Oh, there's I could have eaten a good chunk more. Egg custard on dessert? They like the egg custards, but like when I go to like dinner places for dinner, they don't seem to really have dessert on the menu. Camping out tonight? The plan is to camp. I already scouted out a place that I think I can camp at just fine along the river here. It's just back a little ways. It's right on the water. It looked really nice. So we'll probably go there. Probably go there and camp. There was egg custard on the menu?
Magic Bot just resubscribed for 8 months.
Who was that? Magical Bark with the 8-month resub. Thank you for that.
Cheongdeok cheered 100 bits. Grab a beer for desert.
Grab it. Was that a beer for desert? No, I can't drink anymore if I'm going to ride out to my campsite. Meals, meat, mainstream. A bowl of rice, steamed egg, ramen. I don't see a dessert. Hitch just fry his own meal? Hitch did fry his own meal. I don't see the egg custard. Menu translate at the beginning, but maybe it was mistranslation. Is it any different? Could be different. What about fiber? Who needs it? Okay. Do I need any more? Honestly, no. Come in. Do you dessert? Do you do dessert? Dessert? Like a sweet? No, okay. They were young. I think they would know that word. I think we're good. I think we're fine. They were just dropping stuff off for that table, so I went for it. But we're good.
Aussie Joanne cheered 1,000 bits.
Aussie Joanne with the 1,000 bits. Thank you very much. No, I think we should be good. We can go back to the bike and go camping. What time is it? Almost 8. Yeah, that's fine. First time soju? No. I feel like half the nights here we've had soju. For a while I stopped because like it's a bit heavier alcohol. I really like the makjobi, like the Korean rice wine. Is it rice wine? That's really good. Oh, Magoli. Not girly. I really like that. But I've had soju. I've had beer. I've only had cask beer, but I like that. It's a nice beer. Light beer, but like good. Oh, and I went to that one restaurant where they invited me to their apartment after. The owners invited me to stay at their place because they felt bad because the weather was bad, but it was fine. The weather wasn't bad. Anyway, it was a cool experience. They had like a local version of makgeolli, and like it had actual like full-on chunks of rice still in there. That was really good as well. Anyway, I think we're good to go. Yeah, let's get bundled back up. Not the same. Kills the good microbe for longevity. Yeah, that would make sense. It's imported from Korea, so it's going to be imported via ship. Yeah. Wait, so kill the good microbes. So that's still like biologically active when we get it here? Like it's still alive? Is it like those yogurts that are good for your gut biome? Just like yogurt. Maybe we should get some makgeolli. It's good for my stomach, okay? Something local makgeolli because microbes are different by local. Well, we're gonna have to try a few different local varieties. It's the logical conclusion to this conversation. Wait, we're probably gonna switch to this phone for our stream back. So order of operation now, we pay, we load up on the bike, but I'm not gonna switch to like the whole third-person POV because it's gonna be too much of a pain in the butt and it's dark anyway. Oh, I need my headlamp out. Yeah. So we'll just have stream phone on handlebars and just rip back to the The camp spot I already scouted out right on the coast there. So that'll be fun. I'll need to remember to turn the GPS off. And yeah, did you pay yet? No, I haven't paid yet. So we will pay because I'm a good boy. I almost didn't pay at one place. Because that was when they invited me to their apartment and I'm like packing my stuff and figuring out what to bring. And then I was like walking out to like grab my stuff and they're like, oh, don't forget to pay. And I'm like, yeah, my bad. Yeah. Oh, there were 2 wooden spatulas. I could have scooped it like that. Okay, that would have been easier. Signing out, keep it the good content. Thank you, Cadence guy. I appreciate the positivity. Oh, that was with
Cadence Sky 777 cheered 100 bits, signing out. Keep up the good content.
I read that before the actual bit cheer came through. Thank you. I never charged my batteries, but we'll be able to charge tomorrow night, so we should be fine for just our ride in. This phone's at 5%. It's about to die any second. Let's switch to this one. Okay, it should be on the other one, which looks a little bit cloudy because it probably has grease on it. Sorry, this is not ideal looking stream. Wow, that is horrible. Excuse me, lens. Anyway, it's fine, right? You guys are just sitting on my handlebar bag now. I need this still. And we need this. Alright, this phone's like fully charged. Not quite, but close to. The other one is at 5%. Oh, I need to get my wallet out. Good health, happy Trevor. Glad you're enjoying your life, mate. Chris? Yeah, no, things are good. Happy to be in Korea. Sometimes freezing my butt off. But that's what I wanted to do. I wanted to try a winter tour. So, here we are doing a winter tour. Freezing is part of life. Agreed. Doot. I feel a little overdressed when I put all this stuff on indoors. Speaking of which, these gloves, freaking wonderful. I got full hand usage, but when I need to go installation mode, boom, boom, windproof mitts. Functional? Very functional. Love these things. They've been a savior on this trip. Sorry. Oh, now we're focused on the speaker. Current dog with 200 bits. Thank you. Oh, and the backpack. How much is the full meal? Wow, that is horrible optics right now. Sorry, there's like probably oil on the lens. 40,000 for the food. I don't know how much soju was. Probably not an insane amount, but brand of the gloves, Sims. I got them from a little local shop in Victoria called Robertson's. They were on the clearance rack, and I'm like, these are perfect for what I need. Perfect. What about your bicycle stolen? It's locked up right now, which I haven't done much on this trip, but we are in a bit more of a bigger city, so one of the rare occasions where we actually lock it. Sorry for the optics here. Hopefully the rear cameras aren't as... Let me just double check. Looks good. Tense it up to go still? Yeah. Come some of that. Thank you very much. Alright. So I'm still saying, what am I saying? Instead of thank you, I'm saying good eating or something like that? This whole time? This whole time! I'm still saying it. Good taste. That works. When you're paying for a bill, and you say good taste, like, you know, you're like, the meal was good, right? Oh yeah, 46,500 won. That's a lot of food. I could have fit more though. Because well, appetite. It's very high for this activity. So, wait, I need my headlamp. And the tail light has to come on. Headlight is somewhere here. I did put it near the... There it is. That much in 2.5 hours. Yeah. Yeah, it took me a while to get through. But you know what? It's great. I loved it. I just love the dinners here. They're so good. I just have to like get like 2 to 3, maybe 4 people's worth of food. Then it's the perfect amount. But yeah, no one takes as long to eat in Korea as I do. I seem to be very slow. But you know what? That's fine. Oh, it's not working. Good warm meal, yes. It was a lot of fun, actually. That was the most involved cooking I've had to do for one of these meals. on this trip. I've had to cook a little bit myself, but that one was just like an entire platter full of things that I have to cook on my own, including apparently learn how to cook fried rice very poorly, which I probably did incorrectly still, but it was delicious still. Yeah. Sunglasses went in here, right? Yeah, we're good. Next morning we're going to McDonald's. Yes, tomorrow we're going to McDonald's for breakfast. Don't tell me it's not cultural, all right? Korean breakfasts are underwhelming anyway. Yeah, key. My lock isn't really that exciting. It's not very secure, but more protects from crimes of opportunity, which most crimes of theft are. If someone comes with an angle grinder, then you're screwed no matter how secure your lock is. Now, an angle grinder right in front of a restaurant would be a pretty bold one, but it's all been done before. You just cook it, he created it. That pork, I made it. I farmed the pigs myself. Alright, bike is free. Okay. Handcrafted the meal. Pretty much a chef. Tail light. Let me just let you go over here first. This camera's bumpy when it's just on the headlight. It's just a cell phone, but we're not going for the full third-person action camera to just go find a place to camp, which is not far. Well, actually, is it far? I don't think it's too far. Tip culture in Korea? Not that I've seen. But like, they will accept tips, right? In Japan, they don't really accept them. Like, it's like bad to offer. I'm really happy with our restaurant choice. That worked out well for me, just like randomly seeing it while cruising down the street. Alright, see if I can remember which road I turned up on, because I need to go down on a specific street to be able to connect back to where I'm gonna camp. It's a very hilly part. Natural places. I just, a lot of time, I wish it was just rolling down the street. I'm like, oh, that place, you know, looks good. They just got a picture of a happy pig on the outside. Sure, that's good. Oh, I think it was at this GS 25 block after. Oh yeah, because coffee hole. Coffee hole. We baked? Really? That's your slogan? We baked. Alright. Everyone go to coffee hole where they're baked. Alright, it's down here. There's a crosswalk to get across the street, which is very busy down here. This is kind of the wrong way, but that's fine. Quite near to Hatchu Mart? Oh, really? Does Hatchu still stream from there? Alright, car's coming. Just one car. Have to push the button again? Oh, there's the button. I don't know if this one's automatic, but this... Oh, wait. Shh. Shh. It's flashing. We're just gonna go for it. It was green. It is green. Still green. Oh, we nailed it. That was perfect timing. I just assumed it wasn't gonna be green, but it was. Now we just ride down sidewalk here very slowly because this pedestrians will take priority. Oh, there. Your mom might be. You can get a badge if you visit. Really? Maybe we'll go tomorrow. If it's like close by. A badge would be fun. Also, that's great advertising for the business. Okay. Back to the train station. We don't go down those stairs, we go down this narrow bit of pathway. Which is nicely decorated. Go slow again. Very slow around the corner. Good. It gets very steep around the corner here. Oh yeah. Nice. Check for bikes. No bikes. All right. Now we're back on the bike path. Oh yeah, GPS. Yeah. That's in my handlebar bag. Is it still running? The phone was about to die. I guess it still hasn't died though yet. Alright. GPS. Thank you. Where is my GPS? I can't see because it's dark. Where are you, phone? You're in here somewhere. I'm just digging around in the dark. That's my passport. My cycling passport, that is. There it is. Real-time IRL, turn off. It's at 1%. So, well, I'll be dead in a second here anyway. Actually, is that still plugged in? I can probably plug you in. Oh, it turned off. It showed the charging wheel at 0% and turned off at the exact same time that I turned it off at. Timing. Sorry. But you miss those 18-hour long daylight days. Yeah, we could ride so much further in a day if we had more day, obviously. Honestly, around Busan, like probably these paths at night are pretty well lit, and we can see some stuff. Not too bad, but still. As a tourist, I want to be able to see things reasonably well. So, oh, that means my notifications aren't going to work because it's attached to that phone that just turned off. Also, my fingers are out and they're going to get cold real fast. In Busan yet? Kind of like the first bits of the outskirts. Does this count as Busan? I don't know. Sorry, the camera's a little lower than would be ideal, but on the handlebar phone mount, it doesn't really give me much options, much variety. Let me adjust this up a bit. That's fine enough for now. Horror movie start. You've never seen me like properly go into the woods at night then. If going down like a nice bike path is sketchy, just wait till we're in the woods. Which might 5 kilometers south of you, worth the tiny detour tomorrow. Yeah, we can probably hit that up tomorrow on our way. Would be nice. Fellow, oh, and that's a bike. That was a scooter for a moment. It brings me so much joy. Thank you for all this hard work. I just do what I like doing. But it means a lot to hear that the streams bring joy to you. Thanks for letting me know. But yeah, I wouldn't stream this stuff if I didn't enjoy doing it. So I don't want anyone to feel bad for me if I'm like, you know, well, we're camping and actually, how cold is it supposed to get tonight? We're like near Busan, which, looking at Korea as a whole, should be one of the warmer places. How many hours of daylight there whenever summer? Right now we get 10 hours of sun up. Sun comes up around 7:15, sets around 5:15. I don't know if Busan's a little different. That was what we had when I started this trip in Seoul. I've never gone to Japan for 4 weeks this year if it weren't for Trevor. Probably. Well, I hope you had a good time. I'm curious what my my Wi-Fi's at. So this phone only has Wi-Fi, it doesn't have cellular. The SIM card is a Canadian SIM, which doesn't have roaming. Now, anyone that bikes through the night. A lot of people that bike tour will sometimes bike well into the night if there's a destination they're trying to get to, myself included. But a lot of people, like, you know, if you're a tourist and you want to see things, it's hard to see things at night. So I try to do that, especially for the stream, but just in general, as someone that hasn't been to Korea before, I'd like to try and do this as much during the day as possible. I think this is our path, which means I'm gonna probably switch her around, even though I've already been there. There's my face. So you won't be able to see much for a second. Trading ticket for a J Rail Pass before the price raise, 20 days, $650 equivalent, $2,800 in rides. Yeah, Sarah got in, I think, just a few days before they raised the prices as well. And she I don't know how much she used it in cash value, but yeah, the JR Rail Pass is was a really good value. Still probably can be, just less good of a value. All right. If we'll flat tour through the night, get help. Well, if you're doing this style touring, then you should have like camping equipment, so you can just be like, well, I got a flat. I'll I'll sleep and try again tomorrow. Crunchy. I accidentally pressed mute. We don't need to mute. Just taking my tail light off. Need my headlight. Makes more sense to spike during the day. Yeah, no, absolutely. What are we just gonna be great from here? Yeah, we're right on the river. Like that's all river there. It's gonna be nice. Where is my headlamp? Sorry, one moment. There's my front tire. Go. Keep you guys on the thing. Hey, you're okay right there, I think. How do I want to set this up? It's a little bumpy. We can go that way, out that way. That'll give me a nice view in the morning. I think this might not be on the lowest setting. Let's go. Oh. There we go. A little bit lower. Then between my headlamp, that should be fine. Down the road from McDonald's in Hwamyong. Well, yeah, maybe we could combine that. We could go to McDonald's for breakfast and then hit Hachumart for, well, second breakfast. Right? You know how it is. Let's grab my tent out here. We'll be out in a second. Get closer, you might wake up on the wrong side. No, I'm positioning my tent facing out to the river, but we are still 20 feet above river level. I'm sure it's flooded this high before, but I don't think it will in the winter with very low precipitation levels. Maybe not 20 feet, but anyway, we're quite high above the river. I would have had to drink a lot more to like crawl out of my tent and stumble into a river as well. That's multiple balls of soju, not one. Okay. What is this? That's a piece of styrofoam? Why are you there? I'll pack you up in the morning like the last piece of styrofoam I ran into. Oh man, the city landscape is really cool. This is a great spot. I'll have to get up at a decent time. It's like, it's tucked away, but not that tucked away. Anyway, it's a beautiful spot. No wind right now. It's quite nice. Can't assume it'll stay like that, but currently is like that. Why am I wearing the backpack? I do not need to wear that right now. Wow, you got hooked onto my glove. That's rude. I think this works out really nicely. We're just in the outskirts of Busan. We get the final stamp on this bike route from Incheon to Busan tomorrow. Early on, we have time to check out some parts of the city. Apparently, once we get past like the final stamping point, the bike infrastructure downgrades a good chunk. You decided to pop out. So we'll have to do, like, it's still probably have some bike infrastructure. I might have to do some city riding or like some road riding, and which we already did this evening a little bit, but a lot more of it tomorrow. apparently Busan is not the best for bike infrastructure. Been enjoying the freestanding tent. Haven't done a longer distance trip with a freestanding tent in quite a while. We had the non-freestanding Z-Packs tent for a long time, and super nice because that was well, ultra light, 450 grams, 1 pound for a complete tent system. But can you even see the tent? Not really. Now you can. Anyway, this is like more than twice the weight. It's like 2.5 pounds or something like that compared to 1 pound. There's some conveniences with the freestanding tent, which just make it kind of nice sometimes. Except these clips. Sometimes I'm horrible doing these clips. Now, again, that didn't hurt. That's the second time I hit my head today and it instinctively said ow. But it didn't hurt because I have a helmet on. But yeah, sorry, I don't have chat while I'm setting this up right now, so if you have anything to say, I'll be there in a couple minutes here. A couple steaks and then tent set up. We'll do the sleeping pad. Then we can crawl inside. Well, we gotta chuck a few things inside. Hey. That one's actually pointy. Good thing I'm wearing my helmet. Could actually hurt myself on that one. Alright, last steak. All done. Oop. Must have a good sleeping bag. Yeah, I got a new one for this trip. I had one that would have been okay enough. My thermarest parsec -6 Celsius bag, but I lent it to my girlfriend Sarah, and she took it to England, and she crashed and left all her gear there. So, so I didn't have that. It's still in England, but I've been wanting to try like a cold weather sleeping quilt, so no zipper, just kind of like a fancy blanket for a while now, and thought this was a good opportunity to try it. Winter trip, use a winter sleeping quilt, so I bought one from Enlightened Equipment called the Enigma 10° Fahrenheit, -12 Celsius quilt, and it's been rock solid so far. We've camped down to -5 on the trip so far, and it's been great. I've actually enjoyed sleeping with it a lot. And it's warmer, then it's easy to keep it all nice and ventilated to let some cool air in so you don't overheat. And it packs down nice and small. I'll show you in a sec. Yeah, just as crucial as your sleeping bag, or in this case sleeping quilt, is your sleeping pad. And these are the coldest conditions I've been testing out this Thermarest NeoAir X Lite in, because it really is kind of a 3-season one. It's not meant to be used in like proper winter conditions, but when they mean proper winter conditions, they pretty much mean like sleeping on top of snow. It's still got an R value around like 4 or something like that. Anyway, it seems, based off my usage, if you're not sleeping directly on top of snow, this sleeping pad is insulated enough to not get any ground heat loss underneath you. So I've been very satisfied with that. They make an X-Therm, but yeah, I would say that's overkill. Essentially the super insulated version of the same sleeping pad. I would say that's overkill unless you are planning on doing a lot of winter camping. Well, any winter camping on top of snow, I guess. Because a very cold night sleeping in the snow is not ideal. Although, probably X Lite with like some extra insulation underneath, so then essentially, as far as you can tell, you're not sleeping directly on snow. Might be okay. I did use an X-Therm in 2017. I did a hitchhiking trip to the Canadian Arctic in winter, and when I got to Nunavik, way up north in Canada, after I got dropped off by a truck that, gave me a ride up there, I just camped behind the grocery store that he was delivering groceries for. And I didn't even set up my tent because I didn't feel like it. I just slept on top of the sleeping pad, which was near our extern. And then I had a really bombshell sleeping bag. It's like I don't think they make it anymore. Mountain Hardwear Ghost -40 sleeping bag, and I just slept outside in the Arctic Circle, staring up at the, well, there was a bit of northern lights that night, but not much. Anyways, it was a very interesting experience. The next day, apparently someone had seen me, and some guy came up to me and he's like, "Were you camping behind the North Mart last night?" I'm like, "Yeah, that was me." And he told me there's like essentially a homeless shelter in town you can sleep at for free. It's open during the winter. So I went there the next night, and that was a disaster. It was Friday night. It was like a bunch of drunk people all fighting. Then I camped outside again. So I didn't want to deal with that again. Once was enough on that one. Oh, I missed. These little T clip things are bane of my existence. I'm so bad at doing them. Thought I found a system that worked. Apparently I didn't. Anyway, we're just going to throw a few things inside, and then we can all go inside and chat for a moment, and then wind things down. Your homeless shelter's drunk fighting? They left me completely out of it because I could tell I'm a complete outsider. Like, I'm just, at this point, how old was I? 2017, 23? Anyway, just some young dude that clearly wasn't from around there. So I just had my little sleeping, it was like one of those gym mats that high schools have. Actually, I don't know what gym mats your high school had. But anyway, you can sleep on those. They usually take bags, but they could tell I'm an outsider, so they're like, it's fine, you can keep your backpack with you. So I like spooned my backpack that night. They asked if I had any weapons, and I was very open. I had my normal Victorinox Swiss Army knife. Actually, I haven't brought that on any trips lately. And then someone who gave me a ride hitchhiking up along the way, we stopped at a gift shop and they got me like a little special ceremonial knife from some kind of tourist center. Where was that? Anyway, I had two knives. Some hardcore. So they just asked if I could surrender my knives for the night, which was fair enough. And then I could keep the rest of my stuff. They didn't even search through it. They just, I guess they're like, yeah, this guy's fine. If you're curious, this is the size of my sleeping quilt, -12. It's pretty small. When you it's in a compression bag, so it's compressed. But I've been pretty impressed with it so far. Haven't had a cold night yet. Alright, I think we're good. That's covered. Those are closed. That one doesn't have anything I need. This one has things I need. What's this at? 12%. Okay. Alright, we can go outside. Oh yeah, there's the hitch gear link, so if you want to look at stuff individually, you can find it there. Carry a spork, I usually do. I don't know. No, you've been around, you've seen my spork, right? I haven't brought it on the past couple of trips. I used to always have my spork. Always. Spork is a requirement. What do you do with the knife you got while hitchhiking to Vegas? It's in Victoria. Yeah, it's there. Okay. No, I don't want full right. Let's go like a little bit higher. There we go. I still have it. It's in my apartment. I feel like if the police came in there, I'd be like, why do you have this knife in your apartment? Okay. Well, you see, it's a long story, all right? It's not that long of a story. It's a medium story. I'm going to move the bike a little bit closer. Seems fine. You might fall over. I almost want to keep the vestibule open. It's quite the view. Let me show you. Look at that. Why do you police come to your apartment? It's a good question, legitimate question. But you know what? The police did come to my apartment not too long ago. So my next door neighbor is like an Airbnb. Won't be for long because they've banned Airbnbs in Victoria. But that doesn't come into effect till next year sometime. But anyway, I wake up to like someone knocking on my neighbor's door repeatedly. I'm like, that's weird. I know it's an Airbnb, but like, why are they knocking on it? It's none of my business, so I'm not gonna like do anything. But they're just repetitively knocking. And these are my cycling sandals, which I use in the summer, I use in the winter. Every season's cycling sandal time. But anyway, this guy's knocking on the door. I look out my little peephole. It's just some like 30-something-year-old dude knocking on the door with like 2 coffees in hand. I'm like, okay, this is weird. But I'm like, it's really not my business. I can't interject really in this. But anyway, like, dude's knocking for like an hour, and eventually comes back, and then I see like police officers at the door. I'm like, okay, the situation is progressing. Don't know what this means, but it's progressing. Anyway, it seemed like, so this guy was staying in the Airbnb, and let me get my sleeping bag, or into my sleeping bag, so I don't get cold, and I use my warmth to warm up the inside of the sleeping bag, or sleeping quilt. But anyway, this guy was staying at the Airbnb, because he looked legitimately there. Like, he's got 2 coffees, he's trying to get in, there's someone in there that he's, you know, but they're just not letting him in, and he doesn't know how to get in. Still, not my business. I'm not going to try and let them in, not that I even know how to. But then the police come in, they're trying to knock and trying to get in. Eventually they knock on my door, and I'm like, oh, all right, now I'm involved in this now. So, you know, I opened up to the police, and they're like, hey, do you have any access to the Airbnb next to you? I'm like, well, we actually have a shared balcony. There's just a divider between our two balconies. And they're like, can we access it? And I'm like, I guess. Sure. So they walk through my apartment, go out onto my balcony, climb over the barrier between our two balconies, and access the Airbnb from the shared balcony. And then open it from the inside. Anyway, they gave me the rundown. Apparently, they'd been out partying. She'd done a good amount of drugs, and in the morning went to the bathroom, to either go to the washroom or have a shower, and passed out in the bathroom, and was fine. But the paramedics came and took them out of there. Anyway, happy ending. Everyone was fine. What a nice end to the day. Anyway, that was my story about the police actually have come to my apartment. Kind of crazy story. Yeah, no, it was in hindsight a funny situation. Like, you know, I feel empathy for the parties involved. I really felt bad for the dude. Like, he gets up in the morning to get his like partner, as a couple, his partner like a coffee in the morning, just like, oh, I had a long night. You know what you could really use in the morning? A coffee. Goes out quickly, grabs a coffee, and then is just stuck outside banging on the door, having to call the police and the paramedics just because he ran out to grab a coffee. He was just knocking, not pounding. Well, no, he was knocking fairly aggressively. I just didn't feel like, you know, pulling out my thesaurus. Ghost story time. In all my time wild camping all over the world, in like 40 countries, I've never experienced anything supernatural. That's my ghost story. I hope you appreciate it. Worked really hard on it. Right? That's fine. That's right. That's good. Right? Boo? Is that your ghost story? But the light in the hotel room, that was funny. But it was a motion sensor light. But the timing was impeccable on that light. And the UFOs, not that I've seen. But most nights I have a vestibule in my tent. So maybe I've had aliens in UFOs fly right over my tent and I just didn't notice. Because I couldn't see the sky. Last time we say a random light turn on. Yeah, that was in a cheap hotel in like Albania or something like that. But it was just funny timing with me gesturing like this, moving my arm out, and then like the hallway motion sensor light behind me picked that up. Ooh, my headlamp's doing some flickering. Maybe it's a paranormal headlamp situation. Where you didn't see Nessie at Loch Ness. I was very disappointed. I thought I was going to be the one. I think there's some cash reward if you prove that the Loch Ness monster is real, and that was my plan for my retirement. I did another flash. Did you see how it got brighter? Haven't seen it do that much before. It's paranormal. Or the battery's getting low and it's having weird power fluctuations. Or it's just cold and it's struggling with the cold. But mostly Most likely ghosts. Flickering mesh from beyond. Yeah, maybe it's some kind of Morse code or something like that. It's like in the movie Interstellar, how Matthew McConaughey is contacting his daughter in the past using the power of love or something like that, and making the watch tick in like Morse code. It's probably that. It's probably Matthew McConaughey. I think it's Matthew McConaughey. He's trying to contact me. He was in the fourth dimension. Yeah. I don't know what the fourth dimension was. I really liked that movie. Like, it got a little funky at the end there. I like space movies. I really like The Martian with Matt Damon. I have a thing for like competent people working through problems. That's my jam. And generally, astronauts in movies are very smart people. Well, astronauts in real life are very smart people. But, you know, that carries into movies. Bit cartoony at the end. Yeah, maybe a little bit. With the Iron Man. Is that what you mean? Ever seen the series of The Expanse? Yes, I have. That was a very cool series as well. I like that. Oh, another flash. Oh, ghosts. I think it was binary, not Morse. I think you're probably right. Binary, so ones and zeros, right? Isn't that binary? Using escaping air as propulsion. Yeah, Iron Man. Ooh, I don't have notifications, so it's not going to light up, but Selgnurg with the 17-month reset. Thanks for the 17 months. Actually, let me get my other toque. Because this sleeping quilt doesn't actually have like a mommy bag with a down goes over your head, I've been double toquing at night with my like polyester toque and then a down toque, or not down toque, a wool toque over top. I feel like cycling has improved your physical health. Yes, I have never felt physically healthier than midway to late way into a bike tour, a long distance bike tour. But yeah, like, it makes sense, but I kind of joke about it. I'm like, who would have known that doing cardiovascular exercise all day long every day would be good for you? How could we know this? Not counting your knee, that's true. This trip is the first time I've ever had like persistent pain of any kind. I've had little flare-ups here and there of butt pain. I had back pain briefly in Canada for a couple days. We had that really bad neck pain for a few days in Canada as well. Oh, and then my hands for a couple days. I couldn't like pinch my hands together. I couldn't do this. That happened for a few days as well. But everything's been like very short term. If I have an ailment, it's just a couple days and it's gone. No, this has only been, it's probably been like 5 days now. I think cold weather contributes to that too. It totally could. I like the mommy bags. Me too. The down kind of going over your head is like cozy. This company, Enlightened Equipment, actually sells a little down toque, that goes down. I don't think it like clips in or anything like that, but I think it goes low enough that you can tuck it into the sleeping bag if you need it. But yeah, we've been doing okay. Cold weather is likely a contributing factor. It totally could be. I feel like I already have bad knees, so I think I've been fine so far, but the cold might be contributing a little bit. Cold dryer tends to give people coughs. I haven't gotten a cough, but I have to constantly purge my nose of snot because riding into, especially when I have headwind, or just I'm riding fast enough in no wind that it is like I'm riding into headwind. Like if I'm riding 20 kilometers an hour into no wind, I am riding into 20 kilometers an hour of wind at that point. And I get very sniffly. Coat and gear, you ever wake up from the cold? On this trip I haven't. I have woken up because the government of Korea decided that since there was a 4.0 earthquake somewhere in Korea, they needed to wake up the entire country to let everyone know at 4 a.m. that there was a 4.0 earthquake in Korea, which is an earthquake that maybe if you're right at the epicenter you could maybe feel, depending on how deep it is at 4.0. But that's the dumbest thing to send a nationwide emergency alert for. Bad luck with earthquakes in Asia. I think in the grand scheme of earthquakes in Asia, I've been quite lucky. I had the 6.9 or 7.0 earthquake when I was camping in Japan back in 2019. But, you know, it's not like I was there in 2010. Was it 2010? 2011? I'd say some minor earthquakes is pretty good luck. Woke up to the notification of knowing because it didn't affect me. Yeah, like, why would they send that? Okay, even if you are in the town where the earthquake was centered, it's not an emergency. It's a 4.0 earthquake. Like, how they measure it and stuff like that, like, an earthquake at the same Richter can kind of be more shallow or deeper and be felt differently, but like a 4.0 is a very, very minor earthquake to the point where I doubt anyone really experienced it. There's not a nationwide emergency. You don't have to wake up the whole country for that. And my problem with that mostly is it's going to give like emergency fatigue, because if you spam everyone with fake emergencies, when there's an actual emergency, you'll do the same nationwide emergency alert, and then everyone's going to ignore it and go back to bed. I really don't understand it. I think it's a great system to have an emergency alert system for the whole country that works. I turned off emergency alert notifications because they give emergency my internet died. I had to switch to my other cell phone, which has a SIM card inside. Also, my bitrate is horrible. I should actually plug this in and try to turn it back on. No emergency. It's fine. We're hecka worried. Yeah, we were talking about emergencies. Stream just cuts. Oh, this one's still trying to record. Let's turn that on. Hecka worried. That's quite the phrase. Hecka. Come here, cable. What do you call it? That's not that. That's not that. Battery level too low. Okay, like it's probably fine timing. It's late enough that I'll probably wind things down anyway. But I felt like that was a poor ending. I'll turn my network back on so this phone can do a proper wind down of the stream. It's funny, when the stream cut, like my headlamp did like a bunch of flickering at the same time. Clearly ghosts. Supernatural? No, I think so. I think we found the ghosts. Apparently, Sarah experienced a ghost once in her old house. Some spirit of some dude in the stairs. I'll have to ask her about it. I forget the specifics. Yeah, actually, you guys can ask her about it. Ask her about her ghost. More than likely, an alien encounter than one witnesses. It could be that as well. It could have been both. Why not both at the same time? A little 1-2 punch. They're wild animals. At all in Korea, there's a few. I saw a water deer. I saw 2 water deer. Can you see my breath? I can see my breath. I've seen some birds. I saw some very beautiful looking like hawks, some birds of prey. When he's sleeping, the creepy mimic Wilby sounds like Mac Mac. Perfect. Wherever I go, people are in my chat are very concerned about the existence of wild animals. There's very few wild animals that treat humans as a target, as like they see them as a meal. Outside of those few species, like if you had a bad encounter with a specific animal, it's either out of like bold stupidity from the person or very, very bad luck. But there's many things in life that, you know, very, very bad luck can just do you, right? Pretty much anything you do has some level of risk involved, and having a very, very like statistically improbable 1 in a couple million chance bad luck situation happen can do you at any point. Norwegian midges seem to be the worst. Yeah, the knot in Norway. I've never had so many bugs on me in my life. They weren't too bad. They couldn't really bite through your clothes. If it was that many mosquitoes, they could like the biting stuff is close to next to skin layer, so they could bite right through that to your skin. So I'll take the Knot over that many mosquitoes, for sure. Consider traveling through Africa somewhere. Yeah, actually, before I started streaming in 2017, I was flying back from, I hitchhiked across Australia, and then I had some weird award flights that ended up just naturally taking me through Johannesburg, South Africa. It's a long story on that one, but and I'm like, well, I'm in Africa at any point. I'm in Africa at that point anyway. I should go climb Mount Kilimanjaro. So I kind of wanted to see if I could integrate a trip up Mount Kilimanjaro. I'd have to pay for it to get around that. This is pre-streaming, so I was very frugal, but I'm like, I think it would be a cool experience to try. But I was doing it, I think it was like in November, and I looked at the statistics for it, and no one climbs in November. Not no one, but barely anyone climbs in November, because apparently it's like the worst month for climbing. I think it was November. So I'm like, okay, that'll probably be a bad experience, so let's just not do that. And instead of connecting up to Tanzania. How do you say it? Tanzania? How am I saying that? Why is my brain? Anyway, there, where Kilimanjaro is. I just connected through Dubai to another award flight back from Abu Dhabi to take me back to North America. And then since then I haven't been to Africa, and I'm not sure what I'd want to do there. It's not to say I won't go, but speaking of dangerous animals, oh, in Africa, yeah, lions, hippos. Apparently, they kill more people than any other animal anywhere. If you don't count like animals that kill people by jumping in front of their cars, like the most deadly animal in Canada is deer. That would be much easier. Acclimatized to altitude change. 20k feet is a bit rough without it. Yeah, no, I just haven't spent that much time at high elevation. Like, I lived in Calgary for a year, and that's, you know, like 1,000 meters up or something like that. But, and I've climbed some mountains in the Rocky Mountains and stuff like that, but nothing high. I just have no concept of how my body responds to high elevation, and I'd like to do a trip where I can just, you know, I think I'm a reasonably in shape person, but you can be in amazing shape. You could be an Olympic athlete in a cardiovascular focused sport and go to a high elevation, and your body could just reject that completely. So I just don't know how my body would react, and I would like to know. But yeah, I'm gonna wind down the stream. See, there's more people than pretty much every other animal combined. Yes, I think you're right. But yes, that is the end of day 11 of our South Korea Grand Slam tour. It was a pretty good day. Had some network issues that we've had most days of this trip due to our international sims, but that was earlier on. Then things worked pretty good, realistically. Some good cycling, some beautiful weather. Got 2 stamps today. Or we got 31 out of 89. We're a good chunk in. We're like almost a third in. Wait, we're more than a third in. More than a third. Anyway, it was a good day. I hope you enjoyed it. And we also had some amazing dinner. Anyway, I'll be back tomorrow. We'll do the final ride into Busan proper and maybe check a few things out. And then I've got a bunch of things to do in Busan to sort out my life and my stream. So tomorrow's a good day. We'll do some urban exploration, and then I'll probably have a day off after that to sort everything out. But yeah, be back tomorrow to finish the first big chunk of this tour to Busan. But anyway, I'm sending you guys over to CJ Ride in, I believe, Vietnam. So go say hi to him, and I will see you tomorrow morning. Thanks for watching. Good night, everyone.